I've reduced their numbers and disrupted their control, Rick reported. But they still have 40 hostages in the auditorium. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative. Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. I need explosives, whatever you have. Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative. Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. I need explosives, whatever you have. Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. Rick took them and started rigging a harness. The children watched him work. Uncle Rick, Lyra said quietly, are you going to die? He paused, looking at her honest, scared face. He could lie, but she deserved better. Maybe, he said. But that won't stop me from trying. Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance. He stood up, fully armed now. Lieutenant Dal, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough. Rick headed for the exit. Then I'll just have to work faster. The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawlspace. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room, surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dal's pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawlspace above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the Outer Reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now! Exit doors, go! Some hostages ran. Others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform, using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shields shimmering. You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead. Not yet, Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing. Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. You're wrong. I already won. How? Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered. Cross raised his weapon. Then die with your pride. The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. Everyone out. Buildings coming down! The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. You're insane, Cross gasped. We're both going to die. Good, Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. Let go, Rick shouted. He's their commander. And you're no good to anyone dead, Dal snapped. Move. They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed. Rick wiped blood from his mouth. Did it work? The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered. I'd say yes, it worked, a young voice called out. Uncle Rick! Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. Just doing my job. No, Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like. The old Alarian met Rick's eyes. I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen. Rick shook his head. Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help. As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battle cruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The Coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other two tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional. But he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dahl coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. Rick Walsh, Yates said, looking him over. You look like hell. Feel worse, Rick admitted. Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help? That's a first. You've never asked for help before. Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though. Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids, too. Brave little things. Yates nodded slowly. How many mercenaries? Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up. 15, Yates let that sink in. You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan. Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. Had a plan. It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans. A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. I'm fine. Check the kids first. Sir, you're bleeding. I said I'm fine. Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died. Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us? Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. Because she called my name, Rick said quietly. Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me. Yates followed his gaze. The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid. Especially when it's stupid, Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. You, Cross said. You should be dead. The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this? Cross looked genuinely confused. We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose? Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, This was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters. Cross shook his head. Your species is insane. Probably, Rick agreed. But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too. The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. Making speeches now? You really did hit your head. Maybe. Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. How bad is it? The casualties? Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage. Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. Hey. Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something. Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again. Saw the survivors. Saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces. Saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles. Saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. You did it, Uncle Rick, you saved us. Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies. And my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted, Rick said. That's what mattered. I should have listened to you. Should have prepared. Should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said. By making sure their survival means something. By being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved. Some called his name. Some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us? Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage, helping each other, refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Ilarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually, he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. "You did everything possible," Vera said during their last session. "You know that, right?" "Knowing it and feeling it are different things," Rick replied. "They are. But feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now." Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard, rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen, looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you're watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that." More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the Coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. "Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The Coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it." Rick sat in his small quarters on the base, staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. "Incoming call." He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. "Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. "Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you?" "Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team." Rick hesitated. "I don't know if I can go back there." "I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky." "You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition." Dal leaned closer to the camera. "The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people." Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. "I'll think about it," Rick said finally. "That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready." The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not end when the battle does. His communicator chimed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Rick opened it. "Uncle Rick, this is Pax. Lieutenant Dal gave me your contact info. I hope that's okay. I wanted you to know something. I'm starting a club at the facility. It's called the Honey Badger Corps. We help younger students when they're scared. We stand up to bullies. We do volunteer work in the community. We try to be brave like you were. Like you are. 30 kids joined in the first week. We wear patches with a honey badger on them. Is that okay?" Rick stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed a reply. "It's more than okay, Pax. It's perfect. Keep being brave. Keep helping others. That's what matters most. I'm proud of you." He sent the message, then stood and walked to his window, looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, children were learning that courage was not about being fearless. It was about choosing to act despite fear. That strength was not about domination. It was about protection. That humans, for all their flaws and weaknesses, had something special. They cared. They refused to give up. They stood between the innocent and the dark, and when a child cried out, they answered. Rick made his decision. He would go back to the facility, not as a hero seeking glory, but as a teacher showing students what it meant to keep going after tragedy, to turn pain into purpose, to transform fear into determination, because that was the real legacy of the honey badger. Not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dal. "I accept your offer. When do we start?" The response came back immediately. "Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together." Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest, not the fastest, not the most advanced, but the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian IV, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took. To stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children in danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered, because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
No fire should ever be present in a classroom, certainly not. Fire of this nature, A single spark ignited it all, a flick of a finger, a motion triggered by a human thumb. From there it escalated rapidly, culminating in a devastating wave of flames that consumed the entire laboratory, forcing every alien present into cover. The thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing the aftermath. The hissing of the sprinklers over melted instruments sounded like relentless rain. Among the wreckage, only the human figure remained standing, calm and without any visible emotion. They clutched a metal box and a can. Before the events that followed, it had been a perfectly ordinary day at the Galactic Anthropological Academy. The students had filled their tables with relics and remnants of the past. Stone shards, bone shards, each ceremonial, each a testament to the vast evolution of their species. Oh. On one desk lay a spirally serrated fossil weapon from the saltwater planet Aelia Solia. On another was displayed a vine-wrapped hammer carved from the bone of a long-extinct Megapana Basisatana. No one sharpened their blades, no one anticipated danger. The task was academic, historical, harmless. Professor V, tall, gentle, dark-skinned, and meticulous in both word and deed, hovered slightly above the podium in the center of the lecture hall. Her species touched the ground only in emergencies. 100 students from 50 different planets leaned forward with the enthusiasm of amateur archaeologists. With a slight twitch of her antenna, she announced that this exercise would explore the origins of conflict and culture. Show a primitive weapon from your homeworld. Wait. Something simple, something harmless. The last word hung in the air like a contract. The tables began to hum. The students reverently took objects out of their packaging and carefully positioned them under gravity clamps and protective domes. The Quarant twins presented a holographic simulation of their ancient plasma slingers weapons so unstable it proved impossible to fabricate using real matter. A student participating in the rigorous drill course had painstakingly constructed an elaborate altar using ceremonial tongs, the very tools their ancestors employed to submerge invading organisms. Every student provided an explanation of their objects, covering their historical context, their evolution over time, and the ethical concerns they raised. Professor Weiland nodded approvingly at each presentation. Then the door hissed open. Rian came in late once more, his academy-supplied boots looking as though they had betrayed him, even during breakfast, leaving no doubt about his lateness. The slightly damp state of his brown hair suggested either a recent shower or deliberate disregard for punctuality. His hands held nothing remotely resembling a weapon. Instead they contained only a silver lighter and a can. Ween's expression changed. Cadetrian, we began the project without her. With a slight nod, he stepped forward. Excuse me, Professor, he said. A compressed tram schedule is what I've got here, but it doesn't shed any light on the missing documents. Then Rian raised the two objects so everyone could see them clearly. They are here. A few students laughed. One snorted. Maybe it's for cleaning his relic. Another added with a chuckle. Rian didn't answer. He approached the table prepared for him with a calm demeanor and carefully placed the items as though they were sacred artifacts deserving of utmost reverence. The can read, Power Spray Ultra Russian. The lighter had a faded brass cap marked by age and a faint inscription, worn by time, Goodbye. He opened it, producing a distinct metallic click, and then carefully turned the small dial with his thumb. A small, gentle flame flickered out. Trying to hide the impatience that was evident in her expression, Professor Ween very slightly tilted her neck. You want to demonstrate fire? She asked. No, Rian replied, tilting the spray can toward the flame. I want to demonstrate pressure and ignition. Then he pressed the nozzle. The room exploded in a flash of light. A jet of fire shot from the can with a force no one was prepared for. A long, furious flame danced across the table, leaving a brilliant orange trail burning brightly in the air. This necessitated several students to duck for cover immediately. Heat sensors went off. The shielding around the front row flickered violently, struggling to absorb the sudden increase in temperature. A backwards falling alien then swiftly retracted the tentacles it once had. Professor Ween froze in mid-motion. Even her usually detached demeanor began to crumble as she instinctively ducked. Any fire within such a closed, space-capable, oxygen-controlled atmosphere created a very significant and serious hazard demanding immediate action. Rain declared the number. Following one thin arc, the flame then flickered. It went out. He snapped the lighter shut and stepped back. Silence fell. The only sound was the soft hiss of the emergency fog which was already falling from the ceiling like synthetic fog. Close to the back wall, a red alarm commenced its pulsing. Explain, Professor Weiland demanded, slowly straightening up again. Brian's eyes briefly scanned the table, now partially submerged, and he shrugged his shoulders, not with dismissal, but rather as if calmly stating an established fact. Yucks. We call it a flamethrower. Early humans used it in close combat. No circuitry, no reactors, just combustion. They'd introduced an active incendiary device into a sealed classroom. He nodded in confirmation. Technically, it's just deodorant. Silence again. It's some kind of care product, he specified, noticing the astonished faces. The professor floated down, touched the ground, for the first time that day, and approached the table with deliberate steps. Her hand hovered over the can without touching it. He nodded. She read the label slowly and loudly, as if it might explode at any moment. Pressurized container, hydrocarbon fuel, ethanol base, standard content. Sorted Wian added. Iclavian added. In an oxygen-rich atmosphere, it becomes flammable once spark is enough, and you have a weapon that can penetrate even weak plasma shields, he said, examining the thermal imager. Behind the observation barrier up. You took this to the academy. Rayan didn't flinch, no. She stated very calmly, Oshami. Another voice, trembling and shrill, protested from behind. This is not primitive. This is chemical warfare. No, he said quietly. This is chemistry. Simple combustion. Even schoolchildren on Earth used to be able to do that. Professor Von Witch returned from the exhibition. The normally calm expression on her face revealed something that bordered on palpable unease. They built this before quantum flight, long before that, Rain said. How long? He considered. We were already producing aerosols at 1940 seconds per second. Lighters were around much earlier. Flame projection using a chemical ignition system was the standard method on the battlefield, before we even launched a satellite into space. Why? She whispered. To clear out bunkers, to terrify people. Silence fell over the room. Bryn didn't smile. His voice wasn't proud. His posture wasn't triumphant. He stood there like someone who was declaring gravity a fact, inevitable. In a decision based on the need or for crucial environmental calibration measures, Professor Fun dismissed the lecture beforehand. Most of the students quickly filed out of the room, casting cautious glances over their shoulders. Brian stayed behind to help clean up the water left behind by the fire suppression system. He worked without complaint. His boots burned. He scraped quietly in the puddles. The professor remained standing near the table, her eyes fixed on the lighter. It was old and scratched. Her initials were barely visible beneath the burn marks. Do you always carry this with you? She asked finally. Bryn nodded once. It's no longer a weapon, just a reminder. Of what? He cast his eyes downwards at the lighter and then back towards her. That all things begin with small things, and that humans have never forgotten how to make fire ire. She said nothing. Just outside the lab, they had already gone ahead and hung a new sign on the wall there. The newly implemented rule stipulates that human students are prohibited from bringing flammable materials into the anthropology laboratories It wasn't called a disciplinary hearing. Formally, the agenda listed it as a cultural compliance review meeting. However, Rin's extensive time at the academy had taught him to anticipate, all too accurately, the forthcoming verbal reprimand. The room was circular. Depending on the emotional state, the walls altered their color, and at this moment they displayed a distinctly nervous amber. A semi-transparent desk pulsed slightly before the assembled panel, alternating between faculty, ethics officers, and members of the public. Two security guards stood uncomfortably still behind the partition. Professor Wylon was standing apart, not with the others, but it was quite obvious that he had been invited. Their gaze was lost on Ryan. Alone, in the middle, Ryan sat with his hands on the table, and his lighter was securely tucked away in a sealed pouch secured to his upper thigh. The spree had already been confiscated. He had not asked for it back, was awake. As he spoke, the lead panelist used the creature's own vocabulary. A bulbous species it was to describe it. Its language faintly smelled of burned almonds. Describe the purpose of their demonstration. It was a practical demonstration, Ryan stated, his voice calm and steady. how early humans used pressurized chemistry as a weapon. Why not submit a laissez explosive demonstration? Because that's what we used, Rian said. It wasn't theoretical. We didn't simulate these things. We built them. For a moment, the panel was abuzz. The murmurs turned into shared thoughts. Suddenly, a monitor behind them came to life, displaying the slow-motion images captured by the lab security system. The flame was longer than anyone had anticipated. The probe had ventured too close to the observation barrier, a structure whose energy cohesion had been temporarily impaired by the extreme heat stress, resulting in a 5% reduction. The screen flickered out. They could have hurt someone, the panelists said. Yemdinik said. I didn't, Rian replied. That's not the point. Rian leaned back slightly. Point was to show the truth. We've always been able to turn the mundane into the dangerous. That's how we were sometimes. That's how we still are. We have protocols. A second panelist, tall and clad in shimmering synthetic fabric, chimed in. Rian continued. They bypassed it. Because nobody identified it as a real weapon, they thought it was merely for the simulation. Not until it was already on fire. That earned him a meaningful look from Professor Wailan. But she said nothing. The first panelist, Siwa Mukatade. His skin color changed from almond to olive gray. Her record showed several minor violations related to tardiness, unfiled exemptions, and non-standard behavior in cultural classes. Rihan didn't argue. He simply nodded. So, let's ask the more fundamental question. Do you believe that humans are capable of fully assimilating into our interspecific educational model, or do you consider its methods fundamentally incompatible? It was a trap, a test of cultural adaptation disguised as an academic question. If he agreed, you would demand proof of his future self-control, If he refused, you could cite philosophical differences and banish him from the world. Ren took a deep breath. Humans don't adapt by imitation. We adapt by absorbing and reshaping. Sometimes it looks like rebellion, sometimes like creativity, but it is no incompatibility. It is another path to the self. Aim silence. Then the professor finally spoke. May I address the cadet directly? The audience nodded silently. Slowly and deliberately, she stepped forward. She walked to his table and placed a hand on the edge, her touch calming rather than threatening. I studied human conflict theory for 30 years, immersing myself in the subject matter, before ever encountering one in real life. The history of these conflicts is characterized by complex interplay of contradictions, significant insights gained and insights gained. Rain listened intently, uncertain where she was heading. Upon commissioning this demonstration, she explained she expected a device akin to a bow or a slingshot, something with a primitive, almost intrinsic feel to it. There was no expectation of fire, pressure, heat, or the presence of ethanol, let alone something easily portable in a pocket or... He offered no reply. In a much softer voice, she stated, "You have presented us with something genuinely honest." Then she directed her words to the panel. I recommend a temporary suspension of all lab interns. No expulsion, just a warning. The panel deliberated for less than 30 seconds. Approved. Rian slowly rose to his feet as soon as the decision had been made. He didn't flinch or protest. He simply nodded, picked up the sealed bag, and left the meeting room without a word utter. Outside, the hallway stretched out in sterile blue light. He walked alone for a while, hearing nothing but the echo of his boots. Then someone fell beside him. The individual was Masih, an intern, who had been seated 3 tables away from me during her internship. She looked at him without her usual grin. They thought they were going to kill someone. I didn't. That doesn't mean they weren't scared, she said. I was scared. Ra nodded, his shoulders tense. I didn't light it to show off. I lit it because it was important. Marzi studied him for a moment and then asked, why do all humans learn this? Well, they figure it out on their own. It's stupid, reckless, but it shapes you. Not officially, because once you see fire coming out of something that should smell like the jawbone and armpits, you realize what kind of world you live in. She blinked slowly. That's the most human sentence I've ever heard. They continued walking. At the end of the corridor, they reached a transparent partition with a view of the atmospheric garden dome. A few students sat on the benches 80 below. Rin stopped and watched them. Marzus watched him. What's next? I'm being transferred to the archives for 2 weeks. No labs, no engineering. Most will say to the Jules, will you bring the lighter? He shook his head. Not this time. As he turned to leave, Marzus called out, you gave us a real fright. Yet for the first time, I came to understand the true meaning behind people's assertions that they had deserved the peace. Rian didn't turn around. He merely raised a hand in greeting and walked away. Nestled in his holster, the lighter retained a lingering warmth. Against his leg, a tangible reminder of something he hadn't yet come to terms with. The archives annex smelled of static and silence. Located far from the central higher soul and the vibrant communal atria deep within the levels of the academy, this space was constructed for the sole purpose of data processing, not human interaction. Long hallways, its walls adorned with cylindrical stacks, housed thousands of etched memory strips. These were analog memories from before the digital revolution, reserved meticulously for the purposes of comparative anthropological studies. No one came here unless absolutely necessary. Rin had been here for 6 days. The punishment wasn't cruel, just monotonous. It was his duty to catalog the ancient cultural artifacts originating from the outer sectors, precisely classifying each artifact as either ceremonial, utilitarian, or undoubtedly a weapon. He was in the middle of classifying a group of early cache bone carvings when Professor Vaughn entered the room. He looked up, but remained seated. Last time they talked, her actions, albeit indirect, had been instrumental in changing a looming disciplinary tribunal into a period of suspension from the lab. He found himself indebted to her, owing her equal measures of respect and exhaustion. She didn't say anything right away, just glanced around the vault. It was a considerable departure from her usual academic atmosphere. Then, almost casually, she set a data tablet on the table in front of him. He frowned. On the otherwise empty screen, the only visible elements were the Academy seal and a cryptic code. Retrieval order incident 7BX. Field demonstration authorization review May. What's this? You're being transferred, she said, temporarily. Where to? He asked. To the Security Science Exchange, she replied. This isn't a permanent measure. It's temporary, lasting only until a few outstanding diplomatic issues are fully addressed. This is due to my rather unusual actions, specifically waving a deodorant can in front of their sophisticated sensor network in response to their demonstration of a weapon that functions without any electronic circuitry, targeting software or anything beyond their own physical bodies for operation. They scare people. Ren, important people. He leaned back. That's still punishment. No, that's curiosity. Maybe disguised as fear, but curiosity nonetheless. The trade involved a modular facility, which was anchored close to the borderline that touched Dan. Here, cadets selected from diverse military bases within the coalition participated in cross-cultural exercises. The guest list included tactical theorists, rescuers, and a few pre-standardization weapons systems specialists. Brienne's name was now on it. He sighed and rubbed his hands. When can I finally leave? He wondered. Bananas gave him a rare smile. Security in Dallin seemed sterile and precise. Everything hummed, clicked, or pulsed in symmetrical order. What do you stir? Only the students seemed out of place. They wandered the polished hallways in confused groups, each wearing the same, slightly overwhelmed expression. Ren found his room without any problems. It was compact, but comfortable enough, until he noticed the entry restrictions posted on the door. Madi. Every object brought in had to be scanned twice, even his boots. Not the lighter, of course. The next day he was called to room 12, where two instructors and a security officer stood next to some kind of test chamber that looked as if it were marked by burn marks. The hazard officer, a small insectoid, wearing an exoskeleton suit like ceremonial armor, signaled Rian to light a fire inside. We have a simulation room set up. Aim. The goal is simple. Demonstrate an example of primitive human conflict techniques. No flames this time. Rain raised an eyebrow. You're setting limits before I've even begun. No, the officer said firmly. These limits are in place because our insurance policy's coverage now extends to spontaneous human actions. Brain stepped into the simulation area. The door hissed shut behind him. The room gave the impression of a stylized representation of a mid-20th century alleyway. Concrete walls, scattered metal fragments, and several wooden crates. High above, surveillance drones hovered in silent clusters. A control panel on the far wall blinked at green. Scenario type: simulate improvised close combat defense. No electronic support needed. Begin. Rin moved cautiously. Nothing happened for 5 seconds. Next, a training drone approximately the size of a garbage can plummeted from the ceiling. It hurtled toward him at a harmless speed, but with enough force to bruise him or break his nose if he wasn't careful. He ducked and scanned the area. The crates, a piece of pipe, a rusted garbage lid. None of it was intended as a weapon, but all of it was potentially useful. He grabbed the lid. Just as the drone completed its return swing, he intercepted its trajectory with the lid, then slammed it forcefully against the wall, producing a distinct metallic crunch. The impact bent the drone's stabilizer. It hummed erratically and then shut off. The lights dimmed. Scenario complete. Analysis in progress. He dropped the lid. The door opened. The instructors didn't clap, but they seemed interested. The man responsible for insect hazards stepped forward. His antenna flickered. "Have you seen the options for materials, he asked. "I saw possibilities." They neutralized a Class A drone with an unreinforced hip shield. Worked well. The hazard officer turned to the instructors and muttered. They build these things instinctively, like breathing. Later that evening, Rian was called again, not into the exam room, but into the open assembly hall. A panel of diplomats sat in elevated viewing platforms next to a small group of students and observers. Mazis was among them. Apparently word had gotten around about Ren's transfer. A screen showed brief clips of Earth's history. Grainy black and white footage of soldiers in trenches, Molotov cocktails, teenagers with slingshots, early urban riots, with improvised barricades and burning tires, Mokins and him. Then abruptly, someone lit a Zippo lighter and ignited a gas canister. The flame spread across an open field and was picked up by infrared sensors. Rian stood at the lectern in front of them. A somewhat pale human being named Sotoshulin, functioning as the host, meticulously adjusted his audio gear before posing the inquiry everyone had been anxiously anticipating. "How did your species survive this phase?" Rian didn't bat an eyelid. "We didn't. Not all of us." A murmur went through the room. "However, you succeeded in reaching space because we carefully maintained records, because we diligently remembered the things that had burned in the past, Daddy." So hesitated. "Would you like to show us something else, Luz?" Rian raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Something indefatigable, something primitive, something human?" He considered. Next, he reached into his toolbox and extracted a shoelace, a common, clay-colored lace, and a very small bullet. He knotted them together, twisted them twice, and let them fly. The bullet, traveling across the room, found its mark, the training dummy, precisely between its eyes. Silence. Then a diplomat leaned forward and whispered arrogantly, "You made a weapon out of a piece of string." Rian turned calmly to him. "No, I came up with a solution out of desperation." The thread happened to be there. The room was silent for a long time. Outside, behind the transparent dome, the stars twinkled silently. Somewhere among them were thousands of species. Nearly all of them lacked the experience of dreading the consequences of actions taken with nothing but one's own hands. Unlike the previous day, the next morning brought no summons for Rian. Instead, he was escorted directly into the exchange program's central operations room. 2 officers flanked him, neither of them speaking. Their posture and demeanor, however, left absolutely no doubt that this was not a chance encounter. Inside, the room was dark, except for a ring of soft purple lights on the floor. A holographic display, identified only as N, floated above a large conference table. It was not an official installation. Some humans. At a slow pace, Rian alternated between planetary maps, security protocols, and archival documents. With her arms folded, Professor Fan stood there looking as if she hadn't closed her eyes all night. She nodded toward the table. Sit down. Rian obeyed. A huge alien figure loomed over him. Across from him stood General Ergson of the Dong Defense Network, a being whose upper body resembled twisted cables and mineral plates leaned forward, his crystal clear gaze staring. "You're the person who started fire with deodorant?" Rian blinked once. "You could say that." Sen's heavy jaw creaked slightly. "I find your abilities annoying, dangerous, but applicable," Professor Wien interjected. Ba'uva Cohen. "The General has requested a live tutorial." Rian Runsell. Teddy Stern. "Tutorial? A demonstration of human improvisation under duress," Ergson explained. Boyd. "Your species' methods are unpredictable. Our simulations do not account for the spontaneous use of non-weapons as weapons. We want to study this behavior directly." He raised a massive hand and gestured ushered. A steel-walled chamber next to the operating room hissed open. Inside stood 5 interspecific cadets in surveillance suits. The room was cluttered with harmless objects: crates, food containers, cables, textiles, adhesives, kitchen utensils. "You will enter this room, Ergson said. "You will not harm them, but you will show us how you would prepare for victory if necessary." 10 minutes later, Waff gave him a sharp look. "And if I refuse?" Ren said, rubbing his temple with a slow, deliberate motion. He exhaled deeply before "Okay, just don't take too deep a breath. When I start rearranging things, Within the confines of the chamber, he held his hand silently behind his back for a full 60 seconds, taking 60 seconds of meticulous time to material. The crates, constructed from a lightweight polymer, were unremarkable. The food containers, while resealable, featured rigid lids that, as he noted, displayed a worrying tendency to become brittle under stress and wonders. The length of the cables was just sufficient to trip an unwary individual, but insufficient for any kind of binding. Resting on the table, directly beside a portable induction cooker, was a can filled with a fine grain powder. He first dispersed the powder into the air near the cooker and then, with deliberate precision, ripped off one of the heating coils and let it hang loosely above the dust cloud. From the observation deck below, a murmur rippled through the onlookers. Vigilan, leaning close to Ergern, carefully explained the dangers. "Flammable powder," he stated, "is suspended in the air. Its behavior mimics that of an explosive. This alone was responsible for a decade of industrial accidents." Next, Rian took several lengths of string, carefully knotted them into flat, inconspicuous tripwires and stretched them across the narrow opening between 2 crates. The wires were positioned just high enough to be inconspicuous, yet low enough to be guaranteed to catch anyone off guard to quell any onslaught. He pulled fabric from the cushions and twisted it into improvised friction gloves. First, he took the foil insulation from a food container and then carefully removed it. Afterward, he carefully folded it into a narrow strip with irregular jagged edges. A cutting tool. Primitive, but functional. He paused. Then he slowly picked up the portable containers, filled them with water from the water station, and set them up against the back wall. At last, the cadets received the signal to enter, but he remained standing there, his hands empty. Moving slowly and deliberately, they meticulously analyzed the dust cloud, the tripwires, and the heating coil, which continued to dangle precariously beside the open powder. No one crossed the threshold. He didn't move. He didn't have to. The demonstration ended without a single confrontation. Back on the observation deck, he watched the recording. He had established a deterrent. VLN nodded. That's how it often starts. Rian was called again. Zan stared at him for a long time before he spoke. "We have trained for centuries to develop tools for war. Your species seems to discover them by accident." Ron's voice was quiet, not even by accident, due to circumstances. "Now I see," Ergson said. "You're not improvisers, you're survivors, and that's a difference. That night, Rian sat alone in the observation garden. Mars joined him once more, and without any preamble, he offered him a rather tasteless energy bar. With ease, she noted, you could have illuminated the whole room. You could have, but you didn't, Basha. He looked at her. I wasn't ordered to attack, just to show how we prepare. That's the difference. Marzus unwrapped her bar and went inside. Do you know what everyone's talking about now? They say humans carry war in their pockets, that you use garbage as a weapon? Turning kitchens into traps seems quite plausible, doesn't it? However, they also claim you never initiate any conflict whatsoever. You make sure you don't lose it. Sent it, chase it. He nodded slowly. She nudged him on the shoulder. Don't be cocky, I won't do that. When we chatty. Mesoti chuine. A soft chime sounded from his wrist terminal. A message from the academy. Reinstatement approved. Lab access restored. He dismissed the notification without responding. Maisie glanced at him. Back to school? Looks like it, she grinned, but her tone was serious. Don't set anything on fire this time. Rain stretched his legs out on the bench. Only if they asked nicely. The return to the Galactic Anthropological Academy was quiet. No crowds waited at the dock. None of the inquisitive cadets trailed him, just Rain, with a bag thrown over his shoulder, and the same tedious trek from the tram stop to the central campus under the heavy man-made sky. Visibly, nothing had changed. The trees still glowed a faint purple at night. The towers of the Sleep Hasol still shimmered in the pulse of the air conditioning. The walls retained the gentle geometric sheen, imparting a subtly antiseptic feel to the entire space. But something had changed. No one looked at him the same way they had before. The instructors treated him with a bit more calculation now. The students, especially the non-human ones, observed him with a mixture of weariness and curiosity. They spoke to him with respect, yes, but also as if he carried something with him that they could not see. It was not exactly fear. The course was his first class upon returning from the break, a lecture on the theory of environmental adaptation, delivered in a recently constructed auditorium equipped with a system for full holographic terrain projection. It was only in the middle of the discussion about volcano shelters that Professor Fan interrupted her sentence. Isu, I would like to address something that is not relevant to our topic, she said in a neutral tone. Cadet Rian, do you have any items with you that could serve as improvised firelighters, in Belife? A soft laugh went through the room. Ren shook her head. Not today, she nodded once and then continued. But the tension had changed into something else. Not built on trust, not yet, but more on a sense of acceptance. The human was no longer an unpredictable variable. He was part of the equation. After class, she caught up with him in the hallway. Come with me, she said, and without further explanation led him to the Delta Laboratory Wing, one of the oldest unused and half-renovated parts of the Academy, with relic storage and disused caliber chambers. Toward the far end was a room locked securely, something he'd never seen before in this place. She scanned her identification papers. The door opened with a slow, mechanical sigh. Dust covered everything inside. Old data cores and test modules cluttered the space. A single table occupied the center, upon which rested a thick, transparent case. Inside the case was his lighter. She stepped aside. We've had it sealed, logged, and analyzed by 3 departments. Did you find out anything? They found that their species doesn't need power cells to be dangerous. He looked at the lighter for a moment. In the spotlight, it looked small, unthreatening. Harmless days, just metal. In memory. Why are you bringing me here? To return it? He looked at her in surprise. It doesn't become a weapon unless you choose to use it as one, she stated quietly. Besides, she continued, we have also updated our database. Flamethrower, a common primitive weapon. Its origin is human, and it is currently operational. She snorted softly. You're kidding. Her expression didn't change. I never joke. In lab records, Binnicourts. She handed him the lighter. He turned it in his palm, the weight. Familiar, eager, reassuring. He didn't open it. I still don't think you understand, he said quietly. All of them. Most species here are the product of structured evolution. Their conflicts were ordered, their wars governed by rules. But humans, he paused, letting his words hang in the air. We burned before we built. We killed before we cooperated. Fire came before tools and fear came before peace. She lowered her gaze. You suggest humanity's beginnings were darker. I suggest we escaped that darkness, leaving behind the undeniable marks of our journey. Burned marks, charred ruins, and the modifications, painstakingly etched into rusted helmet service stark reminders. She scrutinized him with an unwavering intensity. You don't speak how, cadets? He smiled faintly. You know my grades. I'm barely better than most cadets. There was a long silence. Then she went to the terminal, entered a command, and activated the room's war footage or historical statistics appeared, but a quiet meadow earth, normal gravity, trees swaying in the wind, and in the center a small campfire, its flame enclosed in a circle of stone. Sala. She gestured. Your species did that too. He watched the flame flicker. Yes, he said. We didn't just make weapons, we created. We did hate. Warmth stories light. He didn't interrupt her. Then she spoke again, almost hesitantly. I've watched. Let me guess. Exaggeration. No strategy. He glanced at it. They taught them something we couldn't. Kaya Stiechkont. That the force isn't always in the weapon. Sometimes it's in the choice not to use it. He looked back at the flame. The room was silent, except for the faint hum of the hollow projector. I didn't want to startle anyone, he said finally. When he left the lab, the lighter back in his pocket, he didn't go straight to his dorm, Wandandandam. Rather, he stood within the campus garden, then pulled a bench close and sat beneath the unfamiliar canopy of stars shining above. He kept staring up until the light shifted into the artificial dim twilight. Maris found him there again. Have you started another fire? She asked, dropping down onto the bench next to him. Not yet, she nodded toward his bag. Have you done it again? He asked, tapping it through the fabric. Yes, she was silent for a moment. Word has it, you startled a Dalkan general so thoroughly that he felt compelled to rewrite 5 training protocols. He demanded a demonstration. Marzus gave a short, sharp laugh. Only a human could have turned something as harmless as hairspray into a security risk. He turned to hear. You know what the worst part is? Not once did we do this, because we were either clever or violent. We did it because we had nothing else. She inclined her head. Rian pulled out the lighter and finally lit it. The flame was small, gentle, almost elegant. People didn't start war.
The metal walls of the Zephyrian battlecruiser hummed with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. In the crew quarters, alien soldiers from different worlds sat around tables made of crystalline material. The air tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere. Blue lights cast strange shadows on their faces as they talked and laughed. Crix, a saurian with green scales and yellow eyes, held up a small device that showed images from Earth. His clawed finger pointed at pictures of ancient human temples and statues. Look at this foolishness, he said, his voice making a hissing sound. These humans believed their ancestors were giants who could move mountains. The other soldiers leaned closer to see. Zek, a Vex with 6 arms and compound eyes that reflected the light like black mirrors, clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his kind. They tell stories about men who could fly without machines, he said, and women who could turn people to stone with just a look. Nala, a lumen whose body was made of living crystal that changed colors with her emotions, glowed a soft amber that meant amusement. The humans call them myths, she said, her voice ringing like distant chimes. But they treat these stories like they are real history. They build monuments to imaginary heroes. Crick scrolled through more images on his device, pictures of massive stone circles, pyramids that reached toward the sky, and carved faces on mountainsides filled the screen. They say their gods walked among them, he said, that these gods had the power to create and destroy worlds. But look at them now. They can barely leave their own planet. A group of Thrakari soldiers who looked like walking trees with bark-like skin and branch-like limbs rustled their leaves in agreement. One of them, named Groot, spoke in a voice like wind through a forest. Our scouts report that humans still read these old stories to their young ones. They pretend that ordinary men once fought monsters the size of ships. The funniest part, said Zek, is that they believe some humans had the power to see the future. They call them prophets. Yet they never saw us coming, did they? His laughter sounded like breaking glass. The soldiers around the table joined in the laughter. It was a sound that would have terrified any human who heard it. The mixing of hisses, clicks, chimes, and rustling created a noise like a storm made of anger. Crix put away his device and picked up a cup of glowing liquid. Tomorrow we reach their world, he said. The humans will learn the difference between myths and reality. We are their reality now. Nala's crystal body shifted to a deep red color that meant confidence. Our weapons can turn their cities to dust in minutes, she said. Our shields can stop anything they throw at us. What will their mythical heroes do against that? Nothing, said Groot, his leaves shaking with amusement. Because heroes only exist in stories. In the real world, the strong take what they want from the weak. Zek stood up and spread 4 of his 6 arms wide. The humans spent so much time dreaming about impossible things that they forgot to prepare for possible ones. Like us, the conversation turned to their battle plans. Each species had brought their best technology to this invasion. The Saurians had plasma weapons that could melt through any armor. The Vex had ships that could move faster than human eyes could track. The Lumens had energy shields that nothing could break. The Thrakari had weapons that could make plants grow so fast they would strangle entire cities. The human military is primitive, said Crix. They still use chemical explosives and metal bullets. Our scouts say their fastest ships take months to travel between their worlds. We can do it in days. They have no unity, added Nala. The humans are divided into hundreds of groups that fight each other constantly. They cannot work together even to save themselves. Zek pulled up tactical displays that showed Earth's major cities and military bases. Look at their defenses, he said. They point most of their weapons at each other instead of at the sky. They are so busy preparing to fight themselves that they forgot others might want to fight them. The alien soldiers studied the displays with professional interest. To them, Earth looked like a fruit waiting to be picked. Rich in resources, weak in defenses, and full of beings who spent more time creating fantasies than preparing for war. I wonder, said Groot, what stories they will tell about us after we defeat them. Will they say we were mythical creatures too? Will they pretend we had magic powers? Let them tell whatever stories they want, said Crix. Stories do not stop plasma fire. Stories do not turn away invasion fleets. Stories are what the weak tell themselves to feel better about being weak. An announcement echoed through the ship's communication system. All units prepare for final approach to target system. Arrival in 18 standard hours. The soldiers began to disperse to their assigned stations. As they walked through the corridors, they passed windows that showed the darkness of space. Somewhere ahead of them, a small blue world waited, unaware that its peace was about to end. In the command center, officers from all the allied species worked together to coordinate the attack. Maps of Earth covered the walls, marked with targets and troop movements. The plan was simple and brutal. First, they would destroy the humans' ability to fight back. Then they would demand surrender. If the humans refused, they would demonstrate their power by turning one of their cities into glass. The humans will break quickly, said General Thrak, a massive saurian with scars covering his scales. They have no experience fighting a real enemy. Their myths tell them that heroes always win in the end. They will learn that the universe does not care about their stories. But far below in the crew quarters, one figure remained seated long after the others had left. Commander Vex's Tar, an old Zephyrian with gray skin and tired eyes, stared at the images of human myths that still glowed on Crix's forgotten device. He had fought in more wars than any other being in the fleet. He had conquered worlds, crushed civilizations, and seen the rise and fall of species that thought themselves mighty. But something about the human stories troubled him in a way he could not explain. The images showed humans doing impossible things. Men lifting objects that should have crushed them. Women leading armies against overwhelming odds and winning. Warriors standing alone against monsters and emerging victorious. To his fellow soldiers, these were obviously fantasies. But Vextar had lived long enough to know that sometimes the line between myth and history was thinner than most people believed. Sometimes stories survived because they contained echoes of truth that people had forgotten. He touched the device's screen and watched the images cycle through again. Humans building structures that should have been impossible with primitive tools. Humans crossing vast distances without advanced technology. Humans accomplishing feats that even some advanced species would find challenging. Tomorrow we find out, he whispered to himself, whether these stories are lies or memories. The old commander stood up slowly and walked toward his quarters. Behind him, the device continued to show images of human achievements that his people had dismissed as fantasy. But deep in his mind, a thought grew like a seed planted in fertile soil. What if they were wrong about humanity? What if the myths were not just stories, but warnings about what humans could become when pushed too far? The ship continued its journey through space, carrying an invasion force toward a world that seemed helpless. But in one alien mind, doubt had begun to grow. And sometimes doubt was the first step toward understanding a truth that others had missed. The first alien ships appeared in Earth's sky just after dawn. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel, with a sound like thunder that rolled across every continent. The massive vessels hung in the atmosphere above major cities, their shadows turning day into twilight below. In the lead command ship, General Throck watched the tactical displays with satisfaction. His fleet of 1,200 vessels had taken position exactly as planned. Each ship was larger than the biggest human building, armed with weapons that could split mountains, and protected by shields that had never been broken. "Open communication channels to all human settlements," Throck ordered. His voice carried the authority of someone who had conquered 47 worlds. "Tell them to surrender immediately or face complete destruction." The message went out in every human language. It was simple and direct. Lay down your weapons, accept alien rule, and live as slaves. Refuse and watch your civilization burn. Throck expected the response to come within minutes. Every other species he had conquered had surrendered quickly when faced with such overwhelming force. The smart ones gave up immediately. The stubborn ones took a few hours to realize they had no choice. But none had ever taken longer than a day. The humans took 6 minutes to respond. When they did, the answer came from every human military base, government building, and communication center on the planet at the same time. No, that was it. Not a negotiation, not a request for terms, not a plea for mercy, just a simple, flat refusal that left the alien commanders staring at their screens in disbelief. "Run," the message again said Throck. Perhaps they did not understand. The surrender demand was broadcast a second time, with more detailed explanations of what would happen if the humans refused. Images of destroyed cities from other worlds were included to help the humans understand their situation. The response came faster this time. 3 minutes. Hell no. Throck's claws dug into the armrests of his command chair. In all his years of conquest, no species had ever responded with defiance when faced with certain death. It was not logical. It was not smart. It was not even brave. It was just stupid. "Begin the demonstration," he ordered. "Target the city called London. Reduce 1 square kilometer to ash. Show them what happens to those who refuse our mercy." The weapons charged with a whine that vibrated through the ship's hull, but before they could fire, something unexpected happened. Human ships began rising from the planet's surface. The alien sensors had detected these vessels before, but they had seemed so primitive that no one had worried about them. They were small, slow, and armed with weapons that seemed laughable compared to alien technology. Some of them still used chemical rockets for propulsion. "Incoming missiles," reported the sensor operator, a young Vex named Crick. "Estimated time to impact and wait." His compound eyes widened as he rechecked his instruments. "These readings cannot be correct. What is the problem?" demanded Throck. "The human missiles are accelerating beyond their theoretical maximum speed," said Crick. "They should not be able to move this fast with their primitive engines." Throck looked at the tactical display. The human weapons were indeed moving faster than they should have been able to, but they were still far too slow to threaten ships with shields and armor like his. "Let them come," he said. "Our shields will absorb their pitiful attacks, and then we will show them the difference between their primitive weapons and real power." The first human missiles struck the alien shields and exploded in brilliant flashes of light. The shields held easily, just as expected. But then something strange happened. More missiles arrived, and these seemed to have been modified somehow. They exploded not against the shields, but inside them. "How are they getting through our defenses?" demanded Throck. "Unknown," said Crick, his voice rising with panic. "The shields show no breaches, but the explosions are occurring within the protected area." Across the fleet, similar reports came in. Human weapons that should have been harmless were somehow finding ways through defenses that had never been penetrated. Alien ships began taking damage from attacks that should have been impossible. But the real shock came when the human pilots started demonstrating maneuvers that defied the laws of physics as the aliens understood them. Human fighters pulled turns that should have liquefied their pilots. They flew at speeds that should have torn their primitive ships apart. They performed combat maneuvers that veteran alien pilots swore were impossible. "How are they surviving those accelerations?" asked Nala, her crystal body flickering between colors as her emotions shifted rapidly between confusion and fear. "Human physiology cannot withstand forces like that," said Zek, watching his own squadron of Vex fighters struggle to keep up with human ships that should have been far inferior. Their bones should shatter. Their organs should rupture. They should be unconscious or dead. But the humans kept fighting, and they were not just surviving impossible conditions. They were thriving in them. Human pilots were laughing and shouting over their communication channels as they performed stunts that made alien veterans feel sick just watching. On the ground, the situation was even more confusing. Human military units that should have been crushed by the first alien landing were instead adapting and fighting back with tactics that seemed to come from nowhere. Alien forces that landed, expecting easy victory, found themselves facing enemies who seemed to know exactly how to counter every alien advantage. Human soldiers were using captured alien weapons within hours of first seeing them. Human engineers were reverse engineering alien technology in the field and building crude but effective copies. "This is impossible," said Groot, his bark-like skin turning darker with stress. "How can they understand our technology so quickly? It should take their primitive minds years to comprehend even the basic principles." But the humans were not just understanding alien technology, they were improving it. Within days of the invasion's start, human forces were using hybrid weapons that combined alien power sources with human engineering in ways that the aliens had never thought possible. The turning point came during the Battle of New York. Human forces had been pushed back to the city's center, surrounded by alien troops that outnumbered them 10 to 1, according to every tactical model the aliens had. The humans should have surrendered or been wiped out within hours. Instead, the human commander stood up in front of his surviving troops and gave a speech that was picked up by alien listening devices. "They think we're going to give up because they have better weapons," the human said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. "They think we'll break because they're stronger and faster and tougher than us. But they don't understand something important about human beings." He paused and looked around at the faces of his soldiers. Men and women who were exhausted, wounded, and facing certain death. But none of them looked afraid. "We've been telling stories about impossible victories for thousands of years," the commander continued. "About ordinary people doing extraordinary things when everything seemed hopeless. They think those stories are just fantasies. But maybe they're instructions. What happened next would be studied by alien military academicians for generations." The human forces launched an attack that should have been suicidal. They charged directly into superior firepower with inferior weapons and won. They did not just win, they won decisively, capturing alien equipment, taking prisoners, and driving back forces that had seemed unstoppable. They fought like people who had been preparing for this kind of battle their entire lives. Similar scenes played out across the planet. Human forces that should have been defeated were instead achieving victories that seemed to violate the basic laws of warfare. They were not just lucky. They were not just brave. They were displaying a level of skill and determination that the aliens had never encountered before. In the command ship, Throck stared at the reports flooding in from his ground commanders. Everyone told the same impossible story. Human resistance was not breaking. It was growing stronger. "Order all forces to withdraw to defensive positions," he said finally. "We need time to reassess the situation." For the first time in his long career of conquest, General Throck was forced to admit something that shook him to his core. The humans were not fighting like a primitive species facing superior technology. They were fighting like warriors who remembered how to win against impossible odds. But if that was true, it raised questions that Throck did not want to consider. Questions about who the humans really were, and what they might be capable of if they stopped thinking of themselves as helpless primitives and started remembering what their myths claimed they had once been. As night fell over the battlefield, both sides settled into an uneasy stalemate, but the balance had shifted. The aliens had come expecting an easy conquest and found themselves in a real war. And wars, as any human could have told them, were won not just by superior weapons, but by superior will. The humans had both. 3 weeks into what should have been a simple conquest, the alien invasion force was discovering that humans did not fight like any species they had encountered before. Every day brought new reports that challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about warfare, physics, and the limits of what living beings could accomplish. In the medical bay of the command ship, Dr. Siln, a Lumen physician whose crystal body normally glowed a calm blue, flickered rapidly between colors as she studied the data on her screens. The readings made no sense according to everything she had learned about biology and medicine. "Commander Vextar," she called to the old Zephyrian officer who had been visiting the wounded. "You need to see this." Vextar approached the medical displays with the slow, careful movement of someone who had lived through too many battles. "What have you found, Doctor?" "These are the biological readings we've managed to gather from human soldiers during combat," Ziln said, her voice ringing with confusion. "Look at these stress hormone levels. This adrenaline production, this cardiovascular activity." Vextar studied the numbers, his gray skin darkening as he realized what they meant. "These readings indicate that the humans should be dead." "Exactly," said Ziln. "According to every medical database we have, no biological system can sustain this level of stress response for more than a few minutes without catastrophic organ failure. But our field reports indicate that human soldiers are maintaining these levels for hours, sometimes days." She changed the display to show more data. "Look at this. Physical strength measurements. We have documented cases of individual human soldiers lifting debris that should require mechanical assistance. One human female lifted a piece of wreckage that weighed more than 3 times her own body mass. Equipment malfunction?" suggested Vextar, though his tone indicated he did not believe it. "We checked. Multiple times. The measurements are accurate." Ziln's crystal body shifted to a worried purple. "But it gets worse. Look at these cognitive assessments." The new data showed brain scans and problem-solving metrics. Vextar felt a cold feeling in his stomach as he read the numbers. "Human intelligence appears to increase under stress," Ziln continued. "Their brains show activity patterns that suggest they are processing information faster during combat than during peaceful conditions. They are literally becoming smarter the more desperate their situation becomes." Vextar thought about the battlefield reports he had been reading. Human forces that found themselves outnumbered and outgunned were consistently developing new tactics on the spot. They were taking alien weapons they had never seen before and figuring out how to use them within minutes. They were building defensive positions using wreckage and debris that somehow proved more effective than anything. "In the alien tactical manuals, there's more," said Ziln. "We've been monitoring their communications. The humans are sharing technical innovations across their entire planet in real time. A breakthrough made by one group of engineers is being implemented by soldiers on the other side of their world within hours. That level of coordination requires advanced communication networks," said Vextar. "That's just it. They're not using advanced networks. They're using the same primitive systems they had before we arrived. But somehow, they're making those systems perform at levels that should require technology far beyond their current capabilities." Vextar walked to the window that looked out at the planet below. Earth turned slowly beneath them, its surface dotted with the lights of human cities that should have been dark ruins by now. Instead, they burned brighter than ever, as if the invasion had awakened something that had been sleeping. In the engineering section of the ship, Chief Engineer Corks was having his own disturbing revelations. The massive Thrakari had spent the morning analyzing captured human equipment.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, "I think it's better this time," Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. "It's still vibrating," he noted. Is that structural?" Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band symbol, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive," the voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says Masters and Chains, joint custody." A sigh. The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It's still vibrating, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Canon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, The internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters and chains, joint custody." A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching 2 of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. "Still stocked," he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. "This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches?" "Sure," Raphael said. "Probably watches." Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words "Fresh Pizza Available" in bright green font. "Oh, no," Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, 2 long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. "Because," he said, "some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea." "It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity." Link frowned. "Is he wrong about Garfield, though?" The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. "Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings!" "Oh no," Stanley muttered. "It's already activated mimic mode." "Mimic what?" Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. "Cartoon logic." They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. "This is going to be awesome." The green thing, now 2 green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do they do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "to for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. "They save people." "That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza." Link blinked. "You mean they don't actually care about helping?" "No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch." Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. "So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box," Stanley said. "If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies." The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. "We sensed a Domino's," it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. "So, subplots." Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. "Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone." "How?" "I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked." "Did it?" "No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances." Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. "Hit it in the Roomba port." "Noted." As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. "Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. "Oh no," Stanley muttered, "the time rats." Link slowly turned. "Time? Rats? They're rats, right?" Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds, makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. What now? Raphael asked. They're stabilizing, Stanley said warily. Is that good? Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area. Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. Oh no, Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. You have the cheese wisdom, the green thing declared. No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice. The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone. Link grinned. Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology. The green thing extended a hand. To the kitchen temple! And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house? Raphael shrugged. Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again. They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to infinite cheese and your sauce is strong. He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. Just know this, he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all. Raphael saluted. So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings. Got it! Stanley groaned and turned on his side. You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave. Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. So I was thinking, no, Stanley mumbled. We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. There's a note next to it in the logs, Link continued. Says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy. Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings, Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt. I like trees, Raphael offered. I like zoning boards, Stanley growled. They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories. I'm just saying, Link added, if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band. Raphael gasped. Yes, emotional resonance concert. Stanley sat up abruptly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally. Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. This place smells like aromatherapy, Link said. Raphael inhaled. Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast? Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates, Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, We didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing, Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent, guilty, slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once diffused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it, it whispered. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this powers stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link, but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small, robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. All right, Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. New rule, we put the cube back to sleep. How? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean? Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot. By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled, Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered, But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. "I need a subplot," he said through gritted teeth. "One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes. Ends, wraps, resolves." Link blinked. "You mean like the emotional arc of a side character?" "Yes." Raphael perked up. "Ooh, I nominate Stanley." "No." "Yes," Link agreed. "The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love." "Shut up." "Maybe," Raphael said dreamily. "He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love." "I said shut up." The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, "No, I will not sing." The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. "Fine," Stanley growled. "Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break." He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled "Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird." With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, "Operation Gravy Phoenix." Link squinted. "That sounds edible?" "It wasn't," Stanley muttered. "It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected." "To the Soviets?" Raphael asked. "No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams." The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. "This was the mission that broke me," he said quietly. "They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. "You let her go," Link said. "I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding." The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. "I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird." The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. "Good job," Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. "Yeah," Link added. "No singing. That's a win." Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. "For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets." He didn't say a word. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. "I was gonna tap dance with my cheese." "Next time," Raphael promised. "Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension." The green thing gasped, "There is a dimension?" "Not yet, but give us time." That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. "So what did we learn today?" Raphael asked. "Don't push cubes that talk," Link said. "Don't ignore subplots," Stanley muttered. "Don't let aliens compose musicals," the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. "You guys hear that humming?" Stanley's head dropped into his hands. "Please," he said, muffled. "Please let it be a normal humming." From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. "You think it's the rats?" Link nodded. "Yup." "Time-traveling rats?" "Yup." Stanley didn't move. "I want to transfer," he whispered. "To where?" Raphael asked. "Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away." "The empathy chamber?" Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm gonna teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot, time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. "Hello, strange, creamy stranger," it announced. The agent froze. "What? I am the green thing," it said proudly. "What?" he repeated, slightly higher. "Would you like to see my sock collection?" He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all four eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. "Oh, you think that works on me?" It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. "This is worse than Antarctica," he muttered. He tapped his headset. "Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy?" Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. "Welcome," a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speakers system, "to the Jenkins Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering." A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. "Wait, what?" the agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. "I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor." "Yes," the agent exclaimed. "Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware," the hologram continued, "for he is always 1 floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now." The agent blinked. "Why would anyone program this?" The PA system flared again. "Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing." He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." "Okay," the agent said, stepping back. "This is not an actionable intelligence environment." Another announcement pinged in. "Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic." And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. "Stanley?" he called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. "Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. "Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him." The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had, for the most part, settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the Green Thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals, he had simply written in red marker, too late. So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update, agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. Wait, he's real? I thought that was a fever dream, Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years. It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin. Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the Green Thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." "Should we be worried?" Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. "I dunno," Raphael replied. "Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show?" "More organized," Stanley muttered. "That Spud has charisma." Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and don't tread on me, I'm mashed. Then suddenly, the Green Thing rolled in and declared, "This is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens." Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. "Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Janitor! Janitor!" He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. "You!" the agent shouted. "At last!" Stanley stepped forward. "You found me." The agent beamed. "Yes, finally. I have urgent." "Stanley!" yelled Link. "I need backup. This yam's got a grudge." Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone. Vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. "Was that?" Stanley nodded slowly. "Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense. Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. "Cheesy crackle pop, please." It vended a VHS tape labeled "How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps." He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first. Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead. Waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. "Status?" a voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. "Still, no motion. South vector stable." "Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes." Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanners saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. "Not your time," the man said, quiet, calm. "But you're here. That's enough." Hugh didn't lower the weapon. "Identify." "Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either, but here we are." Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. "We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one." Hugh's grip tightened. "Who is they?" "The ones who left us the tech, the ones who taught us to fight with it, the ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other." Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. "You're saying..." "I'm not saying. I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured, mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew?" Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. "I'm not the enemy," Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. "But I've worn their suit, once." The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. "You felt that?" Chance stood. Hugh nodded. "Barely." "They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch." When we grow too curious, too close, they seed a war. Hugh's breath slowed, so we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth. Chance gave a single nod. You see it now. The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. This is where I leave you. They've spotted me. Hugh stepped forward. Wait, how do I? But the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. You didn't sleep, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I did, just not all at once. Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. You ever wonder why the war doesn't end? Hugh nodded. All the time. Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region. Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. Hugh's heart stuttered. Then who? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. Exactly. Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. Don't. The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. You were never meant to hold that, it said, but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos. The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. You are not the virus, you are the vector. Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. The war was our fire. You are oxygen. Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers, not recorded, not logged. You heard them, didn't you? Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. We're not the first iteration, Griffin said. We're the first to remember. He laid back in the cot, staring at the too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machine tall, and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no essay visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. What is this? Hugh asked. Where it all starts, Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited. Waited for what? For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates. Hugh looked up. Time travel was their back door. Griffin nodded. Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication. With who? Not who. What? Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. She's been here longer than the war, Griffin said. Not alive. Not exactly. We think missions. And she led us? No, she made us. The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms. Hugh took a step back. She's not the only one, is she? Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean, vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. They watched, Griffin said. They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them. Hugh stepped closer. Why now? Why are we only seeing this now? Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back. Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk, do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know. Hugh took the capsule. And if I don't want to know? Griffin didn't flinch. You already do. You just don't remember. Outside, where the light should be, people moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half-functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the...
The alarm started as a soft beep. Then it became louder. Then it became a screaming wail that made Senior Monitor Maya Chen pushed her food tray along the metal rails, watching the strange colors and shapes of alien meals pass by her eyes. The cafeteria of Zenith Collegiate stretched out like a vast metal forest, filled with tables and chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some tables were low to the ground for species that crawled. Others reached up high for those with long necks or floating abilities. The air smelled like a mixture of flowers, burning metal, and something that reminded Maya of old gym socks. She had been at this school for 3 weeks now. 3 long weeks of sitting alone at her table in the omnivore section. The section was nearly empty most days. Maya had learned that most species who could eat both plants and meat chose to eat plants anyway. They looked at her like she was some kind of monster when she ate her protein bars or the synthetic chicken the food machines made for her. Earth had only joined the galactic community 8 months ago. The government had been so proud to send students to this famous university. Maya had jumped at the chance to study alien biology. She wanted to learn about the thousands of species that lived among the stars. But nobody had told her how lonely it would be. Nobody had warned her that other species would avoid her like she carried some terrible disease. The herbivore section took up half the cafeteria. Dozens of species sat together there, eating plants and laughing in their various ways. Some chirped, some hummed, some made sounds Maya's brain could not even process without her translator implant. The predator section sat on the far side, separated by a wide walking space. Large, dangerous-looking creatures sat there, eating meat and eyeing everyone else with calculating stares. And then there was the omnivore section, nearly empty except for Maya and a few others who sat as far from each other as possible. Maya found her usual table and sat down. She opened her meal container and pulled out a sandwich she had made that morning. Real bread from Earth Ingredients. Real peanut butter that her mom had sent in her last care package. It was one of the few things that made her feel less alone. She was halfway through her sandwich when she heard the crash. Maya looked up to see a small creature tumbling across the floor near the predator section. His tray had shattered, sending chunks of raw meat sliding across the clean white tiles. The creature was small, maybe the size of an 8-year-old human child. He looked like a wolf, but he walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. His fur was gray and patchy, missing in several spots. A long scar ran down his muzzle. His arms were too thin and his ribs showed through his sides. Behind him, 3 larger members of his species laughed. They had pushed him. Maya could see it in the way they stood, in their proud postures and cruel eyes. The small wolf creature dropped to his knees and began gathering the spilled food with shaking paws. His claws scraped against the floor. Maya watched as students from other tables glanced over, then quickly looked away. Nobody helped. Nobody even seemed to care. Maya's translator implant buzzed in her ear. It was picking up whispers from nearby tables. Words like runt and worthless and omega filtered through. Whatever those words meant in this context, they were not kind. The small creature's shoulders shook. Maya realized he was trying not to cry. She looked down at her sandwich. She looked at her apple. She looked at the protein bar she had saved for later. Then she looked back at the small wolf creature gathering spoiled meat from a dirty floor. Her roommate, a bird-like creature named Pip, had warned her many times. Do not interact with predator species. Do not break the social rules. Do not draw attention to yourself. Humans were already viewed as dangerous deathworlders. They came from a planet with heavy gravity, dangerous weather, and countless things that could kill them. Humans were survivors, and that made other species nervous. But Maya had not traveled across the stars to watch a child go hungry. She stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, and the sound echoed in the suddenly quiet cafeteria. Maya picked up her tray and walked toward the small creature. Maya Chen pushed her food tray along the metal rails, watching the strange colors and shapes of alien meals pass by her eyes. The cafeteria of Zenith Collegiate stretched out like a vast metal forest, filled with tables and chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some tables were low to the ground for species that crawled. Others reached up high for those with long necks or floating abilities. The air smelled like a mixture of flowers, burning metal, and something that reminded Maya of old gym socks. She had been at this school for 3 weeks now. 3 long weeks of sitting alone at her table in the omnivore section. The section was nearly empty most days. Maya had learned that most species who could eat both plants and meat chose to eat plants anyway. They looked at her like she was some kind of monster when she ate her protein bars or the synthetic chicken the food machines made for her. Earth had only joined the galactic community 8 months ago. The government had been so proud to send students to this famous university. Maya had jumped at the chance to study alien biology. She wanted to learn about the thousands of species that lived among the stars, but nobody had told her how lonely it would be. Nobody had warned her that other species would avoid her like she carried some terrible disease. The herbivore section took up half the cafeteria. Dozens of species sat together there, eating plants and laughing in their various ways. Some chirped. Some hummed. Some made sounds Maya's brain could not even process without her translator implant. The predator section sat on the far side, separated by a wide walking space. Large, dangerous-looking creatures sat there, eating meat and eyeing everyone else with calculating stares. And then there was the omnivore section. Nearly empty except for Maya and a few others who sat as far from each other as possible. Maya found her usual table and sat down. She opened her meal container and pulled out a sandwich she had made that morning. Real bread from Earth Ingredients. Real peanut butter that her mom had sent in her last care package. It was one of the few things that made her feel less alone. She was halfway through her sandwich when she heard the crash. Maya looked up to see a small creature tumbling across the floor near the predator section. His tray had shattered, sending chunks of raw meat sliding across the clean white tiles. The creature was small, maybe the size of an 8-year-old human child. He looked like a wolf, but he walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. His fur was gray and patchy, missing in several spots. A long scar ran down his muzzle. His arms were too thin and his ribs showed through his sides. Behind him, 3 larger members of his species laughed. They had pushed him. Maya could see it in the way they stood, in their proud postures and cruel eyes. The small wolf creature dropped to his knees and began gathering the spilled food with shaking paws. His claws scraped against the floor. Maya watched as students from other tables glanced over, then quickly looked away. Nobody helped. Nobody even seemed to care. Maya's translator implant buzzed in her ear. It was picking up whispers from nearby tables. Words like runt and worthless and omega filtered through. Whatever those words meant in this context, they were not kind. The small creature's shoulders shook. Maya realized he was trying not to cry. She looked down at her sandwich. She looked at her apple. She looked at the protein bar she had saved for later. Then she looked back at the small wolf creature gathering spoiled meat from a dirty floor. Her roommate, a bird-like creature named Pip, had warned her many times. Do not interact with predator species. Do not break the social rules. Do not draw attention to yourself. Humans were already viewed as dangerous deathworlders. They came from a planet with heavy gravity, dangerous weather, and countless things that could kill them. Humans were survivors, and that made other species nervous. But Maya had not traveled across the stars to watch a child go hungry. She stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, and the sound echoed in the suddenly quiet cafeteria. Maya picked up her tray and walked toward the small creature. Her translator began buzzing warning messages in her ear. Social hierarchy violation detected. Interspecies contact not recommended. Predator species protocols being breached. Maya ignored it. She knelt down beside the small wolf creature. Up close, she could see that his fur was not just patchy but scarred. Burns, maybe, or chemical damage. His eyes were a startling yellow color, and they went wide with fear when he saw her. "Hey," Maya said softly. "Are you okay?" The creature scrambled backward, dropping the meat he had gathered. His translator collar spoke in a growling voice that did not match his small size. "Stay back, lesser species. This one does not need your pity." Maya knew a recorded message when she heard one. The words were formal and stiff. Someone had programmed that response into his translator. She wondered if he even understood what it said. "I'm not offering pity," Maya said. She sat down on the floor, cross-legged, and placed her tray between them. "I'm offering lunch. You're hungry. I have extra. No strings attached." The creature stared at her, then at the food, then back at her. His nose twitched, and she could hear his stomach growl from where she sat. "What is your designation?" his translator asked, though this time the voice sounded more like his own. "My name is Maya. What's yours?" "This one is called Krush." He pronounced it with a rolling growl that her translator struggled to copy. "This one is not permitted to accept charity from lesser species. Pack law forbids it." Maya looked at the spilled meat on the floor. She looked at the larger wolves in the predator section, watching with cold eyes. She looked at Krush's thin frame and trembling paws. "I don't know much about pack law," Maya said, "but I know that nobody should have to eat food off the floor when someone else has extra to share. Please take half my sandwich. Take the apple." "I'm not very hungry anyway." That was a lie. Maya was always hungry. Earth's gravity was heavier than the station's artificial gravity, and her body burned calories quickly trying to adjust. But looking at Krush, she knew he needed the food more than she did. Krush looked at the food for a long moment. His paw reached out slowly, carefully, like he expected Maya to snatch it away. When she did not move, he grabbed half the sandwich and brought it to his mouth. He ate quickly, desperately, barely chewing. Maya quietly pushed the apple toward him, and he took that too. They sat in silence while he ate. Maya became aware that the entire cafeteria had gone quiet. Hundreds of eyes watched them. She could feel the weight of their stares like a physical pressure on her back. When Krush finished eating, he looked at Maya with those yellow eyes. "Why?" he asked simply. Maya smiled. "Because you needed it. That's all." She stood up, collected her tray, and walked back to her table. She did not look at the predator section. She did not look at any of the staring faces. She just sat down and finished her water like nothing strange had happened. But something strange had happened. Maya just did not know it yet. That night, her roommate Pip flew in circles around their small dorm room, feathers puffed up in distress. "You have made a terrible mistake," Pip chirped frantically. Predator species do not forget debts. They do not forget insults. You have humiliated their pack in public by showing kindness to their lowest member. They will come for you, Maya. They will come, and I do not know what they will do. Maya lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. She thought about Krush's scared eyes. She thought about his thin body and scarred fur. She thought about the way he had eaten like he had not had a real meal in days. "Then let them come," Maya said quietly. "I'd do it again." Outside her window, the stars turned slowly as the station orbited the neutral world below. Somewhere in those stars was Earth, her home, impossibly far away. Maya closed her eyes and hoped she had not just made the biggest mistake of her life. She had no way of knowing that in the predator section of the dormitories, 7 adult Vakrians were holding a meeting that would change everything. She had no way of knowing that her simple act of kindness had invoked an ancient law older than human civilization. She had no way of knowing that tomorrow morning nothing would ever be the same again. Maya Chen fell asleep thinking about a scared little wolf creature and wondering if he would be okay. She did not dream of honor or ancient debts or blood oaths. She just hoped that Krush would have a better tomorrow than he had today. That hope, simple and human and kind, was about to shake the foundations of galactic society. But for now, Maya just slept, exhausted from another lonely day at Zenith Collegiate. unaware that her loneliness was about to end in the most spectacular way possible. Maya had not slept well. Pip's worried chirping had kept her awake for hours, and when she finally did sleep, she dreamed of yellow eyes and growling voices. Now she stood outside the cafeteria entrance, trying to gather her courage to go inside. Her stomach was empty and complaining, but her mind was full of worry. She pushed through the door and stopped dead in her tracks. 7 massive Vakrians stood around her usual table. They were not sitting. They stood in a semicircle formation, like soldiers at attention. Each one was at least 2 meters tall, with thick fur and muscled bodies that spoke of strength and violence. Their fur was marked with scars, some old and faded, others more recent. These were not students. These were warriors. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Not the usual quiet of students eating and studying. This was the silence of prey animals freezing when a predator appears. Maya could see students from the herbivore section pressed against the far walls. Even other predator species had moved their tables back, creating a wide, empty space around the Vakrians. Maya's translator began buzzing emergency protocols in her ear. Threat level critical. Predator pack formation detected. Recommend immediate evacuation. Security has been notified, but Maya could not move. Her legs felt frozen to the floor. Her heart hammered in her chest so hard, she thought everyone in the room must be able to hear it. This was it. Pip had been right. They had come for her. The largest Vakrian stepped forward. She was female, Maya thought, though it was hard to tell with the species. Her fur was gray like storm clouds, and a jagged scar ran from her left eye down to her jaw. She wore what looked like military insignia on a band around her upper arm. When she moved, the others shifted to maintain their formation. This was their leader. The leader spoke, and Maya's translator struggled with the words. The language was formal, archaic, full of grammatical structures that made no sense in standard galactic common. The translator kept buffering, trying to find equivalent meanings. Human Maya Chen, the leader said, her voice deep and rumbling. You have performed an act that invokes ancient law. You have fed the lowest of our pack without demanding submission. You have shown kindness without asserting dominance. You have protected the weak when you had no obligation to do so. These actions fall under the Blood Debt Protocol, established in the time before our people reached the stars. Maya's mouth was dry. She tried to speak but could only make a small squeaking sound. The leader continued. I am Shara, Alpha of the 7th Blood Pack, veteran of the Border Wars, guardian of the weak. These are my warriors. She gestured to the 6 Vakrians behind her. We have come to answer the debt. Maya finally found her voice. I don't understand. I just shared my lunch. I didn't mean to invoke anything. Shara's ears twitched in what might have been amusement. Ignorance of law does not negate the law, but your ignorance makes the act more pure. You did not help young Kirsch for honor or debt. You helped him because he was hungry and you had food. This is the highest form of alpha kindness. Alpha kindness? Maya repeated, confused. One of the other Vakrians stepped forward. He was younger than Shara, with dark brown fur and intelligent eyes. His translator spoke in a smoother tone. Allow me to explain in terms your species might understand. In Vakrian society, we have strict pack hierarchy. The strong eat first. The weak eat last. The Omega, the lowest rank, often does not eat at all. This creates strength through competition. That's cruel, Maya said before she could stop herself. The young Vakrian's ears perked up. Yes, it is. But it is our way. It has been our way for thousands of years. An alpha, a pack leader, has the power to override the system. An alpha can choose to feed the Omega, protecting them from the pack's cruelty. But this comes at a cost. The alpha must be strong enough to defend that choice. Do you understand? Maya nodded slowly. You're saying that by feeding Kirsch I acted like an alpha, and now your pack thinks I'm claiming leadership or something? Shara made a sound that might have been a laugh. No, human. We are saying you acted like an alpha while being physically weak. You showed the greatest form of courage. You protected one of ours when you had no strength to back up that protection. You risked retaliation to feed a hungry child. This invokes the Blood Debt Protocol. What does that mean? Maya asked, though part of her was afraid to know. Shara turned to the 6 warriors behind her. As one, they all dropped to one knee. The movement was synchronized, military precise. Shara remained standing but placed her right paw over her heart. It means we acknowledge the debt, Shara said formally. Maya Chen of Earth, you have shown alpha kindness to Kirsch of the 7th Blood Pack. By ancient law, we are obligated to guard your territory and ensure your safety. We will protect your eating space from all threats. We will ensure you never eat in fear or danger. This oath we swear in blood and honor, until the debt is repaid or our lives are ended." Maya stared at them. Her brain struggled to process what was happening. "You're going to guard my table? In the cafeteria?" "Yes," Shara said simply. "Because I gave a kid half my sandwich? Because you saw worth in the worthless. Because you showed kindness to one who had only known cruelty. Because you are what all alphas should be, but few ever achieve." Shara's yellow eyes locked onto Maya's brown ones. "You are pack now, human sister, and we protect our pack." A small figure emerged from behind Shara's legs. Kirsch looked different than he had yesterday. Someone had cleaned his fur and treated his wounds. He wore new clothes, simple but well made. He looked healthier, less afraid. When he saw Maya, his tail began to wag before he caught himself and stopped it. Kirsch walked forward and dropped to both knees in front of Maya. He spoke in halting, careful English rather than using his translator. The words were practiced, memorized with great effort. "You are packed now, human sister. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for being kind when others were cruel. I am yours to command." Maya felt tears burning in her eyes. She knelt down so she was at Kirsch's level and put a hand on his shoulder. "You don't have to command anything. You don't owe me anything. I just wanted to help." "I know," Kirsch said, switching back to his translator. "That is why the debt is real. That is why we honor you." The cafeteria erupted. Students began talking all at once in dozens of languages. Maya's translator could not keep up with all the voices. She caught fragments of conversation. "The human commands predators. Did you see them kneel? What kind of death world or magic is this? I heard humans can control minds. Maybe we should avoid her." Maya looked around at all the staring faces and felt overwhelmed. She had just wanted to help a hungry kid. She had not wanted this. She had not wanted to be some kind of symbol or leader or whatever they thought she was now. Shara seemed to sense her distress. "Come, human sister. Sit and eat. We will guard you as we have sworn. Ignore the others. They will learn." Maya nodded numbly and walked to her table. She sat down in her usual chair. The 7 Vakrians took up positions around her, creating a protective circle. They did not sit. They stood watch, eyes scanning the cafeteria for threats that did not exist. Maya pulled out her lunch with shaking hands. She had packed extra today, worried she would be too nervous to eat breakfast. Now she was glad she had. She pulled out a second sandwich and held it up to Kirsch. "Hungry?" she asked. Kirsch's tail wagged again, and this time he did not try to stop it. He sat down across from Maya and took the sandwich carefully. Yes, always hungry. They ate together while the rest of the cafeteria whispered and stared. Maya tried to ignore it. She tried to pretend this was normal. But how could anything be normal when she had 7 warrior aliens guarding her like she was royalty? Across the cafeteria near the herbivore section, a tall reptilian creature watched with calculating eyes. His scales were bright blue and green, and he wore ornate markings that indicated high status among his people. His name was Veskith, and he was not pleased with what he was seeing. "Not pleased at all, this cannot stand," he hissed to his companions. "A human barely here a month commanding the respect of predator warriors? This disrupts the natural order. This threatens everything we have built." His companion, a smaller reptile with nervous eyes, shifted uncomfortably. "What can we do? The blood debt protocol is ancient law. Even our people recognize it." Veskith's eyes narrowed. "Then we will force the human to prove she deserves such honor. We will challenge her in the trials of merit. We will show everyone that humans are nothing special. We will expose her as weak and unworthy, and the blood debt will be broken." Back at Maya's table, she was unaware of the plotting happening across the room. She was too busy listening to Kirsch talk about his studies, his attempts to learn Earth languages, his dreams of becoming a xenobiologist like Maya wanted to be. They talked about their favorite foods and the strange differences between their species. They laughed about the confusion of having so many different species in one place. For the first time since arriving at Zenith Collegiate, Maya did not feel alone. She had a friend. She had protectors. She had somehow stumbled into becoming part of something bigger than herself. She looked up at Shara, who stood watch with patient vigilance. "Thank you," Maya said quietly. Shara's ears twitched. "Do not thank us yet, human sister. The debt has been acknowledged, but the consequences are just beginning." You have made powerful. 1 week had passed since the Vakrian pack had sworn their oath. 1 week of eating lunch with 7 massive warriors standing guard around her table. 1 week of whispers and stares and nervous students giving her a wide space in the hallways. Maya was exhausted by all the attention, but at least she was not lonely anymore. Krish had become her constant companion. He walked with her between classes, carrying extra books when her human arms got tired in the station's lower gravity. He introduced her to other students, though most were too nervous to talk to the human who commanded predator warriors. He taught her Vakrian words and customs, and she taught him about Earth and human culture. They became friends in the truest sense of the word, but the attention was getting worse, not better. Students from peaceful species now avoided the cafeteria entirely during lunch hours. Some had filed formal complaints with the university administration about feeling unsafe. Others had started eating in their dorm rooms rather than risk being near Maya and her guards. The predator species students had a different reaction. They had begun showing Maya subtle signs of respect. A nod when passing in the hallway, a step aside to let her through doorways first, small gestures that her translator identified as markers of status recognition. Maya did not want status. She just wanted to study xenobiology and maybe make some friends. Instead, she had become some kind of celebrity or symbol or whatever they thought she was. Today, everything changed. Maya was walking to her afternoon physics class with Krish bouncing along beside her when 3 large figures stepped into her path. They were Zelkathi, the reptilian species she had seen watching her in the cafeteria. Their scales gleamed blue and green under the station's artificial lights. They wore elaborate sashes marked with symbols that her translator identified as academic and family honors. The leader was the tallest, with scales so bright they almost hurt to look at. His translator spoke in a hissing accent that gave his words an edge of menace. "Maya Chen of Earth, we require words with you." Maya stopped walking. Krish immediately moved closer to her side, his ears flattened against his head in a clear warning posture. "What do you want?" Maya asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "You have disrupted the natural order of this institution," the Zelkathi leader said. His name tag identified him as Veskith. "You arrive here claiming to be a student, yet you command warriors like some kind of warlord. You manipulate proud species with your Death Worlder tricks. This cannot continue." "I haven't manipulated anyone," Maya protested. "I just shared my lunch with someone who was hungry. I didn't ask for any of this." "Lies come easily to humans, I hear," Veskith said, moving closer. "Your species is known for deception and treachery. You pretend weakness while hiding strength. You act kind while planning conquest. We Zelkathi are not fooled by your games." Maya felt anger rising in her chest. She had been patient for a week. She had endured the stares and whispers. She had tried to go about her life despite the chaos her kindness had caused. But she was tired of being called a liar and manipulator when all she had done was help someone. "What do you want from me?" Maya asked, her voice sharper now. Veskith's eyes gleamed. "I challenge you to prove your worthiness. If you truly deserve the respect of warrior species, if you truly have earned the blood debt of the Vakrian pack, then prove it. Face the trials of merit. Show the entire university that humans are worthy of the status you claim." "I don't claim any status," Maya said. "I just want to go to class." "Then you refuse the challenge?" Veskith asked, his voice full of mock disappointment. "How convenient. The mighty human who commands warriors is actually a coward who hides behind others' strength," Krish growled, a sound that started deep in his chest. "You insult Pack Sister. You break honor code by challenging one under blood debt protection." "The blood debt only applies to physical threats," Veskith countered. "The trials of merit are a test of worth, not violence. The human may refuse if she wishes, but then everyone will know the truth. She is weak and unworthy. The blood debt was given in error." Maya looked at Krish's worried face. She thought about Shara and the other warriors who had sworn to protect her. She thought about what it would mean if she refused. The pack would be shamed. Their oath would be questioned. All because she had been kind to a hungry child. "What are the trials of merit?" Maya asked. Veskith's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. 5 competitions designed by different species to test strength, intelligence, adaptability, and honor. Each trial showcases the best qualities of the species that designed it. Compete in all 5. If you place respectably in any of them, your status is proven. If you fail, you admit that humans are weak and unworthy of the respect you have been given. Maya's hands were shaking. She was not an athlete. She was not a fighter. She was a 19-year-old biology student who got anxious speaking in front of classes. How could she possibly compete in trials designed by species that had evolved for thousands of years on different worlds with different conditions? But looking at Kirsch at his worried yellow eyes and scared expression, Maya made her decision. Fine, I accept your challenge. When are these trials? 3 days from now, Veskith said. In the central arena. The entire university will watch. Prepare yourself, human. We will show everyone what your species truly is. The three Zelkadi walked away, their tails swishing behind them in what her translator identified as satisfaction. Maya stood frozen in the hallway as students flowed around her, whispering and staring. What had she just done? Pack sister, Kirsch said quietly. You should not have accepted. The trials are impossible for your species. Each one is designed to favor the species that made it. No single species can succeed at all 5. Then I'll fail trying, Maya said, trying to sound braver than she felt. I can't let your pack be shamed because of me. That night, Shara and the other warriors came to Maya's dorm room. They barely fit in the small space, their large bodies making the room feel tiny. Pip had fled to a friend's room the moment they arrived, too nervous to be around so many predators. You should not have accepted, Shara said, echoing Kirsch's words. The trials are designed to be impossible. They will test you in ways that favor species much stronger and faster than humans. I know, Maya said, but I couldn't refuse. It would have made you all look bad. The young brown-furred Vakrian named Torvin spoke up. We could have fought for you. Kirsch could compete in your place. The rules allow for pack representation. Maya shook her head. No. If I'm going to be judged as a human, then I should be the one standing there. I won't hide behind others. Shara studied Maya for a long moment. Then she made a rumbling sound that might have been approval. You have the spirit of a warrior, even if your body is small and soft. Very well. If you will fight this battle, then we will help you prepare. We have 3 days. Let us not waste them. The next 3 days were the hardest of Maya's life. Shara and the pack taught her everything they could about the other species who would be competing. They explained weaknesses and strengths. They showed her how to observe and adapt. They pushed her to her physical limits and then pushed harder. Torvin was the most helpful. He had studied military tactics and strategy for years. The trials are not about being the strongest, he explained, as Maya collapsed after her 10th lap around the dorm exercise track. They are about being the smartest. Each species will play to their strengths. You must find ways to use their strengths against them. How? Maya gasped, her lungs burning. By being human, Torvin said. Your species evolved on a death world. You survived by being adaptable, by working together, by never giving up. These are your weapons. Use them. Krarsh brought her research materials about the competing species. The Zelkathi were fast and had excellent reflexes. The Korthians were incredibly strong, their silicon-based biology making them nearly indestructible. The Aralas could manipulate air currents and fly. The deepwater Krell could breathe multiple atmosphere types. Each species had evolved perfect adaptations for their homeworld. Humans had evolved to survive everything their terrible planet threw at them. Maya studied late into the nights. She watched videos of previous trials. She read about human evolution, about persistence hunting, about the unique advantages her species had developed. She learned that humans could regulate their temperature through sweating, something most species could not do. She learned that human endurance was legendary, that her ancestors had literally chased prey to death by outlasting them. She learned that humans were generalists, able to adapt to almost any environment rather than specializing in one. On the night before the trials, Maya could not sleep. She stood by her window looking out at the stars, thinking about Earth somewhere out there in the darkness. She thought about her grandfather who had taken her hiking every summer. He had taught her to keep going when her legs hurt and her lungs burned. Pain is temporary, he always said, but giving up lasts forever. Kirsch found her standing there. He sat down beside her without speaking. After a long silence, he said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course," Maya said. "My family died when I was very young. The pack took me in because Tiara." The central arena of Zenith Collegiate was enormous. Maya stood at the entrance, staring at the massive space that could hold thousands of students. Tiers of seats rose up in circles, already filling with spectators from dozens of species. Floating cameras drifted through the air, recording everything. Her translator informed her that the trials were being broadcast across multiple systems. Millions would watch. Maya wanted to throw up. She wore simple human athletic clothes, stretchy pants, and a light shirt that let her move freely. Compared to the other champions, she looked tiny and underprepared. The Zelkathi wore scaled armor. The Korthian was a walking mountain of silicon-based muscle. The Aralis had wings that spanned 3 meters. The Deepwater Krell wore a moisture suit that kept their skin wet. And then there was Maya. Small, soft, scared Maya Chen from Earth. Shara and the pack stood behind her in the preparation area. Krish bounced nervously at her side. "You can still withdraw," Shara said quietly. "No one would fault you." "Yes, they would," Maya said. "And I'd fault myself. Let's get this over with." A voice boomed across the arena in multiple languages. The announcer explained the rules. 5 trials, each designed by a different species. Points awarded based on placement. The champion with the most total points would win overall. But respect would be given to anyone who placed well in any trial. It was possible to lose while still proving your worth. Maya hoped she could at least do that much. The first trial was the Zelkathi Maze. A 3-dimensional structure materialized in the center of the arena, all shifting walls and moving platforms and obstacles that changed position. The goal was simple: reach the center and ring the bell. The fastest time won. Veskith stepped up to the starting line with Maya and 3 other champions. His scales gleamed in the arena lights. He looked at Maya with cold eyes and said nothing. He did not need to. His presence said enough. The starting signal sounded. Veskith launched forward like a bolt of lightning. The other champions followed, each using their species' natural advantages. Maya ran after them, her human legs pumping as fast as they could. Within seconds, she had lost sight of all of them. The maze was designed for speed and reflexes. Walls shifted just as you reached them. Platforms dropped away under your feet. Obstacles swung out from hidden panels. It was chaos and confusion, and Maya was completely lost within the first minute. But Maya had spent 3 days studying recordings of this trial. She had learned something important. The maze had patterns. The walls shifted in sequences. The obstacles followed timing mechanisms. If you were fast enough, you did not need to learn the patterns. But if you were slower, you could use them. Maya stopped running blindly. She pulled out a marker from her pocket and made a quick symbol on the wall. Then she moved carefully, watching the walls, counting the seconds between shifts. When a wall moved, she marked the new position. When a platform dropped, she noted how long before it returned. The other champions were already finishing. She could hear bells ringing in the distance. But Maya kept working, mapping the maze as she went. It was slow and frustrating, but it was what humans did. They observed. They learned. They adapted. When Maya finally reached the center and rang the bell, she finished 3rd out of 5 champions. Veskith had won with a blistering time. But Maya had not come in last, and more importantly, she had shown human problem-solving in action. The crowd murmured with surprise. The small human had not collapsed in failure. She had found her own way through. The second trial was the Korthian strength test. Massive weighted blocks sat on one side of the arena. Champions had to move them to the other side. The Korthian champion picked up his block like it weighed nothing and walked it across. Other champions struggled and strained. Maya looked at her assigned block. It was as tall as she was and probably weighed more than a small car. She tried to lift it. It did not move even slightly. She tried to push it, nothing. She tried to pull it. Still nothing. The crowd began to laugh. Not cruel laughter, but the kind of laughter that comes when something is absurd. A tiny human trying to move a block that even strong species struggled with. It was comical. Maya sat down and thought. The rules said the blocks had to be moved to the other side. They did not say how. They did not say you had to carry them. They just had to be moved. She stood up and examined the arena floor. It was smooth and slightly slanted. She examined the block's shape. It was rectangular with rounded edges. And then Maya smiled. She went to the equipment storage at the edge of the arena and found what she was looking for. Maintenance tools, including a long metal bar. She brought the bar back to her block and wedged it underneath one edge. Then she used the principle of leverage that her grandfather had taught her during their hikes when they needed to move fallen logs. The block tilted up onto one edge. Maya pushed and it began to roll. Not quickly, not easily, but it moved. She rolled it across the arena floor. using physics and simple machines instead of raw strength. It took her 3 times as long as anyone else, but she got her block to the other side. She finished 4th out of 5. But the crowd was not laughing anymore. They were talking excitedly. The human had used her brain to overcome her weakness. She had turned a strength test into a puzzle and solved it. Death Worlder ingenuity, they called it. The ability to look at a problem and find solutions that others missed. The third trial was the atmospheric challenge. Competitors had to complete tasks in chambers with different atmospheres, temperatures, and pressures. Each champion would face the environment most opposite to their home world. For the Aeralis, a high-pressure water chamber. For the Krell, a dry heat environment. For Maya, they chose a chamber with thin air, high heat, and low humidity. Most species were adapted for specific environments. Their bodies worked best in conditions similar to their homeworld. Too much deviation and they became weak and sluggish. But humans had evolved as persistence hunters who chased prey across deserts and mountains, and every environment their terrible planet offered. Human bodies could adapt. Maya stepped into the chamber. The heat hit her like a physical blow. The air was so thin she could barely breathe. Other champions had already started failing their challenges. The Korthian could not function in high cold. The Aeralis struggled in heavy gravity. Species built for one perfect environment could not handle extremes. But Maya's body did something amazing. She started to sweat. The moisture evaporating from her skin cooled her body, a biological adaptation that few other species possessed. Her lungs worked harder, pulling what oxygen they could from the thin air. Her heart rate increased, pumping blood and oxygen more efficiently. Her human body, built by millions of years of surviving Earth's chaos, adapted in real time. The task was to assemble a complex puzzle while in the chamber. Maya's hands shook from the heat and thin air. Her head pounded from altitude sickness, but she kept working, piece by piece, step by step, never stopping, never giving up. The human way. When she finished and stumbled out of the chamber, gasping and drenched in sweat, the timer showed she had beaten everyone except the Krell, whose species specialized in multi-environment adaptation. 2nd place. A human had won her first medal. The crowd erupted. Even species that had avoided Maya in the cafeteria were cheering. She had proven that humans were not just clever, they were physically special too. Their adaptability was not just mental, it was built into their very biology. The 4th trial was the endurance hunt, a 20-kilometer course with obstacles designed to test stamina over pure speed. Most species were built for explosive power, quick sprints, fast reactions, short bursts of incredible ability. This made sense for survival. Chase prey quickly or run from predators fast. But humans had evolved differently. Humans had evolved to chase prey for hours, to track animals until they collapsed from exhaustion, to run at a steady pace that never stopped, never slowed, just kept going until nothing else could keep going. Persistence hunting, the uniquely human ability to simply outlast everything else. The starting signal fired. Champions burst forward at incredible speeds. The Zelkathi shot ahead. The Aeralis flew above obstacles. The Korthian crashed through barriers. Maya started at a steady jog. Within 5 kilometers, the faster species began to slow. Their muscles burned lactic acid. Their bodies overheated. They had sprinted too hard, too fast. They needed to stop and recover. But Maya just kept jogging. Her breathing was steady. Her pace never changed. She passed the Aeralis, who had landed to rest, wings cramping from overuse. She passed the Korthian, who had overheated and needed to cool down. At kilometer 15, only 3 champions were still moving. The deepwater Krell was ahead. Their species built for long-distance swimming translated well to endurance. Veskith was second, pushing himself through sheer willpower and pride. And Maya was third, still jogging at the same steady pace she had started with. At kilometer 18, Veskith collapsed. His reptilian biology could not sustain the effort. His body simply shut down. He would recover, but he was done. That left Maya and the Krell. The final 2 kilometers were agony. Every muscle in Maya's body screamed. Her lungs burned. Her feet were blistered inside her shoes. Her body begged her to stop, to rest, to give up. But Maya thought about her grandfather's words. Pain is temporary. Giving up lasts forever. She thought about Kirsch's yellow eyes trusting her. Maya woke up in the medical center with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her body ached in ways she had not known were possible. Every muscle screamed protest when she tried to move. Her translator implant was buzzing with hundreds of messages, but she ignored them all. She just wanted to sleep for a week. You are awake. Good. Shara's deep voice came from beside the bed. The large Vakrian sat in a chair that looked far too small for her massive frame. You collapsed after the trials. We carried you here. The doctors say you are fine, just exhausted. Humans apparently push their bodies to dangerous limits. Did I win? Maya asked, her voice rough. You placed in every trial. You won the respect of every species present. You showed the galaxy what humans are capable of. Does it matter that Veskith scored more points overall? Maya thought about it and smiled. No, I guess it doesn't. Then rest, Pack Sister. You have earned it. But rest was hard to come by. Over the next few hours, a steady stream of visitors arrived. Kirsch brought her favorite foods from Earth that he had somehow found in the station's massive storage. Pip came with flowers and apologies for being scared. Students she had never met stopped by to congratulate her or ask for autographs. The university chancellor himself visited, speaking formally about how proud the institution was to have her. The most surprising visitor came in the evening. Veskith entered the medical room, his bright scales somehow looking less intimidating in the soft light. He approached Maya's bed and stood silently for a moment before speaking. I must apologize, he said stiffly. I challenged you out of pride and prejudice. I believed humans were using tricks to gain status they had not earned. I was wrong. Your species may be young in the stars, but you possess qualities that many older species have lost. You have my respect, Maya-Chen, and my friendship if you will accept it. Maya looked at the reptilian who had caused her so much stress and saw genuine regret in his eyes. She thought about holding a grudge, but that seemed pointless now. Friends don't usually try to humiliate each other in public trials, but I guess we can start fresh. Apology accepted. Veskith's posture relaxed visibly. Thank you. And I must tell you something else. Earth's ambassadors are very pleased with you. Your trials were broadcast across multiple systems. Billions watched you compete. Already dozens of species have requested formal meetings with human representatives. Your performance has changed how the galaxy views your people. I just didn't want to let my friends down, Maya said quietly. That is precisely why it worked, Veskith replied. You did not compete for glory or status. You competed for others. That is a very human thing, I think. And it is beautiful. After Veskith left, Shara returned with news. The pack has made a decision. We wish to formally adopt you as blood sister. Not just the oath of protection, but true pack membership. This is rare, very rare. No off-worlder has ever been offered this honor. Maya felt tears in her eyes. What does that mean? It means you are family. It means you will always have a place with us. It means we will defend you, teach you, guide you as one of our own, and in return you will honor the pack and help us grow stronger. Shara's yellow eyes were soft. You already do this last part. You have made Krish stronger. You have reminded us what true alpha kindness looks like. Will you accept? Yes, Maya said without hesitation. I would be honored. The ceremony happened 3 days later in the central arena, the same place where Maya had competed. But this time the atmosphere was celebratory rather than competitive. The Vakrian pack gathered in the center, all wearing ceremonial gear. Maya wore a simple white robe that Kirsch had helped her pick out. Shara spoke in ancient Vakrian, her voice carrying across the arena. Maya's translator worked overtime to convert the archaic language. The words spoke of honor and family, of bonds stronger than blood, of choosing to stand together against the darkness. Each pack member came forward and placed a claw on Maya's shoulder, speaking a personal oath. When Kirsch's turn came, he could barely speak through his emotion. You saved me when I was nothing. You showed me I could be something. You are the best sister I could ever have. I swear to protect you, learn from you, and make you proud. Maya hugged him tight, not caring about ceremony or tradition. You already make me proud, little brother. The ceremony ended with Shara presenting Maya with a pack token, a small carved piece of stone worn on a cord. You are Kesh Maya now, kindness bringer. May you always carry that name with honor. The changes came quickly after that. Maya's experience at Zenith Collegiate transformed completely. The cafeteria, once divided into rigid sections, began to blur. Students who had never spoken to each other started sitting together, curious about different species and cultures. Maya's table became a neutral meeting ground where anyone could sit. Predator species students taught herbivores about their cultures, breaking down centuries of fear and misunderstanding. Omnivores like Maya found themselves as bridges between worlds, helping translate not just language but customs and perspectives. The strict social hierarchies that had governed the university for generations started to crack. Not everyone was happy about the changes. Some traditional students complained that the old ways were being destroyed. Some species felt uncomfortable with the mixing. But slowly, steadily, the momentum of change could not be stopped. And at the center of it all was a small human girl who had just wanted to help a hungry kid. Maya's classes became easier too. Other students actually talked to her now, forming study groups and sharing notes. Her xenobiology professor asked her to present a lecture on human evolution and adaptation, which became so popular, it had to be moved to a larger hall. She was even invited to join several academic clubs and social organizations. But the biggest change was personal. Maya was no longer lonely. She had Krish, who followed her everywhere like a shadow and made her laugh with his enthusiasm for learning about Earth. She had the Pack, who taught her Vakrian customs and invited her to their gatherings. She had Veskith, who turned out to be funny and intelligent once you got past his formal exterior. She had Pip, who slowly overcame fear and became a good friend. She had classmates from dozens of species, each one teaching her something new about the galaxy. One afternoon, about a month after the trials, Maya sat in the cafeteria with a mixed group of students. A Korthian was explaining silicon-based biology to two herbivores who listened with fascination. And Eralis was teaching Kirsch how to calculate wind resistance for better flight dynamics. Veskith was arguing good-naturedly with another reptilian about philosophy. And Maya sat in the middle of it all, eating her sandwich and smiling. Shara approached the table, which had become a common sight. But this time she carried a data pad with official-looking documents. "Maya, I have news from Earth." The table went quiet. Maya looked up, suddenly nervous. "What kind of news?" "Your government has received over 100 requests for human exchange students from other universities across the galaxy. They are expanding the program significantly. More humans will be coming to the stars, and many will be coming here to Zenith Collegiate." Shara's expression was amused. "It seems you have made humanity very popular." Maya felt a strange mix of emotions: pride that she had helped her species, excitement that more humans would experience what she had, but also a small possessiveness about her found family and the community she had built. "When are they coming?" "The first group arrives in 2 weeks. 50 human students, the largest off-world group Earth has ever sent." Shara tilted her head. "The Chancellor has asked if you would help orient them. Show them how to navigate galactic society. Teach them what you have learned." Maya looked around her table at the diverse group of friends she had somehow gathered. She thought about how lonely and scared she had been just 2 months ago. She thought about all the mistakes she had made and the lessons she had learned. She thought about what she could teach the new students so they would not have to struggle the way she had. "Yes," Maya said, "I'll help them. But they need to learn something important right away." "What is that?" Veskith asked. "That the galaxy isn't about species or status or who is strongest. It's about seeing people who need help and choosing to help them anyway. It's about finding family in unexpected places. It's about being kind even when it's hard." Maya smiled. "It's about being human, which means being caring, stubborn, adaptable, and maybe a little bit crazy." Kirsch laughed, his tail wagging. "That is the best description of humans I have ever heard." The group at the table agreed, each in their own way. And as they went back to their conversations and meals, Maya reflected on her journey. She had come to Zenith Collegiate as a lonely student who just wanted to study alien life. She had ended up teaching the galaxy about human values instead. Later that evening, Maya stood by her dorm window, looking out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, impossibly far away, but somehow closer than it had ever felt. She had changed since arriving at this station. She had grown stronger, braver. The alarm started as a soft beep. Then it became louder. Then it became a screaming wail that made Senior Monitor Vexala jump from her chair. She had been watching the sensor screens for 12 hours straight. Nothing ever happened at Sentinel-7. The monitoring station floated at the edge of explored space where the Caltheron Empire's territory ended and the empty void began. For 20 years, Vexala had sat in this chair, watching dots on screens that represented asteroids, comets, and the occasional piece of space debris. Nothing interesting. Nothing dangerous. Nothing unknown. Until now. Her six-fingered hands moved across the control panel, trying to silence the alarm. The screen in front of her showed something that should not exist. A contact, a vessel, moving faster than anything she had ever seen. "Computer, run diagnostic," she said, her voice steady despite the fear creeping up her spine. The computer's calm voice responded, all systems functioning normally. No errors detected. Vexala's throat went dry. She ran the scan again. The contact was still there, still moving, still impossible. She checked the speed reading 3 times. The vessel was traveling at 0.97 light speed. Nothing in the known galaxy could move that fast. The Empire's fastest military ships could barely reach 0.4 light speed. And that was with experimental engines that tended to explode. But speed was not the strangest part. The contact had no signature. Every vessel in the galaxy left traces. Energy emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every spacefaring civilization in the Empire's database had a unique fingerprint that sensors could detect and identify. This vessel had nothing. No energy type matched the Imperial databases. No heat signature matched any known propulsion system. No signals on any frequency they monitored. It was like the ship was made of ghost matter, barely existing in normal space. Vexala opened the communication channel. Sentinel-7 to unknown vessel. "You are entering Caltheron Empire space. Identify yourself immediately." Silence. She tried again, broadcasting on all frequencies. "Unknown vessel, this is Sentinel-7 monitoring station. Please respond and transmit your identification codes." Still nothing. Her hands trembled as she reached for the emergency communication button. She had never used it before. In 20 years, there had never been an emergency worth reporting to Imperial Command. "This is Sentinel-7, she said when the channel opened. "I need to speak with someone in Fleet Command immediately." The face that appeared on her screen belonged to a young officer who looked bored. "Sentinel-7, this channel is for actual emergencies only. If you have a maintenance issue, I have detected an unknown vessel," Vexala interrupted. "It is traveling at near light speed with no identifiable signature and is not responding to hails." The officer's bored expression changed to something like amusement. "Senior Monitor, your sensors are probably malfunctioning. Run a full diagnostic and—" "I already ran diagnostics twice," Vexala said, her patience wearing thin. "All systems are functioning normally." "The contact is real," the officer sighed. "Fine, send me your sensor data and I will have someone look at it." Vexala transmitted the data and waited. She watched the contact on her screen. It had not changed course. It had not slowed down. It was heading directly toward the Empire's core worlds like an arrow flying toward a target. 10 minutes later, her communication panel lit up again. This time, the face on the screen belonged to someone much more senior. Commander Zeltok, if she remembered correctly. He did not look amused. "Sentinel-7, we need you to confirm your readings," he said. "2 other monitoring stations are now reporting the same contact." Vexala felt her stomach drop. 2 others? Which ones? Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-9. "The object is moving through our sensor network at incredible speed. We are tracking it on multiple stations now." "Then you believe me," Vexala said. "We believe something is out there," Commander Zeltok replied, "but we do not know what it is. Keep monitoring and report any changes immediately." The communication ended. Vexala turned back to her screens and began recording everything. If this was going to be a historical moment, she wanted accurate records. 3 hours later, the situation had escalated beyond anything Vexala could have imagined. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was now involved. His image appeared on screens across the monitoring network, addressing all stations simultaneously. Vexala had never seen the Admiral before. He was an imposing figure with silver scales covering his face and military decorations covering his uniform. He had commanded fleets in 3 wars and never lost a battle. "All monitoring stations, this is Fleet Admiral Theron," he said. His voice was deep and confident. "We are now tracking an unidentified vessel entering our territory. This vessel has ignored all attempts at communication and shows no signs of slowing down. I am mobilizing the 3rd Border Legion to intercept. All stations maintain constant surveillance and report directly to me with any changes." The transmission ended. Vexala watched her screen and saw new contacts appearing. Imperial warships were launching from nearby military bases. Within an hour, there were dozens of military vessels converging on projected intercept points. She calculated the unknown vessel's trajectory. At its current speed and heading, it would reach the Empire's core worlds in 14 standard cycles. 14 days. For the first time in 10,000 years, something was approaching the heart of the Caltheron Empire without permission, without identification and without fear. In the Imperial Palace on Caltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn sat in an emergency council meeting. Around the table sat military commanders, intelligence directors, and scientific advisors. Everyone was talking at once. It must be a probe from an undiscovered civilization, one scientist suggested. Or a weapon, a military commander countered. An attack could be imminent. We should destroy it before it gets closer, another commander said. Chancellor Morn raised one hand for silence. The room quieted immediately. What do we actually know? Morn asked. The head of Imperial Intelligence stood. Very little, Chancellor. The object is traveling at near light speed. It has no identifiable energy signature. It does not respond to communication. And most concerning, it is heading directly toward our core worlds on a perfectly straight course. What does that last part mean? Morn asked. It means the vessel knows exactly where it is going, the intelligence director said. It has not made a single course correction since we first detected it. Either it has incredibly accurate navigation, or it has been to this region of space before. That is impossible, Fleet Admiral Theron said. We have cataloged every spacefaring species in this sector for the past 10,000 years. There is nothing we do not know about. Apparently, Admiral, there is something we do not know about, Morn replied quietly. The Chancellor stood and walked to a large window overlooking the capital city. Billions of beings lived on this world alone, trillions more across the Empire's thousands of planets. They all believed the Empire was invincible. They all believed the Empire knew everything worth knowing about the galaxy. That belief was about to be tested. Admiral Theron, Morn said without turning around, deploy your fleet, but do not fire unless fired upon. If this is first contact with a new civilization, I will not have it said that the Caltheron Empire shot first. And if they are hostile? Theron asked. Then defend the Empire, Morn said. But do not start a war out of fear of the unknown. Back on Sentinel-7, Vexala continued her watch. The unknown vessel maintained its impossible speed and perfect course. It was now less than 13 cycles from the core worlds. She wondered who they were, where they came from, what they wanted. Most of all, she wondered why they were not afraid of the most powerful empire in the known galaxy. The Imperial archives were cold and dusty. Ambassador Kael'thas walked through rows of data crystals that had not been touched in centuries. Most of them contained information about first contact protocols from thousands of years ago, back when the Empire was still discovering new civilizations instead of ruling them all. Kael'thas had been an ambassador for 40 years. In that time, he had negotiated trade agreements, settled border disputes, and welcomed 3 newly spacefaring species into the Empire's fold. But he had never conducted actual first contact with a completely unknown civilization. Nobody had, not for millennia. Found something, called Dr. Silren from across the archive room. The xenoarchaeologist was younger than Kael'thas, but had a reputation for finding answers in forgotten places. Kael'thas walked over to where Silren stood, holding an ancient data crystal up to the light. What is it? First contact protocols from 9,000 years ago, Silren said. Back when we still met new species regularly. There are procedures here for everything. Translation matrices, diplomatic approach patterns, gift exchange customs, even instructions for what to do if they are more advanced than us. And are they useful now? Kael'thas asked. Silren set the crystal down carefully. Maybe, but there is something else here. Something strange. She activated a holographic display. Ancient text appeared in the air, written in an old form of Caltheron that was barely readable. This section is marked as forbidden knowledge, Silren said. It talks about civilizations that went beyond. Beyond what? Beyond this region of space. Beyond normal physics. The text is fragmented, but it mentions species that achieved technology so advanced they simply left. Went somewhere else. The archive calls them the Others. Kael'thas felt a chill despite the warm archive air. You think this vessel might be related to these Others? I think we should not dismiss any possibility, Silren replied. Before Kael'thas could respond, his communication device chirped. It was Fleet Admiral Theron. Ambassador, your presence is required on the command ship immediately. We are moving to intercept the unknown vessel. The command ship Dominator was the largest vessel in the 3rd Border Legion. Its bridge was a massive room filled with screens, holographic displays, and dozens of officers monitoring every system. Kael'thas felt small standing there, surrounded by military might. Ambassador, Theron greeted him. We are approaching the unknown vessel's projected path. We will attempt to intercept in 6 hours. What do you expect to happen? Kael'thas asked. I expect them to stop when they see my fleet, Theron said confidently. We have 847 warships deployed in a blockade formation. No sane commander would try to pass through that. And if they are not sane? Kael'thas asked quietly. Theron did not answer. Kael'thas spent the next 6 hours preparing. He had a team of linguists ready with translation matrices that could handle 10,000 languages. He had cultural advisors who had studied every known civilization's customs. He had diplomatic gifts prepared, ranging from simple symbols of peace to valuable resources. He was ready for any kind of first contact scenario, except perhaps for being completely ignored. Contact in 30 seconds, an officer announced. The main screen showed the empty void of space ahead. Kael'thas held his breath. Around the Dominator, hundreds of warships waited in formation, their weapons powered but not aimed. A show of strength but not aggression. Contact in 10 seconds. Kael'thas saw it before the sensors announced it. A flash of light that resolved into a shape. The unknown vessel dropped out of faster-than-light travel and coasted through space at a mere fraction of light speed. For the first time, they could see it clearly. The ship was sleek and dark, its surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was smaller than Kael'thas expected, perhaps the size of a mid-range cargo vessel, but there was something about its shape, its presence, that spoke of incredible power being held in check. Hailing on all frequencies, the communication officer said. Kael'thas leaned forward. Unknown vessel, this is Ambassador Kael'thas of the Kaltheran Empire. We mean you no harm. Please identify yourself so we may speak peacefully. Silence. They tried every frequency, every communication method in the database. Radio waves, laser signals, quantum entanglement messaging, even ancient methods like light pulse patterns. The vessel did not respond. It simply continued forward, not fast but steady, moving through the fleet formation as if the warships were not even there. Ambassador, they are ignoring us, Theron said, his voice tight with frustration. Request permission to fire a warning shot across their bow. Kael'thas hesitated. A warning shot could be interpreted as an act of war, but letting the vessel simply pass through might show weakness. One warning shot only, Kael'thas agreed. Make it clear we are not trying to hit them. Theron gave the order. A beam of energy lanced out from one of the warships, passing a safe distance in front of the unknown vessel. The vessel did not slow down, did not change course, did not react at all. They are approaching the neutral zone boundary, an officer announced. If they cross, they will trigger the automated defense satellites. The neutral zone was a buffer region at the edge of Imperial space. Ancient defense satellites, thousands of years old but still functional, guarded it. Any unauthorized vessel that entered would be fired upon automatically. Recall the satellites, Kael'thas ordered. Shut them down before... Too late, Theron said. They just crossed the boundary. On the screen, Kael'thas watched as 3 defense satellites activated. They were old technology, primitive by modern standards, but still dangerous. They fired kinetic projectiles at incredible speeds, designed to punch through the hull of any vessel. The unknown ship did not try to dodge. The projectiles simply vanished before they reached it. No explosion, no impact. They just ceased to exist as if they had never been fired. Then the vessel did something that made every officer on the bridge freeze. It destroyed the satellites. Not with weapons. There were no energy beams, no missiles, nothing visible at all. The satellites simply came apart, their pieces drifting in space like someone had gently disassembled them. How did they do that? Theron whispered. Nobody had an answer. The vessel continued forward. It still had not changed course even slightly. Kael'thas pulled up the navigation data and felt his blood run cold. Admiral, he said slowly, this ship has not made a single course correction since we first detected it. What does that mean? Theron asked. It means they know exactly where they are going, Kael'thas replied. They have been here before, or they have incredibly detailed maps of our space. Either way, this is not random exploration. Dr. Silrin's voice came through on the communication channel. She had been monitoring from the science vessel. Ambassador, I am reading the energy output from that vessel. It is orders of magnitude beyond anything in our technology. Whatever power source they are using, it is more advanced than our most experimental reactors by at least several hundred years. Could you calculate where they are heading? Kael'thas asked. There was a pause while Silrin worked. Then her voice came back, quieter now. Based on their current trajectory, they are heading for the outer mining colonies, specifically Colony 793. Why would they want to go there? Theron demanded. There is nothing at that colony except mining operations and worker housing. I do not know, Silrin admitted, but they clearly have a specific destination in mind. Kael'thas made a decision. Admiral, have your fleet follow at a safe distance. Do not engage unless they show hostile intent. I want to see what they do when they reach the colony. And if they attack the colony, Theron asked. Then you have my permission to defend it, Kael'thas said. But I do not think they came all this way just to attack a mining colony. Then what do you think they want? Theron asked. Kael'thas watched the dark vessel on the screen, moving through space with purpose and confidence. I think they want something very specific. And I think we are about to find out what. The unknown vessel continued toward Colony 793. Behind it, 847 warships followed like a school of fish trailing a shark. The fleet was supposed to be intimidating. Instead, they looked small and uncertain. In the Imperial Palace, Chancellor Morn received constant updates. Each report was more worrying than the last. The vessel could not be communicated with. It could not be stopped. It was heading toward an Imperial colony with clear purpose. And most worrying of all, it had technology that made the Empire's military might look like primitive weapons from a forgotten age. Morn stood at the window again, looking out at the capital city. Somewhere out in space, something was approaching that the Empire did not understand and could not control. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Kaltheran Empire was not the most powerful force in the room. The thought terrified Morn more than any war ever had. Colony 793 was not a beautiful place. It orbited a dead star, pulling minerals from asteroids that had once been planets. 20,000 workers lived there, most of them from the lower castes of the Empire. They worked long shifts in the mines, processing ore that would be sent to the core worlds to build ships and stations. Governor Ralseth received the emergency transmission with disbelief. An unknown vessel was approaching his colony. The entire 3rd Border Legion was following it. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was requesting that the colony prepare for possible evacuation. This must be a drill, Ralseth said to his aide. Nobody attacks mining colonies. There is nothing here worth attacking. The Admiral seemed quite serious, Governor, the aide replied nervously. Ralseth looked out the window of his office at the ugly industrial landscape below. Fine, send out an alert. Tell people to stay calm but be ready to move to emergency shelters if needed. 2 hours later, the unknown vessel arrived. It came out of faster-than-light travel and stopped, just stopped, hovering in space above the colony like it was examining something. The 847 warships of the 3rd Border Legion spread out around it, weapons powered and ready. On the bridge of the Dominator, Admiral Theron watched the vessel with growing frustration. It has been sitting there for 10 minutes, he said. Not moving, not communicating, just sitting. Ambassador Kael'thas was equally puzzled. Maybe they are scanning the colony. Scanning for what? Theron demanded. Before anyone could answer, the communication systems across every ship in the fleet suddenly activated. Not with a voice transmission, with data, pure data, flooding into their systems faster than the computers could process. What is happening? Theron shouted over the alarms. They are transmitting something, the communication officer said, hands flying over controls. It is overwhelming our systems. Wait, the computers are translating it automatically. Translating from what language? Kael'thas asked. I do not know, the officer admitted. The translation matrices are not recognizing the base language, but they are still producing output. It is like the transmission is telling our computers how to understand it. A moment later, text appeared on every screen throughout the fleet. Simple text in perfect Kaltheran language. We are human. We are here for our people. The bridge went silent. Human, Theron said slowly. That designation is not in our database of known species. Search the colony records, Kelthos ordered. See if there are any workers registered under that species name or anything similar. It took 15 minutes to search the records. When the results came back, Dr. Silren was the one who made the connection. Ambassador, you need to see this, she transmitted from the science vessel. I cross-referenced the colony worker database with historical records. There is a species registered as human in the old databases. The spelling is slightly different, but the pronunciation is almost identical. What do we know about them? Kelthos asked. Very little, Silren said. The records go back 400 years. It seems a damaged colony ship entered our space. The ship was failing, life support critical, and they requested assistance. We provided it, so we helped them, Theron said. Then why are they acting hostile now? Let me read you the full record, Silren continued. Her voice was tight. The damaged ship contained approximately 3,000 individuals. They were brought to various colonies and integrated into the workforce. Their ship was scrapped for materials. There is no record of them ever leaving or requesting to return home. Understanding dawned on Kelthos like cold water. We did not rescue them. We absorbed them. We took their ship and scattered them across our colonies as workers. They were going to die if we did nothing. Theron protested. We saved their lives. And then we made them work in our mines for 400 years, Kelthos replied quietly. On the screen, the unknown vessel began to move. Not toward the fleet, toward the colony. It descended through the atmosphere with impossible grace, landing in the main worker district. Governor Ralseth, what is happening down there? Theron demanded over the communication channel. The governor's voice came back, confused and frightened. The vessel landed in Sector 9. It is just sitting there. No one has come out. But something strange is happening. What kind of strange? Kelthos asked. Workers are moving toward it, Ralseth said. Hundreds of them. They are just walking toward the vessel like they are being called. Stop them, Theron ordered. We are trying, Ralseth replied. But they are not listening to orders. It is like they are in a trance. On the Dominator's main screen, they switched to a view from the colony's surface cameras. Kelthos watched as hundreds of workers walked through the streets toward the landed vessel. They were not running or panicking. They moved with purpose, with certainty, like they knew exactly what they were doing. Get me a closer view, Kelthos said. The camera zoomed in on the crowd. Kelthos studied the faces. They looked similar to many other bipedal species in the Empire, but there were subtle differences. The facial structure, the way they moved. These were humans, the descendants of those refugees from 400 years ago. The vessel's hull opened, not with a door or ramp, but the surface simply became permeable, allowing people to walk through like it was made of water instead of metal. The humans walked inside, disappearing into the ship. How many workers are entering? Theron asked. An officer counted on his screen. Current count is 2,847, Admiral. Dr. Silren's voice came through again. That is a very specific number. Let me check something. There was a pause. Then Silren spoke again, and her voice was filled with awe and fear. Admiral, Ambassador, I just cross-referenced the colony's genetic database. There are exactly 2,847 individuals in this colony, with genetic markers matching the original human refugees. Not approximately, exactly. What are you saying? Kelthos asked, though he already knew. I am saying that vessel knew the exact number of humans in this colony before it arrived, Silren said. It knew their precise location. It probably knows the location of every human descendant in the entire Empire. Theron's face went pale. How is that possible? I do not know, Silren admitted. But it implies they have been watching us. Tracking their people, probably for a very long time. On the surface, the last human entered the vessel. The hull sealed behind them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the vessel lifted off. It rose through the atmosphere and stopped in space, directly in front of the fleet formation. The communication systems activated again. Another data transmission faster than before. This time it included more than words. It included images, names, faces, locations. They are sending us a list, the communication officer said, his voice shaking. 74 locations across the Empire. Each location is marked with numbers. The numbers add up to 147,936. What do those numbers represent? Theron demanded. Ambassador Kelthos knew the answer before anyone said it. Those are people, humans, every human descendant scattered across our empire. A new message appeared on the screens. This time, the words were not polite. You have 10 cycles to gather our people and bring them to designated release points. If you comply, we leave peacefully. If you do not comply, we will retrieve them by force. You have been warned. The transmission ended. The human vessel accelerated and vanished, returning to faster-than-light travel. It was gone in seconds, leaving only the stunned fleet behind. They are giving us an ultimatum, Theron said. His voice was hard, angry. They are ordering the Kaltheran Empire to obey them. They are asking for their people back, Kael'thas corrected. People we took from them. We saved them from certain death, Theron insisted. And then we kept them as workers without their consent, Kael'thas replied. Admiral, we need to contact Chancellor Morn immediately. This situation is bigger than either of us can handle. Back on Kaltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn convened another emergency council. This time, there was no debate about whether the threat was real. Everyone had seen the transmission. Everyone understood what was being demanded. We cannot comply, General Korseth said firmly. If we give in to this ultimatum, it will show weakness. Every enemy of the Empire will see that we can be intimidated. If we do not comply, Kael'thas countered, we may be starting a war with a civilization that has technology centuries beyond ours. We do not know they are that advanced, Korseth argued. We have only seen one ship. For all we know, that is all they have. Dr. Silren spoke up from her position at the Science Council. With respect, General, I do not think that is true. The vessel's energy signature suggests it is not a warship. The design, the size, everything about it suggests a transport or rescue vessel, a civilian ship. The room went quiet. You are saying their civilian ships are more advanced than our military vessels? Morn asked. I am saying this ship came alone confidently to retrieve their people from the heart of a galactic empire. Silren replied. That suggests either incredible arrogance or absolute certainty that they are safe. Given what we have seen of their technology, I believe it is the latter. We need more information, Morn decided. General Korseth, begin mobilizing additional fleets. The first 3 days were chaos. Across the Empire, planetary governors received orders to identify and gather any workers with human ancestry. The orders came with little explanation, which caused confusion and panic. On industrial worlds, human descendants were pulled from their jobs. On agricultural colonies, they were separated from other workers. Some went willingly, curious about what was happening. Others resisted, afraid they were being punished for something they did not understand. Governor Ralseth of Colony 793 sent daily reports to Imperial Command. After the human vessel took the workers, the colony's productivity had dropped by 15%. Other governors reported similar problems. The humans and their descendants had been integrated so deeply into the Empire's economy that removing them caused disruptions everywhere. We cannot simply give up 147,000 workers, Economic Minister Tolvex argued in a council meeting. Do you know what that will do to our production quotas? Some colonies will have to shut down entirely. Better than starting a war we cannot win, Ambassador Kael'thas replied. We do not know we cannot win, General Korseth insisted. He stood at a holographic display showing fleet positions. I have mobilized the first fleet to join the 3rd Border Legion. That gives us over 2,000 warships. Whatever technology these humans have, they cannot stand against that kind of firepower. Chancellor Morn rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building. And if they can, then we die defending the Empire's honor, Korseth said simply. Dr. Silren had barely slept in 3 days. She spent every waking moment in the archives, searching for any information about humanity. What she found was frustrating. The records from 400 years ago were sparse and vague. The human colony ship had been damaged badly. The refugees had been grateful for rescue. That was all the official record said. But Silren had learned to look in unofficial places. Old personal journals, maintenance logs, even entertainment broadcasts from that time period. Slowly, a different picture emerged. She found a journal entry from a cargo ship captain who had been part of the rescue operation. The captain described the human colony ship as primitive but functional. The humans had been traveling for generations, seeking a new home. Their ship was old and worn, but it had not been failing when they entered Kaltheran space. It had been attacked. Attacked by what? Silren muttered to herself, reading further. The captain did not specify, but he mentioned that the human ship's weapon systems had been destroyed, their engines damaged, their life support barely functioning. Another entry, this one from a medical officer who had examined the refugees. They are remarkably adaptable, strong for their size. They seem to have an unusual resistance to various environmental stresses. One of them told me their species originated on a high-gravity world, which would explain their physical resilience. Silren kept searching. She found census records showing where the humans had been sent. Mining colonies, mostly. A few agricultural worlds. Places that needed manual labor. Over 400 years, they had integrated into the Empire's lower castes. They had families, children, grandchildren. By now, most of them probably did not even remember they were originally from somewhere else. But someone remembered. Someone had been keeping track. On the 6th day, Silren found something that made her blood run cold. It was buried deep in a restricted archive, marked as classified by authority of the Imperial Science Council. The file was labeled Precursor Species Database, restricted access only. She should not have had access. But in the chaos of the current crisis, security protocols had been relaxed. She opened the file. Inside were references to dozens of species that had once lived in this region of space, not recently. Tens of thousands of years ago, the database called them precursor species, civilizations that had achieved advanced technology and then simply left, disappeared from the known galaxy. One entry caught her eye. The species designation was corrupted in the database, but the description was clear. Bipedal, bilateral symmetry, high adaptability, originated from a high-gravity world in the inner systems. Last confirmed sighting approximately 50,000 years ago. Believed to have achieved post-physical technology and departed for regions unknown. The physical description matched humans perfectly. Silren transmitted her findings to Ambassador Kael'thas immediately. Are you saying humans are one of these precursor species? Kael'thas asked, his voice tight with tension. I am saying humans were here before we were, Silren replied. They achieved technology we cannot even imagine and left. They went somewhere else, somewhere beyond. And now they are back, Kael'thas said slowly. Now they are back, Silren confirmed. And we accidentally enslaved their descendants. On the 8th day, Chancellor Morn made a decision. Sort of. We will gather the humans as requested, Morn announced in a council meeting, but we will not simply hand them over. What do you mean? Kael'thas asked. I mean we will bring them to a designated location, but we will also have every available military asset in position, Morn explained. If the humans come to collect their people, we will be ready to negotiate from a position of strength. Or fight, General Korseth added with satisfaction. Or fight, Morn agreed reluctantly. I am offering them a choice, peaceful negotiation or conflict. Let them decide which they prefer. Kael'thas wanted to argue, but he understood the political reality. The Empire could not appear weak. Even if they gave the humans back their people, it had to look like a negotiation, not a surrender. Where will this meeting take place? Kael'thas asked. Neutral space, Morn said. Sector 14. It is far enough from our core worlds to be safe, but close enough to our fleet bases that we can respond quickly if needed. The orders went out. All humans and their descendants were to be transported to collection points, then moved to Sector 14. The process was not gentle. Many humans protested being taken from their homes. Some tried to resist, but the Empire's security forces were efficient, and within 2 days, nearly 120,000 humans had been gathered. That is not enough, Admiral Theron said, reviewing the numbers. They wanted all of them. We are missing almost 30,000. Some are in remote locations, an aide explained. Deep space stations, long-range exploration ships, colony worlds that have not responded to our hails. We are still trying to reach them. We do not have time, Theron said. The deadline was in less than 2 days. Bring whoever we have to Sector 14. We will explain the situation to the humans when they arrive. If they arrive, Theron thought but did not say. Part of him hoped the humans would not show up. That this was all some elaborate bluff. But he knew better. They would come. The question was how they would respond to the Empire's military display. Vexilla, back at Sentinel-7, was monitoring long-range sensors when she detected them. 4 contacts this time, coming from the same direction as before. Moving at the same impossible speeds, multiple contacts detected, she reported to Fleet Command. 4 vessels on approach vector to Sector 14. Estimated arrival time 3 hours. In Sector 14, the trap was set. Over 2,000 warships were positioned in a massive formation. At the center of the formation, transport ships held the gathered humans. The entire First Fleet and 3rd Border Legion were present, representing the largest concentration of military power the Empire had assembled in centuries. Admiral Theron stood on the bridge of the Dominator, watching the sensors. Ambassador Kael'thas stood beside him, looking uncomfortable in the military environment. 4 ships, Theron said with confidence. We have 2,000. Even with their technology, those odds should give them pause. Or it will make them angry, Kael'thas replied quietly. Then we will see what they are really capable of, Theron said. The human vessels arrived exactly on schedule. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the sector and stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. The 4 vessels just hung in space, dark and silent. Then one of them transmitted. This time it was not just data. It was video. A face appeared on every screen in the fleet. A human face. The being looked middle-aged by most species standards, with short dark hair and eyes that seemed tired and disappointed. I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human recovery vessel Remembrance, the human said. Her voice was calm, measured, but there was steel underneath. You have gathered our people. Thank you. Transfer them to our vessels and we will depart. Admiral Theron activated the fleet's communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Theron of the Kaltheran Empire. Before any transfers occur, we need to discuss terms. Terms? Captain Chen's expression did not change. There are no terms. You have our people. We are taking them home. That is all. With respect, Captain, you are surrounded by 2,000 warships, Theron said. Perhaps we should negotiate like civilized beings. For the first time, Captain Chen showed emotion. She smiled, but it was not a friendly smile. Admiral, we left this region of space 50,000 years ago. We hoped you would have evolved beyond threatening people to get what you want. Clearly you have not. You dare, Theron began, but Chen cut him off. We dare many things, Admiral. We crossed the galaxy. We transcended the physical limitations of normal space. Begin the transfer, Admiral Theron said quietly. His voice carried defeat. Admiral? General Korseth's face appeared on a communication screen from one of the other command ships. We cannot simply surrender. The Empire's honor is irrelevant if we are all dead, Theron interrupted. Begin the transfer. That is an order. The transport ships opened their docking bays. Small shuttles began moving between the Imperial vessels and the human ships, carrying their precious cargo of confused and frightened people. Kael'thas watched the transfer on the monitors. He saw human faces looking out from the shuttle windows. Some looked happy. Some looked scared. Most just looked confused. These were people who had been born in the Empire. Their parents and grandparents had been born in the Empire. Many of them probably thought of themselves as Imperial citizens, not humans. Now they were going home to a place they had never seen. It will take hours to transfer everyone, an officer reported. We have nearly 120,000 individuals to move. How many did they ask for? Theron asked. 147,000, the officer replied. Theron closed his eyes. They were short. Nearly 30,000 people were still scattered across the Empire, too far away to retrieve in time. Inform Captain Chen that we could not locate everyone, Theron said. Some are in remote locations that we could not reach before the deadline. Captain Chen's voice came through the speakers. She did not sound sympathetic. We know where they are, Admiral. Every single one of them. We have been tracking them for quite some time. Then you know we tried to comply, Theron said. You tried to set a trap, Chen corrected. But yes, you are transferring those you gathered. That is something. The transfer continued in tense silence. Hours passed. The Imperial fleet stayed in formation, weapons powered but not aimed. The human vessels waited patiently, their own weapon systems never even activating. They did not need weapons to be threatening. Finally, the last shuttle completed its journey. Nearly 120,000 humans had been transferred to the recovery vessels. All available individuals have been transferred, Admiral Theron reported. Confirmed, Captain Chen replied. Now we will collect the rest. What do you mean? Theron asked, though he feared he knew. We told you, Admiral. We know where they are. Every station, every colony, every deep space exploration vessel that has humans aboard. We are going to collect them. You may either cooperate or watch. Your choice. Before Theron could respond, the human fleet split up. Groups of vessels departed in different directions, moving faster than anything in the Imperial fleet could follow. They spread across the sector like seeds in the wind, heading for specific destinations with perfect knowledge of where to go. They have complete intelligence on our territory, General Corseth said, his voice filled with horror. They know the location of every military installation, every colony, every ship in our fleet. They have been watching us, Kael'thas said, probably for a very long time. We took their people 400 years ago. They have been monitoring them ever since. Over the next 3 days, reports came in from across the Empire. Human vessels appeared at remote stations and colonies. They did not attack. They did not threaten. They simply arrived, collected any humans present, and left. Imperial forces that tried to interfere found their weapon systems disabled without any visible attack. Ships that moved to intercept found themselves unable to navigate properly, as if space itself was pushing them away. The humans did not fight. They did not need to. On the 4th day after the confrontation in Sector 14, all human vessels converged at a single point in neutral space. Admiral Theron, following orders from Chancellor Morn, took the Dominator to that location with a small escort fleet. This time, Captain Chen agreed to a face-to-face meeting. The meeting took place on a neutral shuttle halfway between the fleets. Admiral Theron, Ambassador Kael'thas, and Dr. Silren represented the Empire. Captain Chen came alone. She looked different in person, smaller than Theron expected. Humans were not an impressive species physically, but there was something in her eyes that made Theron want to look away. Authority, power, the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of. "Thank you for meeting with us," Kael'thas began, trying to be diplomatic. "I am here as a courtesy," Chen replied, sitting down across from them. "You seem like you want to understand what happened. I can give you that much before we leave." "We want to avoid future conflicts," Kael'thas said. "We did not know who you were. We did not know your people were here. You did not know because you did not ask," Chen said flatly. "When you found that refugee ship 400 years ago, did anyone think to find out where they came from? Did anyone consider that maybe they had a home to return to?" Silence. "We thought the ship was alone," Theron said. "A lost colony vessel with no home." "That vessel was exploring this region," Chen explained. "We sent dozens of them out thousands of years ago before we left. They were generational ships meant to travel for centuries, documenting this part of the galaxy. That particular ship ran into some kind of spatial anomaly that damaged their engines. They limped into your space asking for help. And we helped them," Theron insisted. "You helped them and then kept them," Chen repeated. "Admiral, let me tell you something about humans. We do not forget our people, ever. When that ship failed to report back, we sent others to investigate. By the time they arrived, your empire had already scattered the survivors across dozens of worlds. We have been watching them ever since. Watching you." Dr. Silren spoke up. "The archives call your species precursor. They say you left this region 50,000 years ago." Chen nodded. "That is correct. This area of space was our original home. We evolved here, built our first civilization here, but we outgrew it. We discovered technologies that allowed us to go further, to do more. So we left, seeking new frontiers. Why come back?" Silren asked. "Because it is still home," Chen said simply. "We left, but we never forgot where we came from. We maintain long-range monitoring systems. We protect this region even though no one here knows it. When we detected that one of our exploration vessels had been absorbed into your empire, we came to get them back. You could have contacted us," Kael'thas said, "asked for their return peacefully. Would you have given them back?" Chen asked. "Or would you have made excuses? Claimed they were integrated, that they wanted to stay? That they were too valuable to your economy to release?" No one answered because they all knew she was right. Chen stood. "This meeting is over. We have all our people now. We are leaving. But I want to give you some information before we go." She placed a data crystal on the table. "This contains coordinates. Safe routes through this sector. Dangerous areas you should avoid. Warnings about spatial anomalies. Think of it as a gift from a more advanced civilization to a younger one. Why would you help us after what we did? Theron asked. Because we remember being where you are now, Chen replied. Young, ambitious, thinking we were the pinnacle of civilization. We made mistakes too. We learned from them. Maybe you will too. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. This region of space is under human protection. We have monitoring stations throughout the sector. Automated defense systems. If you expand into areas we have marked as dangerous, you will encounter them. Follow the guidelines in that data crystal and you will be fine. Ignore them and you will have problems. Are you threatening us? Theron asked. I am informing you, Chen corrected. The galaxy is bigger than you imagine, Admiral. More complex, more dangerous. You have been living in a small, safe pocket of space, thinking you are the dominant power. You are not. You never were. But you can be safe if you are smart. She left the shuttle. Through the window, they watched her return to her vessel. Minutes later, the entire human fleet vanished. Not gradually, not in sequence. All at once, they simply ceased to exist in normal space, leaving only faint energy readings that quickly faded to nothing. Back on Kaltharax Prime, Chancellor Morn addressed the Imperial Council. News of what had happened had spread quickly. Some council members demanded revenge. Others called for increased military spending. A few suggested trying to acquire human technology. Morn listened to them all, then raised a hand for silence. For 10,000 years, we believed we were the greatest civilization in the galaxy, Morn said. We were wrong. That illusion died in the last week. Now we have a choice. We can rage against that reality or we can learn from it. You are suggesting we accept this humiliation? General Korseth demanded. I am suggesting we accept the truth, Morn replied. The humans could have destroyed our fleets. They could have taken their people by force from the beginning. Instead, they gave us chances to do the right thing. They could have left us with nothing. Instead, they gave us navigation data and warnings about dangers we did not even know existed. They showed mercy, Ambassador Kael'thas said quietly. They showed us what we could be, Morn corrected. Advanced, powerful, but still capable of kindness. Still capable of giving younger civilizations chances to improve. So what do we do now? Economic Minister Tolvex asked. We reform, Morn said. We examine every species in our empire. We look for others we have mistreated.
The morning sun of Velthara Prime filtered through the biodome's transparent ceiling, casting geometric patterns across the meditation chamber floor. Mara Ellison unrolled her worn yoga mat, one of the few personal items she'd brought from Earth, and settled into her usual spot, near the eastern window. She'd been the cultural liaison aboard the Interspecies Exchange Station for 8 months now, and this daily ritual was the only thing keeping her sane among the chaos of 17 different alien species trying to coexist. She closed her eyes and began with a simple mountain pose, breathing deeply. The station hummed with its usual morning activity. The Krillians arguing about temporal paradoxes in the cafeteria. The Zephyrites singing their crystalline harmonies in the hydroponics bay. And somewhere close by, the pitter-patter of small feet that definitely shouldn't be in the human quarters. Mara opened one eye. 2 pairs of luminous golden eyes stared back at her from the doorway. Rexel and Nexa, the Felinar cubs who'd been orphaned during the recent trade dispute on their homeworld, watched her with an intensity that made her nervous. The Felinar were a proud warrior species, bipedal felines with retractable claws, enhanced reflexes, and a culture built entirely around combat prowess and honor. These 2 cubs, barely 6 standard years old, were the first of their kind to grow up in a peaceful environment. Good morning, Mara said softly, not wanting to startle them. The Felinar had excellent hearing. Rexel, the larger of the 2 with distinctive tiger stripe markings, tilted his head. What are you doing, human Mara? Yoga, she replied, moving into a downward dog position. It's an ancient earth practice for flexibility, strength, and mental clarity. Nexa, smaller and covered in sleek midnight black fur, crept closer. It looks like pre-combat positioning. Mara laughed. It's actually the opposite. It's about finding peace and balance within yourself. The cubs exchanged glances, their ears twitching in that peculiar way that meant they were communicating through subsonic frequencies. Mara had learned to recognize it. May we observe? Rexel asked formally, his accent giving the words a purring quality. Of course, Mara said, settling into a warrior pose. She wouldn't have minded the company, and the cubs had been so withdrawn since arriving at the station. If this helped them feel more comfortable, she was happy to have an audience. For the next 30 minutes, Mara flowed through her usual sequence. Sun salutations, tree pose, triangle pose, and her personal favorite, the crane pose, which required significant balance and core strength. She could feel the cubs' eyes tracking every movement, hear their soft whispers and occasional chittering sounds. When she finished with a final savasana, lying flat on her back in corpse pose, she heard the soft padding of feet retreating down the corridor. 3 days later, Mara was summoned to the station commander's office. Commander Vex Thora, a towering Krillian with iridescent scales and 4 arms, looked troubled, which was concerning. Given that Krillians experience time non-linearly and rarely worried about present problems, Mara Ellison, the commander began, her translator chip rendering her clicks and whistles into smooth English. We have a situation regarding the Felinar cubs. Mara's stomach dropped. Are Rexel and Nexa all right? They're perfectly fine. Too fine, perhaps. Vex Thora pulled up a holographic display showing the station's training gymnasium. They've been creating something. The video showed Rexel and Nexa moving through a series of poses that looked hauntingly familiar, yet completely alien. They would drop into a position that resembled her downward dog, but then explode upward into a spinning kick. Her warrior pose became a launching point for a devastating double strike. The crane pose, her peaceful, meditative crane pose, had been transformed into a one-legged stance that allowed for rapid directional changes and unpredictable attack angles. Oh no, Mara whispered. Oh yes, Vex Thora replied. They've been teaching it to the other Felinar juveniles in the refugee section. They're calling it Mara's Flow, a new combat discipline. The Felinar combat masters are. Intrigued, Mara watched in horror as the video showed a dozen Felinar cubs moving in synchronized patterns, their small bodies flowing through bastardized versions of her yoga poses with lethal efficiency. What she'd meant as stretches, they'd interpreted as combat stances. Her transitions between poses had become their combination attacks. Even her breathing techniques, which she'd explained were for calming the mind, had been incorporated as a method for conserving energy during extended combat. I need to talk to them, Mara said. She found Rexel and Nexa in the gymnasium, drilling a group of younger cubs through what appeared to be a modified sun salutation sequence, except each movement was accompanied by strikes, blocks, and footwork that would make any martial artist proud. Rexel, Nexa, Mara called out. The cubs immediately stopped, their ears flattening slightly, and what she'd learned was embarrassment. The other young Felinar scattered, but not before bowing respectfully in her direction, a gesture that made her deeply uncomfortable. Human Mara, Rexel said, approaching with Nexa close behind. Have we displeased you? Mara took a breath, trying to find the right words. I want to understand. Why did you turn yoga into a fighting style? I explained it was about peace. Nexa's golden eyes met hers. You did, and we listened. But you're human, and we are Felinar. Our people have been warriors for 10,000 generations. After the war destroyed our colony, after we lost our families, the elders here told us we must abandon our warrior ways to fit into this peaceful station. But then we watched you, Rexel continued, his tail swishing behind him. You showed us that strength and peace aren't opposites. Your movements, they require discipline, control, balance. You breathe through discomfort. You find stillness in motion. These are warrior principles. Human Mara. We don't want to fight anyone, Nexa added quickly. But we need to remember who we are. Mara's flow helps us feel connected to our heritage while honoring the peace you've taught us. Every pose has a peaceful name and a warrior application. Every breath can be meditation or battle preparation. Mara sat down on the gymnasium floor, and after a moment, both cubs joined her. "Show me," she said softly. For the next hour, Rexel and Nexa demonstrated what they'd created. They were right, it was beautiful. They'd taken her simple stretches and created something that honored both peace and strength, stillness and motion, human wisdom and Felinar heritage. The tree pose had become the rooted sentinel, a grounding stance that could shift instantly to offense or defense. The child's pose was the humble recovery, teaching young warriors to rest and reset without shame. Even Savasana had been transformed into the warrior's reflection, a cool-down period where practitioners meditated on their training and intentions. "This is incredible," Mara admitted. "You've created something entirely new. We learned it from you," Rexel said. "Humans adapt. Humans take what exists and make it serve their needs without destroying its essence. You're not warriors like us, but you survived your own violent history to reach the stars. We studied Earth's databases. Your species has hundreds of martial arts, each created by adapting to different circumstances. We're just doing what humans do," Nexa added with a fang-filled smile. "We're adapting." 6 months later, Mara found herself in an observation gallery, watching as adult Felinar warriors, including the cubs' recovered parents, moved through Mara's flow formations. The practice had spread beyond the station, back to the Felinar homeworld, where it was being integrated into their military training as a meditation and recovery discipline. Injured warriors used it for rehabilitation. Diplomats practiced it before tense negotiations. Felinar athletes had adopted it for flexibility training. Commander Vex Thora stood beside her, all 4 arms crossed. "You've created an interesting legacy, human Mara. A peace practice became a warrior discipline, which became a peace practice again. Very circular, very human." "I didn't create anything," Mara protested. "Rexel and Nexa did all of this. You gave them the foundation," the commander countered. "And perhaps that's the most human thing of all, sharing something freely, with no expectation of how it might grow. Other species would have copyrighted it, weaponized it, or forbidden its modification. But you, humans, you plant seeds and see what blossoms." Down on the training floor, Rexel and Nexa led their class through the closing meditation. Small voices calling out the pose names in both Felinar and English. Warrior's reflection, peaceful stillness, grateful breath. Mara smiled. She'd come to the station to teach aliens about human culture. Instead, 2 orphaned cubs had taught her something more important. That meaning isn't fixed, that adaptation isn't corruption, and that sometimes the greatest gift you can give is something unfinished, something others can reshape into exactly what they need. "Mara's flow," she murmured, watching the cubs bow to their students. "I suppose that has a nice ring to it." "Indeed," Vex Thora said, "though I suspect in a few generations, they won't even remember it came from yoga. It will simply be Felinar tradition, one more thread in the tapestry of shared galactic culture." "Good," Mara said. "That's how it should be." And somewhere in the quantum probabilities that Krillians could perceive, Commander Vex Thora saw a future where 1,000 species practiced their own versions of Mara's flow. Each one unique, each one adapted, each one a testament to what happened when humans shared their gifts freely with the universe. In every timeline, it was beautiful.
The alarm sounded loud in the quiet ship. Jake Morrison looked up from his computer screen and stared at the flashing lights on the control panel. Something was out there in space sending a signal. He had never seen anything like it before. Kate Brennan walked over and looked at the screen. She was the second in command on the ship. Her face showed worry. They had been traveling through empty space for 3 months. This was the first time they found any sign of life. The signal came from a small planet near a dying star. Jake checked the computer. There was a ship down there. It had crashed. The metal was torn open in many places. The ship looked strange. It did not match any design they knew. Jake made his choice fast. They would go look. 1 hour later, he was wearing his spacesuit. He climbed into the small shuttle with Kate and Lisa Grant. Lisa was the doctor on their ship. They flew down through the thin air toward the crashed ship. The crash site looked bad. Black burn marks covered the hull. Deep cuts showed where weapons had hit. Someone had attacked this ship before it fell. Jake felt his heart beat faster as they walked to the broken entrance. A sound came from inside. It was low and sad. Part growl, part cry. Jake put his hand on his weapon. They moved into the darkness slowly. Their helmet lights cut through the black. Broken things lay everywhere. Personal items scattered across the floor. Then Jake saw them. 3 small creatures huddled in the corner. They were the size of house cats. Their scales caught the light and shimmered. Small wings pressed tight against their sides. Big eyes glowed orange in the dark. Those eyes looked scared. Jake knew what they were. Dragons. Baby dragons. Their bodies were too thin. He could see their ribs through their scales. They were starving. Lisa made a small sound of shock. The creatures shook with fear. They pushed themselves harder against the wall. One was bigger than the others. It had red scales that looked like fire. This one made a hissing sound. Its tiny fangs showed, but the sound was weak. There was no real danger in it. Only terror. Jake took a slow step forward. He raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The baby dragons flinched back. The red one tried to stand in front of the other 2. It wanted to protect them. Jake could see how hard it tried to be brave. But its legs shook. It was too weak to stand for long. Kate found the bodies. 2 adult dragons lay under broken metal near the back. They were dead. These babies had been guarding them. They stayed with their parents even though they could have run. Even though they were dying too. Jake felt pain in his chest. These little ones had lost everything. Their parents were gone. Their home was destroyed. They were alone and afraid. He got down on his knees. He made himself smaller, less scary. The red baby dragon hissed again, softer this time. Its legs shook more. It was using all its strength just to stay standing. Lisa looked around at the broken containers. Food supplies were scattered everywhere, but all of it was bad, spoiled or damaged from the crash. The babies had been trapped here with nothing to eat. They watched their parents die. Then they began to starve. Alone in the dark, Jake reached into his pack slowly. He pulled out a food bar. He broke off a small piece. Then he held it out toward the dragons. His palm was flat. His hand did not move. The red baby sniffed the air. Its small nose moved. The smell of food fought with its fear. Behind it, one of the smaller babies made a crying sound. This one had blue scales like the sky. It sounded so sad and hungry. The other babies looked back at it. They were torn between keeping safe and helping their brother or sister. Jake waited. He did not move. His arm started to hurt from holding it out. But he stayed still. He talked softly. His voice came through the speaker on his helmet. He told them they were safe now. He would not hurt them. They did not need to be afraid anymore. Time passed slowly. Jake kept talking. His voice was calm and steady. He kept telling them the same things. Safe, protected, no danger, food, help, home. The red dragon finally gave up fighting. It could not protect its siblings and let them starve. It moved forward. Its body stayed low to the ground. Its eyes never left Jake's face. When it got close enough, it grabbed the food and ran back fast. The 3 babies ate the piece of food in seconds. Then they looked up at Jake again. Their orange eyes were full of need. Hunger and hope mixed with the fear. They wanted more food, but they were still scared. Jake smiled inside his helmet. He broke off another piece of food. It took 2 hours to get the babies to trust them enough. Jake gave them food piece by piece. Each time, he held his hand a little closer. He talked the whole time. His voice never changed. Always calm, always kind, always steady. Kate and Lisa stayed back. They let Jake do all the work. Too many people would scare the babies more. But they brought the transport box closer. It had soft blankets inside. They put more food in there too. The blue baby was the first to come all the way to Jake. It walked up to his hand and touched it with its nose. Then it made a sound like a purr. Jake felt his heart swell. He moved one finger very slowly and touched the top of its head. The scales were smooth and warm. The third baby had green scales. It watched the blue one for a minute. Then it came forward too. Soon Jake was petting both of them. They pushed against his hands like cats. They wanted more touching. They had been alone and scared for so long. The red baby stayed back longer. It watched Jake with those smart orange eyes. It was thinking, judging, trying to decide if this human could be trusted. Finally, it walked forward. Slowly, carefully. It sniffed Jake's other hand. Then it looked right into his eyes through the helmet. Jake looked back. He tried to show with his eyes what he felt. Sadness for their loss, care for their pain, promise of safety. The red baby made a decision. It pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt tears in his eyes. These little creatures had been through so much, but they were choosing to trust again. Choosing to hope. Getting them into the transport box was easier after that. Jake put food inside. The babies followed it. They were still nervous, but hunger was stronger than fear now. Once inside, they huddled together. The red one stayed between the others and the humans, still protecting, still watching. Lisa checked them quickly. They were young, very young. Maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They needed constant care, proper food, safety, love. Most of all, they needed to feel safe again. The trip back to their ship was quiet. Jake sat next to the box. He kept talking to the babies. The red one watched him the whole time. Its eyes were starting to look less afraid, more curious. When they reached the big ship, Jake carried the box himself. The babies made worried sounds at all the new things around them. But when Jake spoke, they settled down. They were learning his voice meant safety. Lisa had prepared a room for them. It was warm and quiet. Soft bedding covered the floor. Water and food waited in bowls. The lights were dim. Everything was calm. Jake opened the transport box. The babies looked out. They saw the new space. Fear started to show in their eyes again. New place, new smells, new dangers. But Jake sat down on the floor. He did not try to take them out. He just sat there, patient, calm, waiting. The blue baby came out first. It sniffed around, found the water and drank. Then it looked back at Jake. Its eyes seemed to say thank you. The green one followed. Then finally the red one. It came out last. It checked everything, made sure its siblings were safe. Then it looked at Jake one more time. Jake smiled. He spoke softly. "Welcome home, little ones. You are safe now. I promise." The red dragon baby sat down. For the first time since Jake found them, it stopped shaking. It let its guard down just a little, and in that moment something changed. A bond began to form between a human and 3 dragon babies who had forgotten what kindness felt like. Jake stayed with them for hours that first night. He sat on the floor and watched them eat, watched them drink, watched them finally curl up together to sleep. The red one kept one eye open, still watching, still guarding. But even it was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. The first few days were hard. The baby dragons stayed in one corner of the room. They huddled together like they did in the crashed ship. Their eyes followed every movement. Every sound made them jump. They were alive, but they were not really living. Fear still controlled them. Lisa wanted to check them properly. She needed to see if they were hurt, if they were sick. But when she came into the room with Jake, the babies panicked. The red one made a loud crying sound. It was too big for such a small creature. They climbed over each other trying to get away. Their claws scratched the floor as they scrambled backward. Jake held up his hand. Lisa stopped. He understood now. These babies saw their parents attacked by many creatures, multiple enemies. When more than one person came near, they thought danger was coming. They needed one person, one familiar face, one voice they could learn to trust. So Jake became that person. For the next 3 days, he was the only one who entered their room. He moved slowly every time. He always talked before opening the door. His voice came first. Then he appeared, predictable, safe, always the same. He brought food 3 times each day, fresh water, clean blankets. He talked while he worked. Sometimes he read his reports out loud. Sometimes he told stories about Earth, about oceans and mountains, about rain and snow, things the babies had never seen. His voice filled the room, steady and calm, never loud. Never harsh, the babies watched him, at first from far away, then from a little closer. They learned his schedule. They knew when he would come. Their small heads would lift when they heard his footsteps in the hall. They began to wait for him. The blue baby was brave. On the fourth day, it did not run away. It stayed where it was when Jake came in. It watched him put down the food. Then it took a step forward, just one. Then another. The red baby made a warning sound. A small chirp that said danger. But the blue one did not listen. It kept walking toward Jake, slowly, carefully. Its nose twitched as it smelled him. Jake did not move. He barely breathed. The blue baby came right up to his hand. Its tongue flicked out, tiny and forked. It tasted the air around his fingers. Then it made a sound, soft and rumbling, almost like a cat purring. The blue baby pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt joy burst in his chest. Very slowly, he moved one finger. He stroked the top of the baby's head. The scales were smooth. They were warm like stones in the sun. The baby leaned into his touch. Its eyes closed. It looked happy. The green baby watched this with big eyes. It tilted its head, thinking. After a minute, it made a decision. It walked over to Jake, too. It bumped against his other hand. Soon, Jake was petting both babies. They pressed against him. They wanted more touching, more comfort. They had been alone for so long, cold and scared. Now someone was being kind. Someone cared. The red baby stayed back. It sat and watched with those smart orange eyes. Jake could see it thinking, judging, trying to understand this human who brought food and spoke kindly and never tried to hurt them. Days passed. The babies grew stronger. They ate better. They moved around the room more. They played small games with each other, chasing and tumbling, making happy sounds. Jake loved watching them. They were starting to act like children instead of scared survivors. By the end of the week, all three would eat while Jake was in the room. The blue and green ones came to him every time he entered. They rubbed against his legs. They climbed into his lap. They fell asleep on him while he worked on his computer. The red baby kept more distance. But it was changing too. It no longer crouched ready to fight. It sat up straight. It watched Jake with curiosity instead of fear. Sometimes it would take treats from his hand. Its movements were still careful, still cautious, but the pure terror was gone. Lisa was finally able to examine them. She came in with Jake. He talked to the babies the whole time. He petted them, kept them calm. Lisa worked quickly. She was kind and careful. The babies were nervous, but they did not panic. Jake's presence made them feel safe enough to accept help. Lisa said they were very young, maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They would need care for a long time. They needed good food, a safe place, and most important, they needed love. They needed to know someone cared about them, that they mattered, that they were not alone. Jake spent more and more time with them. Kate took over his work duties. She smiled and joked that he had become a father. He could not argue. He felt like a father. When the blue baby had a bad dream, Jake was there. The baby cried and thrashed in its sleep. Jake picked it up. He held it against his chest. He hummed a soft song. The baby settled. It felt safe in his arms. He learned who they were. The blue baby was curious. It wanted to explore everything. It was friendly and loving, always the first to try new things. The green baby was quiet. It watched and learned before acting. It was thoughtful. And the red baby was protective. It was proud. It was slowly learning that being strong did not mean being alone. Jake named them in his mind. The red one was Red. The blue one was Sky. The green one was Forest. Simple names. But they fit. 2 weeks after the rescue, something special happened. Jake was sitting on the floor reading. The babies were playing across the room, chasing a ball Jake had given them. They were making happy sounds. Then everything went quiet. Jake looked up. Red was walking toward him. Not to get food. Not because Jake called. Red just walked over on its own. It looked at Jake for a long moment. Those orange eyes were deep, intelligent, full of thought. Then Red climbed into Jake's lap. It turned around 3 times like a dog getting comfortable. Then it curled up. Its small body was warm. Jake could feel it breathing. Slow and steady, peaceful. Jake felt his throat get tight. Emotion filled him. This was trust. Real trust. Red was saying that Jake was safe, that Jake was family, that Red did not need to guard anymore. Not against Jake, never against Jake. Jake put his hand gently on Red's back. He felt the tiny wings fold against its sides. Red's eyes closed. For the first time since being found, Red looked completely at peace. No tension, no fear, just calm. Sky and Forrest saw this. They came over too. They piled onto Jake, one on each leg, 3 baby dragons, all trusting him completely, all feeling safe with him. Jake sat there and felt grateful. These little creatures had been through terrible things. They lost their parents, their home, everything they knew. They were left alone in the dark to die, but they survived. And more than that, they chose to trust again. They chose to hope. They chose to love. That was courage, real courage. Not the kind that comes from being strong or fierce, but the kind that comes from being hurt and still choosing to open your heart again. Jake made a promise to himself. He would never let them down. He would protect them, care for them, help them grow strong and healthy, give them the childhood they deserved. A childhood full of safety and love. Kate came to check on them later. She stood in the doorway and smiled. Jake was asleep on the floor. All 3 baby dragons were curled up with him, Red on his chest, Sky and Forrest against his sides. They were all breathing in sync. A little family. Kate took a picture. She knew this moment was important. This was the moment everything changed. Not just for the babies, but for Jake too. He had found his purpose. These 3 small creatures needed him, and maybe he needed them just as much. The next day, the babies were different. They were more confident. They played harder. They explored more. Red started trying to fly. Its small wings would flap as it jumped. It could not fly yet, but it was trying, learning, growing. Sky found a hiding spot behind some boxes. It would hide and jump out when the others walked by. Forrest learned to open the water dispenser. It was very proud of itself. It showed Jake by opening and closing it over and over. They were acting like normal children, playful, curious, full of energy. The scared creatures from the crashed ship were gone. In their place were 3 baby dragons who knew they were loved. Jake watched them and felt pride. This was what patience looked like. This was what kindness could do. These babies had been so broken, so afraid, but with time and care and love, they healed. They learned to trust again. They learned that the world had good in it. Trust was not given easily. It was earned, day by day, action by action, by showing up, by being consistent, by proving that your words matched your deeds. The babies had given Jake their trust, the most precious gift of all, and Jake would never take that gift for granted. He would honor it, protect it, nurture it, because these 3 baby dragons were not just his responsibility. They were his family now, and family meant everything. 3 weeks after finding the babies, the ship's alarms went off. Kate stood at her station and her face went pale. 20 ships had just appeared on the sensors. They were moving fast. Coming right toward them, the ships looked like the crashed one. The same strange design, like they were grown instead of built. Jake ran to the command room. His heart was pounding. He knew what this meant. Someone was looking for the babies. He called for Lisa to bring the babies to the command room. If this was about them, their presence might help. It might make the difference between peace and war. The screen turned on. A dragon appeared. But this was not a baby. This was huge. Even through the screen, Jake could feel its power. Its scales were deep purple. They shimmered like they had light inside them. Its eyes were gold, bright and fierce. This was a predator. Ancient and dangerous, the dragon spoke. Its voice was deep. The translator struggled to turn the sounds into words. I am High Commander Zephyros of the Draconic Empire. We have tracked a lost vessel to this region. You will surrender any survivors immediately. There was no asking in those words, only orders. Jake felt everyone looking at him. The tension in the room was thick. He put his hand on the armrest. His fingers tapped nervously. Commander Zephyros, Jake said carefully. His voice was steady even though he felt scared. We did locate a crashed vessel. We recovered 3 survivors. Young ones. They are safe and healthy aboard our ship. The dragon's eyes became narrow. You dare to hold Imperial heirs hostage, human? Your species will pay dearly for this transgression. Jake raised his hands quickly. No hostages, Commander. Rescued refugees. There is a difference. They were starving, alone, and terrified. We gave them care and safety. Nothing more. Show them to me. Now! The dragon's voice was hard. Lisa stepped forward. She held Forrest in her arms. Sky and Red walked at her feet. The babies looked up at the screen. Their eyes went wide. Red made a chirping sound. It was excited, happy, the sound of recognition. Everything about Zephyros changed. The anger melted away. His face showed relief and pain mixed together. By the eternal flame, he breathed. Princes Ember, Azure, and Verdant, you live. The babies chirped and whistled back. They were trying to talk. Zephyros listened. His big head tilted. Then he looked back at Jake, but now his eyes were different. He was judging Jake, but not with anger, with thought. They speak highly of you, human, Zephyros said slowly. They say you fed them when they were starving, protected them when they were afraid, showed them kindness when they expected only death. Jake felt his shoulders relax a little. We did what anyone should do when they find those in need, Commander. Zephyros studied him. His gold eyes were deep and wise. The cubs, he said carefully, refuse to leave your side. Prince Ember in particular. He claims you are pack now, family. Jake looked down. Red was standing beside his chair, its small body pressed against his leg. The baby looked up at him. Those orange eyes trusted him completely. I would be honored to be considered such, Jake said quietly. Something deep moved across Zephyros's face. You do not understand what you have done, human. These cubs, they are the children of our Emperor and Empress. Their parents died protecting them from an assassin's attack. We thought them lost forever. The command room went silent. Jake felt the weight of those words. Royal children. He had rescued the children of dragon royalty, the future leaders of an entire empire. But more than that, Zephyros continued. His voice became soft, almost reverent. You did something we could not. Young dragons who experience such trauma often refuse to eat. Even when food is provided, they grieve themselves to death. We have lost many cubs this way, yet these 3 thrive in your care. How? Jake thought about those first days. The patience, the gentle persistence, the hours of sitting quietly. I just showed them they were safe, he said. Gave them time to trust again. Proved through actions, not words, that the world still had good in it. Zephyros was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. The Draconic Empire owes humanity a debt that can never be repaid. These cubs are the future of our people. Without them, our line ends. You have given us hope itself. The dragon's form changed on the screen. He became less threatening, almost humble. I request permission to come aboard your vessel, Commander Morrison. Not as a warrior, but as one who wishes to learn from you. To understand how you reached the cubs when we could not. Jake smiled. Permission granted, Commander Zephyros. I think we have much to discuss. Commander Zephyros came to the ship with guards, but the massive dragon moved carefully through the small hallways. Jake met him in the cargo bay. It was the only space big enough. The 3 babies danced around Jake's feet. They were excited. When Zephyros saw the babies, he lowered himself to the floor. He made himself less scary. The babies rushed forward. They chirped and whistled in their language. They climbed over him. They were so happy to see someone from their own kind. But after a few minutes, something strange happened. Red broke away from Zephyros. It came back to Jake. It climbed up his uniform and sat on his shoulder. Sky and Forrest followed. They came back to Jake too. They sat at his feet. They looked between Jake and Zephyros. Their choice was clear. Zephyros looked surprised and sad. They trust you more than their own kind now, he said. This is unprecedented. Jake stroked Red's head gently. They know you are family, Commander. But trauma changes things. We were there in their darkest moment. That creates a bond. Over the next few hours, Jake explained everything. How he approached them slowly. How he fed them patiently. How he was consistent and kind. How he showed them through actions that they were safe. Zephyros listened carefully. He asked questions. His questions showed how different their approaches were. We are warriors, Zephyros said. His voice was heavy. We value strength, independence, the ability to overcome. When our young experience trauma, we provide them space to recover their strength. We do not coddle. We do not show weakness. But perhaps, he paused and looked at how the babies nestled against Jake. This is not weakness at all. Gentleness is not weakness. Jake agreed. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is be soft. Zephyros lowered his head. It was a sign of respect. We have much to learn from humanity, it seems. Our empire is vast and powerful, but in this you have shown us a better way. They talked about what would happen next. The babies needed to return to their people eventually, but forcing them now would only hurt them more. Zephyros had a solution. It was as unusual as everything else that had happened. I will assign one of our vessels to travel with yours, Zephyros said. You continue to care for the princes while we observe and learn. When they are ready, when they choose to return to us, we will welcome them home. Until then, you are their guardian. More than that, he continued. His golden eyes gleamed. I propose an alliance between the Draconic Empire and humanity. We have watched your species from afar. You are young, aggressive, and unpredictable. We deemed you too dangerous for contact. But what you have shown us, this capacity for compassion and patience, this speaks to a strength we had not considered. Kate stepped forward. An alliance, Commander Zephyros? What would that entail? The dragon looked thoughtful. Trade, knowledge exchange, mutual defense. We have enemies that would threaten both our peoples. Together, we could stand against them. But more than that, he looked at the babies again. Perhaps we could learn from each other. Warriors need wisdom. Strength needs balance. You have shown us one path. We can offer you others. Jake felt the weight of history on his shoulders. This was bigger than him. He did not have the authority to decide for all humans, but he understood how important this was. A species that avoided humanity was now offering friendship, all because he showed kindness to 3 scared babies. I cannot speak for all humanity, Commander, Jake said carefully, but I can promise you that we will treat this opportunity with the respect it deserves. We will contact our governments and relay your proposal. Zephyros bowed his massive head. That is all I ask. In the meantime, I entrust these precious lives to your care. Teach them well, Jake Morrison. They will lead our people one day. Let them remember that true strength comes not from claws and fire, but from compassion and understanding. As Zephyros prepared to leave, Red chirped loudly from Jake's shoulder. The baby launched into the air. Its young wings flapped hard. It glided down to land in front of Zephyros. Red spoke in fast whistles and clicks. Too fast for the translator. Zephyros listened carefully. Then he looked at Jake. There was wonder in his eyes. He says to tell you that you are the bravest creature he has ever known. That you face their fear with nothing but gentle hands and a kind heart. That you are worthy of being called Dragon Friend, the highest honor we can bestow upon another species. Jake knelt down. He brought himself level with Red. The little dragon bumped its head against his cheek. Pure affection. And you, little one, are worthy of being called family. After Zephyros left, Jake stood in the cargo bay with his crew and the 3 babies. Kate looked at him. Her face showed pride and amusement. You realize what you have done, she said. You just started first contact with an entire empire. All because you could not walk away from 3 scared children. Jake smiled. He scratched Sky behind the small horns that were just starting to grow. I just did what felt right. Sometimes that is all we can do. Weeks turned into months. The ship continued its work. But now it traveled with a dragon vessel called Shadowwing. The arrangement worked well for both species. The dragons learned human ways of caring for trauma. They learned about emotional support, about patience and kindness. The humans learned about dragon technology, things that seemed almost like magic. The babies grew fast. Red, Sky, and Forest were now as big as large dogs. Their wings were stronger. Their scales were brighter. They spent their days playing in special rooms, learning human games and dragon traditions. Teachers from Shadowwing came to visit. They taught the babies about their culture, their history, their language. But every night the babies came back to Jake. He moved his room to be closer to them. Most nights he worked with at least one baby curled up nearby. Red still followed him everywhere when it could. The bond between them was strong. The alliance between humans and dragons was made official after 3 months of talking. The galaxy watched in shock. 2 species that never met before became partners so fast. The story of the rescue spread everywhere. It became a symbol of what was possible when compassion defeated fear. Jake stood in the observation room. He watched the stars drift past. Red sat beside him. The dragon was now big enough that its head reached Jake's waist. Red had been quiet all day, thoughtful. You are thinking about home, Jake said softly. It was not a question, Red chirped. The sound meant yes. The dragon leaned against Jake's leg. seeking comfort even while thinking about a hard choice. Sky and Forrest joined them. They sat on Jake's other side. The three siblings looked at each other. They communicated in ways beyond words. Then Sky spoke. Its voice came through the translator clear and strong. "We must return, Packfather. Our people need us, but we do not wish to leave you." Jake's chest tightened. He knew this moment would come. He had been dreading it even though he knew it was right. These were not pets. They were not even really children. They were the future leaders of an empire. They needed to learn their own culture. To be among their own kind, you do not have to choose, Jake said gently. "I will always be here, and you will always be welcome wherever I am." Family is not about distance. It is about the bonds we forge and the love we share. Forrest spoke up. Forrest was always the quiet one. "You taught us that fear can be overcome with patience, that broken things can heal, that trust is earned through gentle persistence. We will take these lessons home. We will teach them to others." Red stood up. It stretched its wings. "When we lead our people, we will remember what true strength looks like. Not claws and fire, but an open hand and a kind word. You showed us that, Packfather. You changed everything." Jake knelt down. He pulled all three dragons into a hug. They pressed against him. Their warm scales were familiar, comforting. "I am so proud of you," he whispered. "All three of you. You survived something terrible and came through it stronger. You chose hope over despair, trust over fear. That takes courage beyond measure." The farewell ceremony was held on Shadow Wing. The entire crew of Jake's ship attended. Dragon leaders came from across the Empire. Zephyros stood at the center. His purple scales gleamed under the lights. "Today," the High Commander announced. His voice was strong and proud. "We celebrate not an ending, but a beginning. These three princes returned to us whole, healed not by our traditions, but by the compassion of a stranger who refused to see them as other. Jake Morrison, you have earned a place in our history. You will forever be remembered as the one who taught us that gentle hands can be mightier than the sharpest claws." He pointed to his side. A beautiful artifact rested on a stand. "This is the Heart of Flame, passed down through our royal line for 10,000 generations. We gift it to you, not as payment, for no payment could equal what you have given us, but as a symbol. You are packed to the royal family now. You are dragonkin." Jake accepted the artifact. It was a crystal that seemed to contain living fire, but his eyes were on the three babies. They stood with other dragons now. They looked more confident, more at peace than he had ever seen them. Red stepped forward one last time. "You saved us, Packfather. Not just our lives, but our spirits. We were drowning in fear and grief. You pulled us back to shore. Now we will do the same for others. We will be the leaders our people need. Leaders who understand that true strength includes compassion." The red dragon touched its forehead to Jake's, a gesture of deepest respect. "Until we meet again," family Sky and Forrest did the same. Each shared a moment of connection. Then they stepped back to join their people. Jake watched them go. His heart was full of both sadness and pride. Kate found him later in his room. He was staring at the Heart of Flame. "You changed the galaxy today," she said softly. "Two species at peace because you chose kindness over caution." Jake shook his head. "I just showed three scared children that the universe still had good in it. Everything else, the alliance, the peace, that grew from their courage, not mine. They chose to trust again. They chose hope. I just held the door open." His communicator made a sound, a message from Shadow Wing. From the babies, they had sent a recording. Their voices were clear and strong. "We are home, Packfather. Our people celebrate our return. But they also celebrate you and what you represent. The humans showed us that different does not mean enemy, that strangers can become family, that the universe is larger than our fear. Thank you for teaching us these truths. Thank you for your gentle hands when we needed them most." Jake smiled. He touched the Heart of Flame. The crystal pulsed with warmth, like it was responding to his thoughts. Three little dragons had been starving themselves in fear, lost and alone in the darkness. He offered them food and safety, yes, but more importantly, he offered them patience, understanding, love. That was the human way. Not weapons or technology, but the simple act of reaching out when others pulled back, of choosing compassion when fear would be easier. That was what would carry humanity through the stars. Days turned into weeks. News of the Alliance spread. Other species watched with interest, some with worry, Humanity had been seen as dangerous, young and aggressive, but now dragons vouched for them. Dragons, one of the oldest and most respected empires. That changed things. Jake received messages from across human space. Leaders wanted to meet him. Scientists wanted to study what he did. Everyone wanted to understand how he reached the dragon babies when their own people could not. But Jake was not special. He knew that. He was just a person who saw creatures in need and chose to help. He was patient because being patient was right. He was kind because being kind mattered. Anyone could have done the same. They just had to care enough to try. The ship turned toward home, toward Earth. Jake had not seen his home planet in almost a year. He missed it. Missed his family, his friends, the feel of real air and real ground. But he knew he would return to this sector. The Alliance was young. It needed care. The same patient care he gave 3 frightened babies. Kate came to his room one evening. She sat down and looked at the heart of flame. Its internal fire never stopped moving, always dancing, always alive. "Do you think they will be okay?" she asked. "The babies. Do you think they can handle being leaders?" Jake nodded. They survived losing their parents. They survived starvation and fear. They learned to trust again after every reason to give up. If they can do all that, they can do anything. They will be great leaders, better than their people have ever seen, because they learned that strength comes in many forms. Kate smiled. "You taught them that?" "No," Jake said. "They taught themselves. I just gave them the space and safety to learn. Sometimes that is what people need most. Not someone to fix them, but someone to stand beside them while they fix themselves." Another message came through, this time from Red directly. The dragon's face appeared on the small screen. It looked older somehow, more mature, growing into its role. "Packfather," Red said. Its voice was stronger now, deeper. "I wanted to tell you something. Today I met a young dragon who lost its family. It was scared, starving itself just like we did, and I remembered what you taught me. So I sat with it. I was patient. I spoke kindly. I showed it that trust could be earned, and it ate. It is going to be okay, because of what you showed me." Jake felt tears in his eyes. "That is what leadership looks like, Red. I am so proud of you." Red's eyes softened. "We carry your lessons with us, Packfather, every day, in every choice we make. You showed us that the universe can be kind, that love is stronger than fear, that family is not just blood. We will never forget, and we will make sure our people never forget either." The message ended. Jake sat in the quiet of his room. Outside, stars streamed past, endless and beautiful, full of possibility. 3 baby dragons had been starving themselves in fear. A human's gentle hand changed everything, and now those dragons were changing their entire empire, teaching others what they learned, spreading compassion where once there was only warrior pride. The galaxy was shifting, becoming something new, something better. All because one person chose to kneel down and offer food to 3 terrified creatures. All because kindness mattered more than caution. Love mattered more than fear. And somewhere in the depths of dragon space, 3 young princes were learning to lead, carrying with them the memory of gentle hands and patient words, ready to show their people that true strength was not about being the fiercest. It was about being the kindest. 2 years passed. The alliance between humans and dragons grew stronger each day. Trade routes opened. Knowledge flowed between the 2 species. Dragon ships protected human colonies. Human doctors taught dragon healers about trauma care. It was a partnership that benefited everyone. Jake was now an ambassador. He traveled between human and dragon space. He helped solve problems, taught others about patience and understanding. But he always made time to visit Red, Sky, and Forest. They were adults now, nearly full-grown. Their scales gleamed with health. Their wings were powerful. Red had grown into a magnificent dragon. Its crimson scales looked like living fire. It stood taller than a house. Its voice commanded respect. But when Red saw Jake, it became the baby it once was, running over, making happy sounds, nuzzling against him like it used to. "Packfather," Red always said. "You came." The joy in its voice never changed. No matter how important Red became, Jake would always be family. Sky worked as a diplomat now. It traveled to other species, built bridges, made friends. Its curious nature made it perfect for the role. It approached every new culture with wonder and respect. Just like it once approached Jake with cautious hope, Forrest became a teacher. It worked with young dragons who experienced trauma. It taught them about healing, about patience, about trust. Every lesson came from what Forrest learned in those dark days after the crash. And from what Jake showed them all about kindness. The three siblings changed their entire culture. They introduced new ways of thinking about strength, about leadership, about what it meant to be dragon. The old ways valued only fierceness, only power. But the three princes showed that compassion was power, that gentleness was strength, that love could conquer what claws could not. Not everyone agreed at first. Some dragons thought the princes were too soft, too influenced by humans. But then those critics saw the results. Young dragons stopped starving themselves when they experienced trauma. They healed faster, grew stronger, because now there were dragons who knew how to help them. Dragons who learned from the best teacher of all, a human with gentle hands. Jake was visiting the dragon capital, a massive city built into a mountain. Spires of crystal reached toward the sky. Dragons flew everywhere. It was beautiful and grand. Red met him at the landing platform. Behind Red stood hundreds of young dragons, all waiting. "What is this?" Jake asked. He felt confused. Red's eyes gleamed. "These are the cubs we saved." Every one of them was starving themselves after losing their families. Everyone was given up as lost. But we used your methods. Patience, kindness, consistency. And they all lived. They all healed. They wanted to meet the human who saved us, who taught us how to save them. Jake looked at all the young dragons, hundreds of them, all alive because he showed three scared babies that trust was possible. His throat tightened with emotion. One by one, the young dragons came forward. They touched their heads to Jake's hands, a gesture of respect and gratitude. Each one whispered thanks for saving the princes, for teaching the dragons a better way, for showing that different did not mean enemy. Jake felt tears run down his face. He did not try to hide them. This was what mattered, not glory, not fame, but this: lives saved, hope restored, a future made brighter because someone chose kindness over fear. That evening, Jake sat with Red, Sky, and Forrest on a balcony overlooking the city. The three dragons were huge now, but they still curled around Jake like they did when they were small, protecting him, loving him. "Do you ever regret it?" Sky asked. "Saving us? Your life became so complicated because of us." Jake laughed. "Regret? Never. You three are the best thing that ever happened to me. You taught me as much as I taught you. You showed me what courage really looks like, what hope can do, what love means." Forrest spoke quietly. "We were so broken, Packfather, so lost. We thought we would die in that crashed ship, alone in the dark. But you found us. You saw past our fear. You gave us time to heal. You never gave up on us." "How could I give up on you?" Jake asked. "You were children who needed help. That is all that mattered. Not that you were dragons, not that you were different, just that you needed help and I could give it." Red rumbled deep in its chest. "That is why you changed everything, Packfather. You saw us as people first, not aliens, not threats, not even just victims, but as people who deserved kindness. That simple choice changed 2 entire civilizations. The stars came out above them, brilliant and countless." Jake looked up at them and thought about how far they had all come. 3 baby dragons who starved themselves in fear were now leaders teaching compassion. A human who just wanted to help was now a bridge between species. Zephyros joined them on the balcony. The High Commander was older now. His purple scales had silver in them, but his eyes were still sharp and wise. "Jake Morrison," he said formally, "the Dragon Council has made a decision. We wish to establish the Morrison Protocol, a set of guidelines for caring for traumatized young, based entirely on your methods. It will be taught to every dragon. Mandatory training. So that no cub ever starves from grief again. Jake felt overwhelmed. I just did what felt right. I am not special. Zephyros shook his great head. That is exactly what makes you special. You saw what needed to be done and you did it, without thought of reward. Without hesitation. You gave freely of your time and your heart. That is the rarest gift of all. The High Commander looked at the three princes. And look what grew from that gift. 3 leaders who will guide us into a new age, an age where strength includes compassion, where power includes kindness, where we remember that we are strongest when we care for each other. Months later, Jake returned to Earth. He walked through familiar streets, saw familiar faces, but everything felt different now. He had changed. The galaxy had changed. All because of 3 baby dragons and the choice to help them. He gave speeches now, taught at universities, shared his story. But his message was always the same. Kindness matters. Patience matters. Seeing others as people matters. These simple truths could change everything. Young humans listened. They learned. They went out into the galaxy carrying those lessons. Human diplomats became known for their compassion. Human doctors for their patience. Human teachers for their kindness. Jake's example spread like ripples in water, touching lives he would never meet. Other species noticed. They saw what happened when humans and dragons worked together. They saw the prosperity, the peace, the growth. Slowly, more species reached out, wanting to join the alliance, wanting to be part of something built on understanding instead of fear. The galaxy was changing, becoming kinder, becoming better, all because one person knelt down in a crashed ship and offered food to 3 terrified babies. Jake received a message one day. It was from Red. The message was simple, but it made Jake smile. "Pack Father," Red wrote, "I wanted you to know. Today I was crowned Emperor. Sky and Forest serve as my closest advisors. Our first act was to declare a new principle for our empire, that all beings deserve compassion, that strength without kindness is weakness, that power without love is hollow." The council agreed unanimously. "You changed us, Pack Father. And through us, you changed our entire civilization. Thank you for everything, for seeing us when we were invisible, for hearing us when we could not speak, for loving us when we could not love ourselves. You are forever part of our family, forever honored in our history, forever remembered as the one who taught us what it means to be truly strong." Jake wiped his eyes. He looked at the heart of flame that still sat on his desk. Its inner fire danced and swirled, eternal and beautiful, a symbol of the bond between him and 3 dragons who started as strangers and became family. He wrote back, "Congratulations, Emperor Ember. You earned that crown through courage and compassion, through wisdom and love. I always knew you would be a great leader. You and your siblings are proof that broken things can heal. That fear can be overcome. That trust can be rebuilt. I am proud to call you family. Always." Years continued to pass. Jake grew older. His hair turned gray. His body slowed down. But his heart remained strong. He visited the dragon capital often, watched Red rule with wisdom, saw Sky bring new species into the alliance, observed Forest teaching generation after generation about healing and hope. The 3 dragons had children of their own now. Dozens of baby dragons who never knew the terror their parents experienced, who grew up in a world where compassion was valued, where kindness was taught, where love was the foundation of strength. And every one of those baby dragons learned the story of the human with gentle hands, the one who found their parents starving in fear, who showed them patience, who taught them trust, who changed everything. Jake Morrison became a legend. In dragon culture, in human culture, across dozens of species. But he never thought of himself as special. He just did what anyone should do when they find someone in need. He helped. That was the lesson. The one that echoed across the galaxy. Changing civilizations, saving lives, building bridges between the stars. Help when you can. Be kind when possible. Show patience when others show fear. Choose love over hate. Choose understanding over judgment. Choose compassion over cruelty. These simple truths, learned in a crashed ship, taught to 3 baby dragons, spread across the galaxy like light breaking through darkness. The dragon cubs had starved them.
The briefing room smelled like recycled air and old decisions. General Vorath Kessan sat at the head of the long table, his scales catching the blue light from the display screens. Around him, 12 senior officers waited for him to speak. He did not speak. He was looking at a number. 12,000. Such a small number. The Dominion had ruled 1,000 star systems for 600 years. They had fought wars that killed billions. 12,000 was nothing. A clerical note. A line in a budget report. The operation was a complete success, said Commander Yiel, pulling up the tactical display. The planet rotated slowly on the screen. It was gray now. It had been green and blue 3 days ago. Kepler 442b has been cleared for Dominion settlement. Human resistance was minimal. Minimal, Vorath repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. They had no orbital defense, Yiel continued. No fleet presence. Just surface settlements. Farmers, mostly. Some scientists. The plasma bombardment lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. Vorath had been eating dinner 4 hours ago. He had been listening to music. Human music, though no one knew about that particular habit. A woman singing about a place called Tennessee. He did not know where Tennessee was. He suspected it no longer existed. Casualties? He asked. 12,047, Yiel said. All enemy combatants neutralized. They were farmers. Yiel blinked. Sir? You said they were farmers. And scientists. Vorath leaned back in his chair. When did farmers become enemy combatants? The room went quiet. Officers looked at their displays, at their hands, at anything except Vorath. Standing orders, sir, Yiel said carefully. Any species that refuses to surrender territory is classified as hostile. The humans were given 14 days to evacuate. They refused. They refused to leave their homes. Yes, sir. Vorath looked at the gray planet on the screen. 12,000 people had woken up on that world. They had eaten breakfast. They had gone to work. They had made plans for dinner, for the weekend, for next year. None of them would see next year. He closed his eyes. By the cold stars, he was getting old. War was mathematics. He had believed that for 400 years. You added up the numbers. You calculated the acceptable losses. You made the cold equations balance. But humans did something strange. They named their dead. Every single one. He had read that in an intelligence report once. It had bothered him then. It bothered him now. What is the human response? He asked. Lieutenant Crix, the intelligence officer, pulled up a new display. Scattered protests on their homeworld. Their governments have issued formal complaints through diplomatic channels. Their news networks are covering the event extensively. Their military response? None, sir. The humans have no unified fleet. Their nation-states maintain separate forces, but they are currently engaged in 3 different conflicts with each other. Crix allowed himself a small smile. They are too busy fighting themselves to fight us. A junior officer at the far end of the table laughed. 12,000 dead, and they send a formal complaint. These creatures are pathetic. More laughter. Vorath did not laugh. His aide, a young officer named Thesson, did not laugh either. Thesson had studied human history at the Academy. He had written a paper on something called the Second World War. Vorath had never read it. He was starting to think he should have. Lieutenant Thesson, Vorath said, you studied the humans. What is your assessment? Thesson went pale. His scales shifted from green to gray. In Dominion biology, that meant fear. Sir, He stopped, swallowed. The humans are a young species, pre-unified, still learning to cooperate on a planetary scale. And they have a concept, sir. They call it righteous anger. Fessen's voice was barely a whisper. When someone hurts them badly enough, they stop fighting each other. They focus on the thing that hurt them. The junior officer snorted. So they will focus on us? With what? Farming equipment? Fessen did not answer. He was staring at his display. The color had drained from his face entirely. Fessen, Vorath said. Sir, there is an update from intelligence. The room waited. All human governments have ceased internal conflicts. Fessen looked up. His eyes were wrong. Not afraid anymore. Something worse. 17 hours ago, every nation-state on Earth announced a suspension of hostilities. Every military force has been recalled to their homeworld. Silence. 17 hours, Vorath said quietly. News of Kepler 442b reached Earth 17 hours ago. Yes, sir. Vorath stared at the display. He thought about his music files, about the woman singing about Tennessee, about a species that named their dead, every single one. The junior officer laughed again, but it sounded hollow now. So they stopped fighting. So what? They have no fleet, no weapons. What are they going to do? Send us a strongly worded letter? No one answered him. Vorath stood. The room stood with him. Double the patrols on the border systems, he said. I want daily reports from all listening posts. And Lieutenant Fessen? Sir, send me everything you have on human warfare. Everything. He walked out of the briefing room. The door hissed shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone with the hum of the ship's engines. 17 hours. A species that had been killing each other for their entire history, that had never agreed on anything, that could not even decide on a single language or government or religion. They had unified in 17 hours. By the cold stars. What had they done? 3 months of nothing. General Vorath Kassan stood at the observation window of his command ship, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the border systems, human space waited, silent, dark, empty. The listening posts reported the same thing every day. No transmissions, no ship movements, no military activity of any kind. Just static and silence, and one phrase, repeated on every frequency, in 7,000 human languages. We are counting. That was all. 3 words. No demands, no threats, no declarations of war. Just counting. Dominion High Command had relaxed. The Supreme Commander himself had sent a message of congratulations. The human problem had solved itself. Clearly, the young species had collapsed into grief and chaos. Their brief moment of unity had broken. They were probably back to killing each other by now. The expansion would continue. He could not sleep. Every night, he sat in his quarters and read. He had requested every Dominion file on human history, every intelligence report, every cultural analysis. He read until his eyes burned and his scales ached. What he found kept him awake. The humans had fought a war once. They called it the Second World War. It had lasted 6 years. 60 million dead. 60 million of their own kind, killed in a conflict over territory and ideology. But that was not the part that disturbed Vorath. The part that disturbed him was how it ended. A nation called the United States had built a weapon, a single bomb that could destroy an entire city. They had dropped it on a place called Hiroshima. 80,000 people gone in a flash of light. 3 days later, they dropped another one. And the war ended. Vorath read about the firebombing of Tokyo. 100,000 civilians burned alive in a single night. He read about a strategy called total war. He read about a concept called unconditional surrender. The humans had burned their own cities to ash. They had killed millions of their own people. And when it was over, they had rebuilt everything in 20 years. They were not a species that gave up. They were a species that got ready. General, Vorath turned. Fessin stood in the doorway, looking tired. Neither of them had slept well in 3 months. What is it? The Supreme Commander is demanding an update on the human situation. He wants to know why you are still requesting additional patrols. Vorath turned back to the window. Tell him the humans are preparing. Preparing for what, sir? Our intelligence shows no military buildup, no fleet construction, no weapons development. Our intelligence is wrong. Fessin hesitated. Sir, with respect, we have sensors throughout their space. We would detect any significant activity. Would we? Vorath picked up a datapad from his desk. The humans built nuclear weapons in less than 4 years. They did it in secret. Their own people did not know until the bombs fell. He set the pad down. They called the Project Manhattan. 200,000 workers, 3 years, complete secrecy. That was primitive technology, sir. We would detect. We detected nothing on Kepler 442b. 12,000 people lived there. Farms, children, schools. Vorath's voice was quiet. We knew nothing about them until we killed them. Fessin said nothing. The humans are quiet, Vorath continued. They are not broken, they are not grieving, they are working. He turned to face his aide. Do you know what humans call the period before a counterattack? Fessin shook his head. They call it getting their house in order. Somewhere in the ship, an engine hummed. Normal, routine, the sound of everything being fine. Fessin's communicator chirped. He looked at it. His scales went gray. Sir, Perimeter Station Theta has stopped transmitting. Vorath felt something cold move through his chest. When? 4 minutes ago. No distress signal, no weapons fire detected. The station just went silent. Get me a visual. They walked to the command center. Officers scrambled to their stations. Screens flickered with data. Somewhere, an alarm was beeping. Bringing up the Theta sector now, someone said. The main display showed empty space, stars, darkness. The station should have been there. A bright point of light, transmitting status reports every 30 seconds like it had for the past 50 years. Nothing. Scanning for debris, another officer called out. No wreckage detected, no energy signatures. It is like the station was never there. Vorath stared at the empty space where 300 Dominion soldiers had lived 12 minutes ago. Sir, contact. A ship emerged from the darkness. Small, outdated, human. It is broadcasting, sir. On screen. The audio filled the command center. A human voice, female, calm, speaking in the Dominion language, accented but clear. Sarah Chen, age 34, botanist, Kepler 442b. A pause. Marcus Williams, age 7, student, Kepler 442b. Another pause. Yuki Tanaka, age 61, retired teacher, Kepler 442b. On and on, name after name, 12,000 names. The ship was broadcasting them on loop, every frequency, every language. The humans were still counting, and now they had started collecting. Sir, Fessin whispered, what do we do? Vorath watched the small human ship drift through space, where a Dominion station had stood for 50 years. One ship, alone, broadcasting the names of the dead like a prayer. We prepare, he said, because they are finished getting their house in order. He turned to his officers. Their faces were pale, their scales were gray, and they are coming. 200 Dominion warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. General Vorath Kession watched from the command deck of the flagship, his claws gripping the railing. The human fleet waited for them. 40 ships, old designs, outdated weapons. Some of them looked like they had been pulled from museums. One vessel was broadcasting music, something loud with drums and screaming vocals. Commander Yiel laughed. This is their great counterattack, 40 ships against 200. Vorath said nothing. He was watching the human formation. They were not retreating. They were not spreading out. They were flying directly toward the Dominion fleet in a tight wedge. Open a channel, Vorath said. Sir? Open a channel to the human fleet. The communications officer hesitated, then complied. Static filled the bridge. Human vessels, this is General Vorath Kession of the Dominion 3rd Fleet. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender now, and you will be treated according to... A human voice cut him off. Male, calm, almost bored. General, we know who you are. We know what you did. A pause. We are here to collect. The channel went dead. Sir, the human ships are accelerating. Vorath watched the tactical display. The 40 human ships were not slowing down. They were speeding up, flying straight into the teeth of 200 warships like they did not know what death was. All ships opened fire. The space between the fleets turned white. Plasma, missiles, energy beams. The Dominion had the best weapons in the galaxy. They had conquered 1,000 worlds with those weapons. The human ships kept coming. Direct hit on the lead vessel. Their shields are down. The lead human ship, burning and broken, did not retreat. It accelerated into the Dominion formation and rammed the cruiser Vexant at full speed. Both ships disappeared in a ball of fire. By the cold stars, someone whispered. Second human vessel is on a collision course with the dreadnought Calyx. Destroy it. They hit it with everything they had. The human ship's engines died. Its hull was cracked open to space. It was a dead ship, drifting through the void. And then its emergency thrusters fired. The pilot was still alive, still steering, still aiming. The Calyx tried to turn. Too slow. The human ship hit it amidships at 3,000 meters per second. Vorath watched his tactical display turn red. Ship after ship, vanishing. The humans were not fighting like soldiers. Soldiers wanted to survive. Soldiers had families and futures and reasons to live. These humans flew like they were already dead. We have recovered audio from one of the human vessels. Play it. The bridge fell silent. A woman's voice filled the room. She was singing. The ship around her was burning, and she was singing. A children's song, something about a river and a boat and gentle dreams. She was still singing when her ship hit the dreadnought Vorn. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, 197 Dominion ships were gone. Debris and bodies floated in the silence of space. 3 human ships limped away into the darkness, still broadcasting the names of the dead. Vorath sat in his command chair. Around him, his officers wept, screamed, stared at nothing. Commander Yiel approached him. The commander's hands were shaking. Sir, what are they? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilot who had steered a dead ship into a dreadnought, about 40 vessels flying into 200 without hesitation. They are humans, he said quietly, but they throw their lives away like... They do not throw them away. Vorath stood. His legs felt weak. They spend them. There is a difference. I do not understand. Vorath pulled up his intelligence files, found the concept he had been looking for, a human phrase, acceptable losses. Every species had one. The Dominion's acceptable loss ratio was 15%. Above that, you retreated, you regrouped, you lived to fight another day. Humans have a concept, Vorath said. They call it acceptable losses. It is the percentage of their force they are willing to sacrifice to achieve victory. What is theirs? 20%? 30? Vorath turned to face his commander. The answer tasted like ash. All of them. The bridge was silent. They will spend every life they have, and they will keep counting what they are owed. Vorath walked to the observation window. Debris floated past, human, Dominion, impossible to tell the difference now. We did not start a war, Commander. We started a blood debt. And humans always collect. His communicator chirped. An intelligence update. He read it twice, 3 times. Sir, Yiel asked. What is it? The human fleet. Vorath's voice was hollow. It is no longer 40 ships. How many? 4,000. Yiel made a sound like something breaking. They built them in 3 months. Every factory on their planet, every shipyard in their system. Workers sleeping in shifts. Some of them worked themselves to death and were replaced within the hour. Vorath set down the communicator. They have a phrase for this. They call it the arsenal of democracy. He looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 human ships were moving toward Dominion space. 4,000 ships, filled with people who were not afraid to die. General, Yiel whispered. What do we do? Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. We start counting our own dead, he said, because they are just getting started. The Dominion homeworld had not seen a full military conclave in 1,200 years. The last one had been during the Hurrix Rebellion, when a slave species had tried to overthrow their masters. The Hurrix no longer existed. General Vorath Kessan sat in the Great Chamber and watched the Supreme Commander pace. Around them, every admiral and general in the Dominion waited in silence. The walls were covered with battle honors, flags from conquered worlds, weapons from defeated enemies. None of them meant anything now. We will offer territory, the Supreme Commander said. The humans can have the outer systems, 12 planets, enough to rebuild their lost colony 10 times over. No one spoke. We will offer reparations, minerals, technology, whatever they want. The Supreme Commander stopped pacing. We will even offer an apology, a formal acknowledgement of regret. Still, silence. Well, the Supreme Commander's voice cracked. Does anyone have a better suggestion? Vorath looked at the tactical display on the far wall. Red dots, thousands of them, human ships moving through Dominion space like a slow tide of blood. They had lost 6 more fleets. 87 colony worlds had gone dark. The humans did not occupy them, did not loot them. They simply arrived, destroyed every military installation, and left. And they kept broadcasting names. The human diplomatic vessel has arrived, an aide announced. They are requesting permission to land. 1 ship? The Supreme Commander asked. 1 ship, 1 passenger. The Supreme Commander looked at Vorath. General, you know more about these creatures than anyone. What do they want? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilots who steered dead ships into living targets, about a species that unified in 17 hours. I do not know, he said honestly, but I do not think it is territory. The human ambassador walked into the Great Chamber 20 minutes later. She was small, gray hair, calm hands. She wore a simple black suit with no decorations except a single pin on her collar. A small circle, 12,000 tiny names etched around its edge. She was carrying a document. I am Ambassador Elena Vasquez, she said. Her voice was soft, clear. I represent the United Earth Government. The Supreme Commander straightened to his full height. He was 3 times her size. His scales were the deep purple of royalty. His claws could crush her skull with a single squeeze. She did not look impressed. Ambassador, we are prepared to discuss terms. The Supreme Commander gestured to the document in her hands. Is that your proposal? No. She walked to the central table and set the document down. This is not a proposal. This is not a negotiation. She looked up at the Supreme Commander. This is an invoice. The Supreme Commander picked up the document. Vorath watched his face as he read it. The color drained from his scales, purple to gray to white. This is... The Supreme Commander's voice was barely a whisper. This is a list of names. 2,347 names, the ambassador said. Every officer who authorized the Kepler 442b strike. Every ship captain who fired. Every bureaucrat who approved the order. The chamber erupted, officers shouting, generals rising from their seats, voices overlapping in outrage. You want us to hand over our own people? This is insane. We will never. Quiet. The ambassador did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The room fell silent. We do not want your territory. We do not want your resources. We do not want your apology. She looked at the Supreme Commander. We want justice. The Supreme Commander set down the document. His claws were trembling. And if we refuse? The ambassador smiled. It was a small smile. Polite. It did not reach her eyes. Then we keep counting. She reached into her jacket and placed a second document on the table. This is a list of every Dominion colony within striking range of our current fleet positions. She tapped the paper with one finger. Population totals included. We have gotten very good at math, Supreme Commander. Vorath looked at the list. 37 colony worlds, 400 million Dominion citizens. You would kill 400 million people? The Supreme Commander asked. For 12,000? You killed 12,000 for farmland. The ambassador's voice was ice. We will kill 400 million for justice. And then we will keep going, name by name, until the debt is paid or until there is nothing left to collect from. She leaned forward. We do not want your empire. We do not want your submission. We want 2,347 people standing in a human courtroom answering for what they did. She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. Leave us, he said quietly. We will consider your terms. The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. You have 72 hours, she said. After that, we start counting again. The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. General Vorath, he said, begin preparing the transfer documents. Sir, we are going to give them what they want. The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. And if our people resist? The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony. Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kessan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle. Just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for ballots. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a study in applied justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. Numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences. That the dead deserved answers. That pain had to be balanced with accountability. And they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop, they count their dead, and they come for you. Together. Every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. We had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead, every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them. Talk with them. Learn their music and their stories and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorath's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly, because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said, always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
The Great Council Chamber floated in the darkness of space, a massive station that had witnessed 1,000 years of galactic politics. Inside its gleaming halls, representatives from 47 different species gathered for what many considered a mere formality. Earth was finally being admitted to the Galactic Council, and most of the assembled aliens expected it to be a brief, amusing ceremony. Ambassador Li Chen stood at the center of the circular chamber, her dark suit simple compared to the elaborate robes and armor worn by the alien delegates around her. She was a small woman by human standards, but she carried herself with quiet dignity as holographic displays flickered to life around her, showing Earth's credentials for membership. High Counselor Threen, an ancient insectoid whose species had mastered space travel before humans discovered fire, clicked his mandibles together in what might have been amusement. His compound eyes reflected the light from a dozen different angles as he examined the human data. "Let us review Earth's military capacity," Threen announced, his voice translated into 100 languages simultaneously. They claim to possess 3,000 capital ships. A ripple of chittering and low-frequency rumbles moved through the chamber. Several delegates made sounds that the translation systems rendered as laughter. Admiral Voss of the Calvex Empire rose from his seat, his forearms spreading wide in a gesture of disbelief. His scaled face twisted into what humans would recognize as a smirk. The Calvex were the Council's dominant military power, and Voss had commanded fleets for 2 centuries. He had seen countless species make exaggerated claims about their capabilities. "Ambassador Chen," Voss said, his voice dripping with condescension, "your species has been in space for barely 300 years. The Calvex Empire has been building warships for 12,000 years, and we possess 800 capital ships. You expect us to believe that primitive Earth has built nearly 4 times our fleet?" Chen remained still, her face unreadable. "The numbers in our report are accurate, Admiral." "Accurate?" Voss laughed, a barking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You also claim your ships can travel faster than light without dark matter cores. You claim weapons that manipulate gravity itself. You claim engine systems that violate known physics." He turned to address the full council. "Honored members, humanity is either deeply confused about their own capabilities, or they are telling stories to make themselves seem more important than they are." A delegate from the Threen Collective, a floating crystalline being, chimed in with a sound like bells. "Perhaps humans have difficulty with mathematics? 300 ships might seem like 3,000 to a young species." More laughter filled the chamber. Chen's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Counselor Threen brought the chamber to order with a sharp clicking sound. "Ambassador Chen, we mean no offense. All young species wish to appear strong when they join the galactic community. It is natural. But we must deal with facts, not fantasies. The facts are in the report, Chen replied calmly. Then perhaps you could provide a demonstration? Voss suggested, his tone making it clear he expected no such thing. Bring one of these miraculous ships here? Show us these impossible engines? Chen met his gaze steadily. Our military assets are currently deployed in defensive positions around Earth territory. We prefer not to move them without strategic necessity. Of course, Voss said, waving a dismissive hand. How convenient. The High Counselor pulled up another section of the human report, projecting it large enough for all to see. Your species also claims to have colonized 2,000 star systems in 3 centuries. Ambassador, the Calvex Empire has colonized 900 systems in 12 millennia. Do you see why we find your claims questionable? Humans reproduce quickly and adapt to diverse environments, Chen explained. Our expansion rate may seem unusual, but it reflects our biology and determination. A reptilian delegate from the Sorn hegemony hissed with amusement. Determination does not build starships, Ambassador. Resources and technology do. And your homeworld is barely developed compared to our standards. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Earth invests heavily in deep space infrastructure. Most of our industrial capacity is not on the homeworld. Invested where? Voss challenged. We have surveyed the systems you claim to occupy. We see colonies, yes, but nothing that would support military production on the scale you describe. No orbital shipyards, no resource extraction networks, no... Perhaps human facilities are simply difficult for your sensors to detect, Chen interrupted quietly. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Then Voss threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only do you have thousands of impossible ships, but they are also invisible. Do they fire invisible weapons as well? Perhaps they are crewed by invisible soldiers? Even Counselor Threen seemed amused now. Ambassador Chen, we appreciate your species' enthusiasm. Truly. But the Galactic Council operates on verifiable information, not mythology. We understand that Earth has rich cultural traditions of storytelling. Perhaps your military has confused your science fiction entertainment with reality. Chen's hands clenched briefly at her sides, then relaxed. She had been warned this would happen. The intelligence reports on the Council had predicted exactly this reaction. Humanity's capabilities were so far outside galactic norms that the truth sounded like fantasy. I assure you, Counselor, we know the difference between fiction and reality, she said. Then you will not object to our verification protocols? Threen asked. We will send survey teams to your territory. They will assess your actual military capacity and adjust your membership status accordingly. You are welcome to send observers, Chen agreed. Though I suspect your reports will match ours. Voss snorted. I suspect your reports will need significant downward revision. But do not worry, Ambassador. The Council does not punish optimism. We will grant you membership based on what you actually possess, not what you wish you possessed. The voting proceeded quickly. Humanity was granted junior membership status in the Galactic Council, with all the limitations that implied. They would have access to peripheral trade routes but not core systems. They could send representatives to council sessions but would have no vote on major decisions for at least a century, and for their own protection, the Council would assign a Calvex fleet to patrol human space. 12 destroyers should be sufficient, Voss announced magnanimously. They will guard your territory from pirates and ensure you are not overwhelmed by threats you cannot handle alone. Chen bowed slightly. The Council's generosity is noted. As the session ended and delegates filed out, many discussing the amusing human claims, Chen remained in the chamber for a moment. She looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the Council's perception, thousands of human warships maintained their silent vigil. Weapons that could crack planets waited in cold storage. Fleets that could cross the galaxy in hours stood ready. Earth had not lied in its report, but Earth had also learned long ago that sometimes the greatest advantage was being underestimated. Chen touched her communication device. Report to Earth Command. They don't believe us. Proceed with protocol silence. Maintain all defensive positions. Do not reveal capabilities unless absolutely necessary. The reply came instantly. Understood, Ambassador. Humanity will wait. Chen allowed herself a small, grim smile. The galaxy had laughed at Earth's military might. She wondered how long it would take before they stopped laughing. She wondered if they would still be alive when they finally understood the truth. The galaxy was about to learn a hard lesson about humanity. They did not exaggerate their strength. If anything, they understated it. 3 months passed since humanity joined the Galactic Council. In that time, Ambassador Chen had attended countless meetings, negotiated trade agreements, and endured patronizing advice from species that considered humans little more than clever children. The 12 Calvex destroyers patrolled human space faithfully, their crews reporting back that Earth's military was exactly as underwhelming as Admiral Voss had predicted. Everything changed on a Tuesday. The first alarms screamed through. Calvex border stations at 0400 Standard Galactic Time. Commander Thex, a veteran officer monitoring the deep space sensors, stared at his display in confusion. The readings made no sense. Thousands of signatures appearing from nowhere, moving impossibly fast. Sensor malfunction, he muttered. Running diagnostics, but the diagnostics came back clean. The signatures were real. Then the first border station went silent. Then the second. Then an entire star system's communications cut out simultaneously. Within an hour, the Calvex Empire's military command center was in chaos. Reports flooded in from multiple sectors. Unknown hostile forces were pouring through the galactic barrier, a region of unstable space that marked the edge of explored territory. Nothing was supposed to be able to cross that barrier in large numbers. Admiral Voss stood in the command center, his forearms working different control panels as he tried to make sense of the invasion. His scales had gone pale, a sign of stress in his species. "What are we facing?" he demanded. "Analysis identifies them as devourers, sir," his intelligence officer reported, her voice shaking. "Machine intelligences? We have records of minor encounters over the centuries, but nothing like this. The computer estimates 50,000 hostile ships, possibly more." 50,000. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. The entire Calvex military had 800 capital ships. Even if they called in every council species, they might assemble 3,000 ships total. And from the initial reports, Devourer technology was proving brutally effective against council defenses. The Devourers were not like organic species. They did not negotiate. They did not retreat. They simply consumed everything in their path, breaking down matter to build more of themselves. They were a plague of steel and artificial intelligence, and they were adapting to council weapons in real time. "Pull back all forces to defensive positions," Voss ordered. "Evacuate the border systems. Get those civilians out now." But even as he gave the orders, he knew they were too slow. Council ships needed hours to cross from one star system to another. The Devourers were faster, much faster. In 4 days, 17 Calvex star systems fell silent. Billions of citizens were killed or captured, their bodies and ships processed into raw materials for more Devourer vessels. The killing machines advanced like a wave of destruction, unstoppable and relentless. The Galactic Council convened an emergency session. The chamber that had been filled with laughter 3 months ago now echoed with panic and fear. High Counselor Threen's voice was strained as he addressed the assembly. "The Devourer invasion force is unlike anything in recorded history. They are advancing toward core worlds. At current speed, they will reach densely populated systems within 2 weeks. We must mount a defense. We are mounting a defense," Voss snarled, his composure cracking. "We are losing. These machines adapt to every weapon we use. Our ships cannot match their speed. We need time, and we need ships we do not have." A Threen collective representative spoke up. "What about the other member species? Can we assemble a combined fleet?" "We are trying," Threen replied. "But mobilization takes time. We have never faced a threat that required rapid deployment across multiple sectors. Our military doctrines are built for stability, not emergency response." That was when Ambassador Chen's voice cut through the chaos. "The Council should authorize Earth to assist in the defense." The chamber fell silent. Several delegates turned to stare at the human representative. Voss's laugh was bitter. "With respect, Ambassador, we appreciate the gesture, but a few dozen human ships will not change the outcome of this battle. Nevertheless, Chen said calmly, humanity requests operational command authority to coordinate defense of the threatened sectors. Operational command? A Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. You have been in space for 3 centuries. You want to command forces against a threat that challenges our entire civilization? Chen met the delegate's eyes without flinching. Yes, Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles in thought. The situation was desperate. What harm could it do to let the humans try? Perhaps their fresh perspective might offer some tactical insight, even if their actual military contribution would be minimal. This council is willing to grant temporary operational authority to Earth forces, Threen announced. Coordinate with Admiral Voss. Provide whatever assistance your ships can manage. We will need full access to communication networks and sensor data, Chen specified. Granted, Voss said tiredly. Though I hope you understand the scale of what we are facing, Ambassador. This is not a border skirmish. This is an extinction-level event. We understand perfectly, Admiral, Chen replied. Her fingers moved across her personal communication device, typing a message that would be transmitted on quantum-encrypted channels back to Earth. The message was simple. Protocol Fenrir. Full authorization. Respond with all available assets. On Earth, in a command center buried 3 kilometers below the surface, Fleet Admiral Marcus Chen received his daughter's message. He had been waiting for this moment, hoping it would never come but preparing for it nonetheless. Around him, dozens of officers stood at attention, waiting for orders. Marcus looked at the message for a long moment, then activated the fleet-wide communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Chen to all commands. Execute Protocol Fenrir. I repeat, execute Protocol Fenrir. All rapid response fleets are to proceed immediately to coordinates transmitted. Rules of engagement unrestricted. Authorization code Ragnarok 77. Across human space, in hidden shipyards and camouflaged orbital platforms, thousands of warships received their orders. Crews who had been training for this moment for decades rushed to their stations. Engines that could tear holes in space-time itself began to power up. In the Calvex Prime system, Admiral Voss was organizing what he knew would be the last stand. He had assembled 3,000 ships from across the Council, the largest fleet in galactic history. It was still hopelessly outnumbered. 12,000 Devourer vessels were bearing down on Calvex Prime, a planet that housed 4 billion civilians. All ships, form defensive sphere around the planet, Voss commanded. We hold here. We do not retreat. If we fall, we take as many of these machines with us as possible. His sensor officer suddenly shouted, Sir! Spatial anomalies detected, thousands of them. Voss's blood ran cold. The Devourers were arriving sooner than expected. Battle stations. All weapons. Sir, the signatures are behind us. Between us and the planet, that made no sense. Behind them? How could space itself began to tear? Not the slow, controlled openings that marked normal hyperspace travel, but precise, violent rips in reality. And through those rips, ships began to emerge. Human ships. Voss watched in stunned silence as Earth's fleet arrived. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They appeared in perfect formation, as if they had practiced this exact maneuver a million times. Each ship bore the blue and white insignia of Earth's military, and each ship was larger and more heavily armed than anything the Council had ever built. The sensor displays were going crazy, trying to count the arriving vessels. The numbers kept climbing. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. How many ships does Earth have? Voss whispered. His sensor officer's voice shook as she replied. Sir, the computer is still counting. Current estimate, 27,000 capital ships, plus support craft, plus, sir, we are detecting vessels that match no known classification. They are enormous. On every Council ship, crews watched in disbelief as humanity's true military might revealed itself. The myths had not been myths at all. The impossible claims had been simple facts. And in the command center of the human flagship, a woman's voice spoke with cold authority. This is Admiral Sarah Kovich of the Earth Defense Fleet. We have operational command. All Council ships pull back to secondary positions. Earth forces will handle the Devourers. Admiral Voss found his voice. Admiral Kovich, how many ships do you have? There was a pause. Then Kovich's reply came and Voss could hear the grim smile in her words. Enough. The Devourer fleet advanced like a swarm of metal locusts, 12,000 warships strong, their hulls gleaming with the processed remains of 17 conquered star systems. They had faced the Galactic Council's defenses and found them weak. Nothing could stop their advance. Nothing ever had. Admiral Sarah Kovich stood on the bridge of the EDF Indomitable, her eyes scanning tactical displays that showed information in ways the Council had never imagined. At 53, she had spent 30 years preparing for this exact moment. Every simulation, every training exercise, every doctrine had been built around one question: how do you kill something that cannot die? Admiral, Devourer fleet entering weapons range in 90 seconds, her tactical officer reported. Battle groups 1 through 50, activate gravitational anchors. Lock spatial coordinates. Engineering brings singularity drives to full power. Around her, the crew worked with practiced efficiency. There was no panic, no hesitation. They had done this before, just not on this scale. On the Calvex flagship, Admiral Voss watched the human fleet maneuver with growing confusion. The ships were not spreading out to maximize defensive coverage. Instead, they were clustering in groups of 300, forming tight geometric patterns that made no tactical sense. "What are they doing?" Voss muttered. "They are making themselves easier targets." "Sir, receiving tactical data from the human fleet," his communications officer said. "They are requesting we pull back to minimum safe distance of 5 million kilometers? 5 million. That puts us completely out of effective weapons range. Those are their orders, sir." Voss hesitated, then made a decision. The humans had brought an impossible fleet. Maybe their tactics were equally impossible. All Council ships pull back to designated safe distance. Let us see what Earth's finest can do. The Devourer fleet detected the human vessels and adjusted their approach. Their artificial intelligences analyzed the new targets, calculating weaknesses, planning attack patterns. The machines had consumed 1,000 civilizations. These would be no different. Kovich watched the Devourer fleet close to within firing range. All ships weapons-free. Target packages distributed. Fire on my mark. The first wave of human weapons struck the Devourer fleet, and Admiral Voss finally understood why the Council had been so foolish to laugh. The weapons were nothing like Council technology. There were no missiles, no plasma bolts, no particle beams. Instead, points in space near Devourer ships simply ceased to exist. Miniature black holes flashed into existence for microseconds, their gravity fields tearing the machine vessels apart at the molecular level. Other weapons created waves of distorted space-time that caused Devourer ships to age 10,000 years in a single second, their hulls corroding to dust. Gravitational cannons firing, Kovich reported calmly. Causality mines deployed. Quantum disruptors online. A Devourer battleship 3 kilometers long fired back at a human destroyer. The energy beam that could have vaporized a Council ship struck the human vessel's shields and simply disappeared, absorbed by technology that folded space itself around the ship. Direct hit on Destroyer Dallas, the tactical officer reported. Shields at 98%. No damage. Voss could not believe what he was seeing. 98%. That weapon would have destroyed one of our battleships. The human fleet began to move, and now Voss saw their true capability. The ships did not accelerate slowly like Council vessels. They simply appeared in new locations, jumping through space in movements so precise they seemed choreographed. A human battleship would fire its weapons, disappear, and reappear 10,000 kilometers away, already firing again. How are they moving like that? The Calvex sensor officer gasped. Those are full-scale FTL jumps, but there is no charge time, no cooldown period. Because they are not using hyperspace, Voss breathed, finally understanding. They are using those singularities. They are creating controlled black holes and using them to bend space. By the ancestors, they are manipulating gravity itself. The battle, if it could even be called that, lasted 17 minutes. The first wave of human attacks destroyed 4,000 Devourer ships in the opening minute. The machines tried to adapt, adjusting their shields and armor to compensate for the strange weapons. But human technology did not just damage ships. It erased them from existence. Causality mines created pockets of reverse time, causing Devourer vessels to unbuild themselves. Quantum disruptors split individual ships into multiple parallel realities, each one exploding simultaneously. The gravitational cannons created gravitational shear forces that no physical material could withstand. By minute 5, 8,000 Devourers were destroyed. The machines tried to scatter, but human ships pursued with impossible speed. Every time a Devourer vessel tried to jump away, human ships were already there waiting. By minute 12, the Devourer fleet was no longer a fleet. It was debris. At minute 17, the last Devourer ship tried to ram a human carrier in a final suicidal attack. A human frigate appeared directly in its path and fired a single weapon. The Devourer ship simply ceased to exist, its atoms scattered across 1,000,000 kilometers of space. Silence filled the Calvex command center. 3,000 Council ships floated in space, their crews staring at their sensor displays in shock. 12,000 Devourer warships, the invasion force that had seemed unstoppable, were gone. Completely gone. And the human fleet had not lost a single ship. Casualty report from Earth forces. Voss's communications officer said in a stunned whisper. 0 casualties. No ships damaged beyond superficial shield depletion. Kovich's voice came through the communication channels, calm and professional. Devourer fleet neutralized. Council vessels, you may return to your positions. We will maintain patrol patterns until you are ready to resume normal operations. Voss found he could not speak. His 4 hands trembled as they gripped his command chair. 200 years of military experience, and nothing had prepared him for this. The human fleet began to organize itself into defensive formations around Calvex Prime. The massive Titan-class vessels, each one the size of a small moon, positioned themselves at strategic points. They were weapons platforms so large they could carry entire fleets inside their hangar bays. "Admiral Voss, are you receiving?" Kovich's voice asked. Voss cleared his throat. Yes. We are here, Admiral Kovich." "Good. We will coordinate with your forces to establish a secure perimeter. I am sending tactical specifications for our sensor networks. You should integrate them with your systems. They will give you advance warning if the Devourers attempt another incursion." "Admiral Kovich, how?" Voss could not even form the complete question. How had they built this fleet? How had they hidden it? How had they developed weapons that made Council technology look like stone axes? There was a pause. "Admiral, Earth encountered the Devourers 200 years ago. They found our Oort cloud, the edge of our solar system. We were not ready. We lost 3 colony worlds and 2 billion people in the first attack. We spent the next 2 centuries preparing to make sure it would never happen again." Voss closed his eyes. 2 billion dead. For a young species like humanity, that must have been catastrophic. "You have been preparing for war for 2 centuries? "Not for war, Admiral. For survival. The Devourers taught us a lesson. Hope is not a strategy. We built the fleet we needed to ensure that no enemy could ever threaten Earth again. We built weapons that could kill the unkillable. We pushed our technology beyond what should have been possible because the alternative was extinction." "And your report to the Council? The 3,000 ships?" Kovich's voice carried a note of grim humor. 27,000 capital ships is what we could get here in 3 days, Admiral. That is our rapid response force. Our full military operates on a somewhat larger scale." Voss felt cold. "How much larger?" "That is classified, Admiral. But I can tell you that the fleet you see here represents approximately 15% of Earth's total military capacity. We have defense networks around 2,000 star systems. We have weapons platforms that could crack planets. We have contingency plans for threats the Council has never imagined. And we have 40 million personnel who train every day for scenarios that most species would consider paranoid fantasies." The Calvex Admiral looked out at the human fleet, at the ships that had torn through an unstoppable enemy like they were practice targets. "Why did you hide this? Why did you let us mock you in the Council chambers?" "Because, Admiral, we wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as conquerors. We wanted to be accepted for who we are, not feared for what we can do. But when you laughed at our strength, when you sent 12 destroyers to protect us like we were children..." Kovich's voice hardened. "You showed us that the Council could not be trusted with the truth." Voss had no response. He thought back to the Council session 3 months ago, to his own laughter, to his dismissal of human claims as myths and exaggeration. The humans had not been exaggerating. They had been understating. "What happens now?" Voss asked quietly. "Now," Kovich replied, "we finish cleaning up this mess. Then we have a conversation with the Galactic Council about humanity's actual status. Because junior membership is no longer acceptable." On the bridge of the Indomitable, Admiral Kovich turned to her crew. "Well done, everyone. Textbook operation. Mr. Chen, please transmit a full battle report to Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do." In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report, 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The emergency council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarah Kovich, who joins us remotely from the human flagship. Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovich's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. "Ambassador Chen," Threen began, "the Council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings." "With respect, Counselor," Chen replied, "every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The Council chose not to believe us." A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. "Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military?" Kovich's image spoke. "Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space." The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. "How is this possible? The resources alone? The industrial capacity? How can one species build such a fleet?" Chen took over the explanation. "Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers." 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. "That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing." "It is not just sustainable, it is necessary," Kovich interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful." Her voice hardened. "We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded." Chen continued the history. "We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction." "So you built a war machine," Counselor Threen observed. "We built a defense force," Chen corrected. "We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless." Admiral Voss spoke up. "Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly?" Kovich smiled grimly. "Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovich replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Councillor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth, or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next? The Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovich's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges. Effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Councillor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovich. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. I must know, Threen said, his voice tired. Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated? Chen and Kovich exchanged glances. Kovich spoke carefully. Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. and it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss. Threen was silent for a long moment. I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again. But you will also never be weak again, Threen observed. No, Kovich agreed. We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction, so we became strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth, strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies. Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the Council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened. Chen inclined her head. Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect. As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection. And Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, the galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces. But the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. Impressive, is it not? A voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. Counselor, I did not expect to see you here. I am conducting research, Threen replied, his mandibles clicking, and what Voss had learned was amusement. I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate. I thought it appropriate given recent events. Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all. We were comfortable, Threen corrected gently. Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible. He paused. We assumed, and we were wrong about everything. They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. I have been studying human history, Threen continued. Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years, nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain. I had heard, Voss said. It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology. And when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space. Admiral Sarah Kovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration. It is educational, Voss admitted. Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed. Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable, Threen observed. Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How? Kovich considered the question. I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most Council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy, and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats, and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford. She gestured to the exercises. Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat. It sounds exhausting, Voss said. It is, Kovich agreed with a slight smile, but it keeps us alive. Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and Council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated, Chen explained. Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone. What do you propose? A delegate asked. A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days. Under human command? The delegate asked suspiciously. Under joint command, Chen corrected. Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes, but operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords. The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovich one final time. I learned something during my time here, Voss said. I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires. And what will you do with that knowledge? Kovich asked. I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it. Kovich nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too, but genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength, but you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovich corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. "Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols." "Yes, Admiral." "Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes." Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, well, her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. "The galaxy laughed at us once," Chen said to the assembled delegates. "You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them?" She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. "Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us." The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness, and on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. "Status report," he requested. "All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected." "Good," Marcus said. "Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us." The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to.
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, she got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. Trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when High Speaker Draven Koss stepped to the central podium. Koss was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ashvale Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. And let it be formally noted, Koss said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species. Untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave. The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Koss. She looked at him for a long moment, long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Koss blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Pharaoh with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Koss and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything, and she was about to say no thank you. Earth passes at this time, she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat. A choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly. Not openly. But in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Koss returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharov had done so meant something. That was unexpected, Sakharov said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. What was? Elena asked. Your non-response. Koss insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one, Elena said. There's a difference. Sakharov was quiet for a moment, processing. He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct. Maybe, Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador. She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sekhiroth stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Koss's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Koss had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Koss or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Koss had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy, and humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair, who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varek finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varek was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varek waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. "Our communications are functioning perfectly," Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varek and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something," Varek said. "That is not useful analysis." "They know something specific," Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. "She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior. Varric thought about that. They wanted us to notice who they sent. Yes, Lawrence said. They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all. Varric closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the Middle Arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act, and the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion Arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Siyun Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. "When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something. Like they mattered enough to make you lose control." She glanced at the screen. "When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be." Her granddaughter thought about that. "Is Auntie Elena scary?" "Terrifyingly," Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the middle arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. Koss's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects, all of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. High Speaker, what did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, Koss's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where 2 people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Pharaoh staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sakharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. "You are making Koss uncomfortable," Sakharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. "We're reviewing contracts," Elena said. "Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems." "Infrastructure reviews are complicated," Elena said. "The scope tends to be comprehensive." Sakharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. "You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist." "Navigation infrastructure is important," Elena said pleasantly. "You know how we feel about reliable transit." "Yes," Sakharoth said. "I do." Another pause. "Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go?" Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. As far as it needs to. And if Koss issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. "We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something." "What did you need him to understand?" Elena set her tea down. "That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. Koss treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it." Sakharoth processed this for a long moment. "You are not angry." "No," Elena said. "But you are serious." "Completely." The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sakharoth said. Not only by Koss. By everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, Koss composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, Koss's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added one sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice that Koss's clarification message spread through the council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding Koss that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If Koss could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the Council's Infrastructure Dependency Registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Koss expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, the scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally, like we've always known this is how it works. He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested, but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell," that became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had met. Not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk sense. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed, uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. They're finally writing it down. Her colleague wrote back, they've always known it. They're just less shy about it now. Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period, which, in the context of the exchange, meant exactly Sekaratha's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sekarath wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, in translation, "We modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake." The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive. Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos. She had never stopped bringing her own coffee, and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sekarath was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Koss's original statement. 11 years, Sekarath said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Koss's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sekarath was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
The War Council had been droning on for what felt like 6 stellar cycles, though my internal chronometer insisted it had only been 43 minutes. Commander Vextal was mid-sentence about honor and glory when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Hostile fire detected," the tactical officer announced, which was perhaps the most unnecessary statement in the history of unnecessary statements, given that our ship was currently being torn apart. I gripped my seat restraints as the Crimson Talon lurched sideways. Sparks erupted from 3 different consoles. Someone was shouting about shield failure. Another voice mentioned something about a hull breach. The usual end-of-battle soundtrack. "All personnel to escape pods," Vextal bellowed, finally saying something useful. I unbuckled and ran, my combat boots clanging against metal floors that were rapidly becoming walls as the ship tilted. Behind me, the bridge exploded in a spectacular display of fire and depressurization. Definitely not going back that way. The escape pod bay was chaos incarnate. Warriors were shoving each other, screaming coordinates, arguing about seating arrangements while the ship literally disintegrated around us. Peak military efficiency, truly. I dove into Pod 17, slamming my fist against the launch button before anyone else could pile in. The door hissed shut. The explosive bolts fired. And then I was spinning through space like a very expensive, very poorly designed carnival ride. Through the viewport, I watched the Crimson Talon break into 3 distinct pieces, each one trailing atmosphere and debris like morbid party streamers. Somewhere in that wreckage were 47 of my fellow warriors. I'd probably liked at least 3 of them. The pod's navigation system beeped helpfully. Gravitational pull detected. Trajectory locked. Impact in 90 seconds. "Oh, good," I muttered. Just enough time to reflect on my life choices. The planet below was blue and green and entirely too peaceful looking for something I was about to crash into at terminal velocity. The pod started shaking as we hit the atmosphere. Heat shields engaged with a whine that suggested they were really not happy about their current employment. 60 seconds. The shaking intensified. I could see continents now. Oceans. White clouds that looked soft and welcoming, and were absolutely not going to cushion my landing in any meaningful way. 30 seconds. Buildings appeared. Roads. Vehicles moving along them in neat, orderly lines. A civilization. Wonderful. I was going to crater into someone's civilization. 10 seconds. I could make out individual structures now. A large one, rectangular, surrounded by smaller ones. The navigation system seemed very excited about this particular building, steering directly toward it with what I could only describe as enthusiasm. 5 seconds. A roof. I was looking at a roof. Specifically, the roof I was about to go through. 0. The impact was everything. You'd expect from a multi-ton escape pod meeting a building at high speed. Metal screamed. Concrete crumbled. Something exploded, though I wasn't entirely sure if it was part of the pod or part of the building. The crash webbing kept me from being liquefied, but just barely. When the world stopped spinning, I ran a quick self-diagnostic. All limbs present and functional, spine intact, minor lacerations, combat armor holding. Could be worse. I could be dead. I hit the emergency release. The pod door blew outward with a bang, and I stumbled out into, of all things, a classroom. The walls were covered in colorful displays. Small desks sat in neat rows. Charts about mathematics hung beside images of historical figures. And seated at those desks were approximately 30 small humans, all staring at me with expressions ranging from shock to fascination to what might have been hunger, but was probably just curiosity. At the front of the room, behind a larger desk covered in papers and what appeared to be a half-eaten sandwich, sat a human female. She had dark hair pulled back in a practical style, glasses perched on her nose, and an expression of such profound, bone-deep exhaustion that I recognized it immediately. I'd seen it in the mirror enough times. She looked at me, then at the smoking crater where part of her ceiling used to be, then back at me. Then she sighed, long and weary, as if I was just one more item on a very long list of problems she didn't have time to deal with. "You're late," she said softly, her voice carrying despite its quiet tone. "For your last lesson." I stared at her. Behind me, the escape pod sparked and hissed. Debris continued to fall from the ceiling. The entire room smelled like burnt metal and ozone. And this human, this impossibly calm human, had just delivered what was either a threat or an observation, and I couldn't tell which. I began, then stopped, because what exactly does one say in this situation? Apologies for the entrance. She picked up a marker, stepped around her desk, and walked to the whiteboard at the front of the room with the casual confidence of someone who had seen far stranger things than alien warriors crashing through her ceiling. "Class, this is, and I'm going to take a wild guess here, not a scheduled fire drill." One small human raised their hand. "Miss Parker, is that an alien?" "Very observant, Jamie." "Yes, that appears to be an extraterrestrial being who has just destroyed roughly 40% of our classroom infrastructure." She turned to me. "Do you have a name, or should I just mark you down as unplanned visitor number 3? "Krell," I said, because my brain had apparently decided that normal conversation was the appropriate response to this surreal situation. "Krell of the Crimson Talon, 3rd Assault Division." "And? What do you mean? Number 3? Miss Parker's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "We had a raccoon last month that I'm fairly certain was not native to this dimension. Before that, a very confused exchange student who claimed to be from the future. You're actually my first alien warrior, though, so congratulations on that distinction." Another hand shot up. "Are you going to kill us?" "Marcus!" Miss Parker's voice sharpened. "We don't ask people about their murder plans. It's rude." "Sorry, Miss Parker." She turned back to me, and I noticed her hand was resting casually near a desk drawer. "Well, are you going to kill us, Krell of the Crimson Talon?" I looked at the small humans. They looked back with the kind of fearless curiosity that only children possess, the kind that hasn't yet learned that the universe is full of things that want to eat them. One was actually waving at me. Another was sketching something in a notebook, probably documenting this for posterity. "No," I said slowly. "No, that would be unnecessarily complicated." "Good answer." Her hand moved away from the drawer, though I noticed she didn't relax entirely. "In that case, you have 2 options. Option 1, you leave through the door, deal with whatever authorities will inevitably arrive to ask you extremely pointed questions about property damage and possible invasion protocols. Option 2, you sit down, be quiet, and let me finish teaching photosynthesis. Then we'll figure out what to do with you." I blinked, all 4 of my eyes. You want me to sit through a lesson? Unless you have somewhere more pressing to be, do you? I thought about the ship, currently in multiple pieces orbiting this planet. I thought about my unit, scattered across who knows how much space. I thought about the enemy forces that had just handed us our mandibles on a tactical display. No, I admitted. I really don't. Excellent. She pointed at the back of the room where a chair sat, far too small for my frame. That desk, try not to break it. And that's how I, Krell, decorated war hero of the Crimson Talon, veteran of 17 campaigns across 9 systems, found myself sitting in a tiny plastic chair in a human elementary school classroom while Miss Parker resumed her lesson on plant biology. Now, as I was saying before we were interrupted by Mr. Krell's dramatic entrance, photosynthesis is the process by which plants convert light energy into chemical energy. A student raised her hand. Miss Parker, does his planet have photosynthesis? Parker looked at me, one eyebrow raised. Yes, I said, feeling absurd. Though our primary vegetation uses a different wavelength of light, more toward the ultraviolet spectrum. Fascinating. Everyone write that down. We're apparently having an impromptu xenobotany session. The students scrambled for their notebooks. I watched as they scribbled notes, some of them sneaking glances at me with expressions of wonder. One child, a small male with bright red hair, kept trying to catch my eye so he could make silly faces. Miss Parker continued teaching, somehow incorporating my presence into her lesson without missing a beat. She asked about my homeworld's atmosphere. She questioned the evolutionary advantages of my 4-eyed vision. She even got me to explain the bioluminescent flora that grew in the southern continents of Kethvar. And through it all, she maintained that same calm, slightly exhausted demeanor, as if alien invaders were just another Tuesday afternoon inconvenience, somewhere between surprise assemblies and broken printers. 20 minutes into the lesson, the door burst open. 3 more warriors stumbled in, their armor scorched and dented. I recognized Torv, Mikax, and Lieutenant Shekar. They looked around wildly, weapons raised, and then stopped dead when they saw me sitting in a tiny chair, surrounded by children. Krell? Torv's voice was incredulous. What in the 7 hells are you doing? Learning about photosynthesis, I replied, because what else was I supposed to say? Miss Parker turned from the board slowly. Very slowly. The kind of slow that predators use before they strike. Gentlemen, she said, her voice dropping to a temperature that could freeze hydrogen. You are interrupting my class. Lower your weapons, or I will be forced to give you detention. And trust me, you don't want to find out what that entails. Shekar, a decorated officer who had personally led the assault on the Gravik stronghold, actually lowered his weapon. We didn't mean to. I don't care what you meant to do. What you did was burst into my classroom without knocking, tracked mud across my floor, and disrupted the educational process. Sit. Down. They sat. On the floor, because there weren't any chairs big enough. Now, Parker continued, turning back to the board, where were we? Ah, yes, the Calvin cycle. Can anyone tell me what happens during the light-independent reactions? A student raised her hand. Is this going to be on the test? Everything is always on the test, Rebecca. You should know this by now. I watched as Miss Parker taught, as these small humans absorbed information with the kind of focus that my military training officers would kill for, as my fellow warriors sat on the floor, looking increasingly uncomfortable and confused. And then I noticed the way Parker's hand kept drifting toward that desk drawer, the way she positioned herself between us and the children. the way her eyes tracked every movement we made, cataloging threats, calculating responses. This human wasn't calm because she was unaware of danger. She was calm because she'd already assessed the situation, made her plans, and decided that the best way to control 4 heavily armed alien warriors was to treat them like misbehaving students. It was possibly the most terrifying thing I'd encountered in my entire military career. The lesson continued for another 15 minutes before the real authorities arrived. I heard sirens first, then shouting, then the distinctive sound of military vehicles pulling up outside. Parker glanced at the window. "Well, that was faster than usual. Class, please remain seated and calm. Mr. Krell and his friends are about to have a very interesting conversation with some very serious people." "Are they going to take them away?" Jamie asked, sounding disappointed. "Probably. But perhaps we'll see them again. Education has a way of bringing people together, after all." She looked at me, and her expression softened slightly. "You survived a ship destruction, a catastrophic landing, and an entire photosynthesis lesson. I'd say your odds of surviving whatever comes next are pretty good." The door burst open again. This time it was humans in military uniforms, weapons drawn, faces hard. "Everyone down, hands where we can see them." The students ducked under their desks with practiced ease. My warriors and I raised our hands, a universal gesture of surrender that apparently transcended species. But before the soldiers could storm in, Parker stepped forward, placing herself directly between us and the armed forces. "Gentlemen, you are interrupting my class. Again. I'm going to need you to wait in the hallway until the period ends. We have 7 minutes remaining, and these students have a test on Friday." The lead soldier stared at her. "Ma'am, these are potentially hostile alien combatants who crashed through your roof." "Yes, and they've been very well behaved for the last 40 minutes. They've even contributed to our science discussion. I'm not about to reward educational participation with immediate arrest. It sends the wrong message. Miss Parker, 7 minutes." Her voice could have cut steel. "Unless you want to explain to the superintendent why you felt it necessary to traumatize 30 children by conducting a military operation during their science lesson, I suggest you wait outside." The soldier looked at us, looked at her, looked at the children peeking out from under their desks. Then, incredibly, he nodded. 7 minutes. Then they're coming with us." "Fair enough." Parker turned back to the class. "All right, everyone, back to your seats. Let's review what we've learned today. Who can summarize the main stages of photosynthesis?" Hands shot up, and for 7 more minutes, we sat in that damaged classroom, surrounded by debris and armed soldiers and the very real possibility of imprisonment, or worse, learning about plants. When the period finally ended, Parker walked to her desk and pulled open that drawer I'd been watching. Inside wasn't a weapon, as I'd suspected. It was a roll of stickers. She walked over to me and, with complete seriousness, placed a gold star on my chest plate. "For participation," she said quietly, so only I could hear. "And for making the choice not to be a monster when you could have been. That takes a kind of strength that most people never understand." Then she turned to the soldiers. "He's all yours. Try not to break him. I might want to invite him back for career day." As they led us out in restraints, past news cameras and government officials, and what appeared to be half the planet's military, I looked back at that classroom one last time. Miss Parker was already cleaning up, sweeping debris, repositioning desks, preparing for the next day's lessons as if nothing unusual had happened at all. And I realized something that would have seemed impossible an hour ago. Humans weren't dangerous because they were violent or aggressive or technologically advanced. They were dangerous because they could look at chaos, at war, at alien warriors falling from the sky, and respond by teaching a lesson about photosynthesis with such unshakable determination that even hardened soldiers felt compelled to sit down and learn. The holding facility was exactly what you'd expect from a species that had just been invaded by accident. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting that hummed like a dying insect, and chairs that were somehow less comfortable than the ones in Miss Parker's classroom. They'd separated us into different cells, which was probably smart. Torv had a tendency to complain, and I really didn't want to listen to it right now. A man in a dark suit walked in 3 hours later. He had the look of someone who'd missed lunch, dinner, and possibly his own birthday. His badge read, Agent Morrison, Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. "So," he said, dropping a file on the table between us, "you want to tell me what you're doing on Earth?" "Crashing, mostly. It wasn't exactly planned. Your ship engaged in combat in our orbital space. That makes it planned enough." I leaned back, or tried to. The chair didn't cooperate. "We were fleeing the Zalgorath fleet. They ambushed us near the outer asteroid belt. We didn't even know your planet was inhabited until we were burning through the atmosphere." Morrison's expression didn't change. "The Zalgorath. Should that name mean something to me?" "Only if you care about the genocidal empire currently sweeping through this sector, eliminating anything that moves, and a fair number of things that don't. We were part of a coalition force trying to slow them down. Clearly, we failed." He wrote something down. "And the others with you?" "My unit. What's left of it, anyway. There were 47 of us on that ship this morning. Now, there are 4. Basic math would suggest that's not a good survival rate." "Where are the other pods?" "Scattered. Different trajectories. Could be anywhere on your planet, or they burned up on entry, or they're floating in orbit, waiting for retrieval that's never coming. Take your pick." Morrison studied me for a long moment. "You're very calm for someone whose entire crew just died." "I'm very tired for someone whose entire crew just died. There's a difference." He almost smiled at that. "Almost. Tell me about the teacher." "What about her?" "She didn't panic, didn't scream, didn't evacuate her students. She just kept teaching. That's not normal." I noticed. "Did she threaten you? Coerce you in any way?" I laughed. Actually laughed. "With what? Her marker? Her disappointment?" "She didn't need to threaten us. She just made it very clear that the correct course of action was to sit down, shut up, and learn about plants. And somehow, impossibly, we did." Morrison leaned forward. "Why?" "Because," I said slowly, trying to find the right words in their language, "she reminded me of my combat instructor, the one who could stop a riot by walking into a room. Authority isn't about size or weapons or volume. It's about absolute certainty. She knew exactly what was going to happen, and she made sure we knew it too. And what was going to happen? We were going to sit through her lesson, learn something, and leave quietly. Any other option involved significantly more paperwork for everyone involved." This time Morrison did smile, just a little. "She gave you a gold star." "She did." "Why?" "You'd have to ask her. I'm still trying to figure that part out myself." He closed the file. "We're running analysis on your pod, your armor, your weapons. Everything checks out with your story so far. The orbital debris matches your ship's signature. We've also picked up 3 more of your people. They're being processed now." "Processed? That's a pleasant way of saying imprisoned. Would you prefer I call it what it is?" Honestly, I'd prefer to be somewhere else entirely. But we don't always get what we want, do we? Morrison stood. We'll continue this tomorrow. In the meantime, try not to break anything. The repairs to that school are coming out of someone's budget, and that someone is very unhappy about it. Send them my regards. He paused at the door. For what it's worth, Krell, I believe you. About the Zalgorath, about the accident, about all of it. But belief doesn't change protocol. You're still unidentified aliens on sovereign territory, and that means procedures, evaluations, and a lot of very boring meetings. Sounds delightful. Oh, it won't be, but it beats being shot on sight, which was option 2. After he left, I sat in that uncomfortable chair and stared at the gold star still stuck to my chest plate. The adhesive was surprisingly strong. I'd tried to remove it earlier, but it had refused to budge, clinging on with what felt like spite. Participation. She'd given me a sticker for participation. I'd led assault teams through fortified positions. I'd coordinated orbital strikes. I'd held the line at the Battle of Kethis Ridge while 3 divisions retreated behind me. And the thing I'd receive recognition for on this planet was sitting quietly while learning about chlorophyll. The universe had a truly bizarre sense of humor. 2 days passed in a blur of interviews, medical examinations, and cultural orientation sessions that mostly involved humans explaining concepts like personal space and appropriate greetings and please don't eat the local wildlife. The other 3 warriors from my unit were going through the same process in adjacent facilities. We were allowed brief communications, enough to confirm we were all equally confused and uncomfortable. On the 3rd day, Agent Morrison returned with unexpected news. You're being released. I stared at him. I'm sorry. What? Released. Conditionally, with monitoring. And a very long list of rules you absolutely cannot break unless you want to be immediately vaporized by about 6 different weapon systems. Why? Morrison handed me a tablet displaying a news article. The headline read, Local Teacher Defends Alien Visitors, Calls for Diplomatic Approach. Below it was a picture of Miss Parker standing in front of her rebuilt classroom, arms crossed, expression defiant. The article quoted her extensively. She'd apparently given interviews to every major news outlet, explaining in precise detail how we'd behaved peacefully, contributed to the educational discussion, and surrendered without resistance. She'd described us as refugees, not invaders, survivors, not threats. She's been making quite a lot of noise, Morrison said. Between her testimony, the analysis of your ship's logs, and the fact that you've all been completely cooperative, the higher-ups have decided that imprisonment isn't the best approach. Instead, you're going to be cultural ambassadors. I'm a soldier, not a diplomat. Well, now you're both. Congratulations on your career change. What does that even mean? It means you'll be living under observation, participating in cultural exchange programs, helping us understand your people and your technology. In return, you get freedom, resources, and protection from anyone who decides alien visitors aren't welcome. And if I refuse? Then you go back to indefinite detention while we figure out what else to do with you. But I don't think you want that. He was right. I didn't. There's one more condition, Morrison added, looking slightly uncomfortable. Miss Parker has volunteered to be your primary cultural liaison. She what? She's filed all the paperwork, passed the security clearances, and made it very clear that if anyone else is assigned to your case, she'll make their lives profoundly difficult. Her words, not mine. Something about educational responsibility and finishing what she started. I processed this information slowly. Let me understand this correctly. The teacher whose classroom I destroyed is now responsible for teaching me how to function in human society. That's the situation, yes. And this seems reasonable to everyone involved? Reasonable? No. But she's stubborn. You're cooperative. And frankly, we're all making this up as we go. First contact wasn't supposed to happen like this. We don't have protocols for accidental invasions. Neither do we. Then I guess we'll figure it out together. They released me that afternoon with an ankle monitor, a phone programmed with emergency contacts, and a list of rules so long it required its own carrying case. Do not approach restricted areas. Do not discuss military technology with unauthorized personnel. Do not consume products containing ethanol. That last one had an asterisk leading to a 3-page explanation about human metabolism and why alcohol would probably kill me. Miss Parker picked me up in a vehicle so old I could hear parts rattling that probably had specific functions once. She wore casual clothing instead of her classroom attire, but maintained that same expression of patient exhaustion. "Get in," she said. "We're going shopping." Shopping? You need clothes. That armor might be practical, but it's also terrifying children and setting off metal detectors. Unless you want to spend your entire visit explaining yourself to security guards, you need something that blends in. I'm 8 feet tall with 4 eyes and skin that looks like granite. I don't think I'm going to blend in regardless of clothing choices. Not with that attitude, you won't. Now get in the car before I change my mind about this entire arrangement. I folded myself into the passenger seat, which required removing my armor plating and contorting in ways my species wasn't designed for. Parker drove with the casual aggression of someone who'd learned in a combat zone, weaving through traffic while explaining the rules of her household. First, no weapons. I don't care if it's ceremonial or traditional or makes you feel safe. Second, you'll help with chores. I'm not running a hotel. Third, we eat dinner together every night. It's called family time, and it's non-negotiable. Questions? You're letting me stay in your home. The government is paying me a substantial stipend to house and educate you. I'm a public school teacher. Do you have any idea what I can do with that kind of funding? I can finally fix the heating system. That's the only reason? She was quiet for a moment. No, it's not. But we'll get to the rest later. The shopping trip was surreal. Humans stopped and stared, some taking pictures, others keeping their distance. Children were braver, approaching to ask questions while their parents hovered nervously. Parker ran interference, politely declining autograph requests and redirecting the more invasive inquiries. We found clothing in a specialty store that catered to unusual sizes. The owner, a cheerful woman named Gloria, took measurements and made suggestions without once acting like I was anything other than a regular customer with irregular proportions. "The blue brings out your eyes," she said, holding up a shirt. "All 4 of them." Parker nodded approvingly. "We'll take 3. Back at Parker's house, which was small but comfortable, she showed me to a guest room that had clearly been prepared in advance. The bed was reinforced. The doorway had been widened. There were books on the shelf about Earth history, human culture, and basic language guides. "You've been planning this," I said. "Since the day you crashed into my classroom." I had a feeling. They'd release you eventually, and I wanted to be ready. "Why?" She sat on the edge of the bed, looking more tired than I'd ever seen her. "Do you know what it's like, teaching children who've seen too much? Who've lived through things they shouldn't have to? You learn to recognize trauma, Krell. You learn to spot the ones who are holding themselves together through sheer force of will, because falling apart isn't an option. I'm a soldier. I've been trained for this. So were the students I've taught who lived through the downtown bombing 3 years ago. Training doesn't make you immune. It just makes you better at hiding it. I sat down on the floor, unable to meet her eyes. 47 people. I served with some of them for years, and I don't even know if they died quickly or if they suffered. I don't know if they had time to be afraid. But you know you survived, and that comes with its own weight. How do you know that? Because I was in the bombing. I was substitute teaching at Central Elementary when the building collapsed. 17 children died in my section alone. I got out with minor injuries. And for months afterward, everyone kept telling me how lucky I was. Her voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Lucky? As if watching children die was some kind of fortunate event because I happened to live through it. I'm sorry. Don't be. Be here. Be present. Be willing to accept that surviving doesn't require justification. She stood. Dinner's at 6. We're having pasta. I hope your species can process wheat. We can. Good. Set the table. Plates are in the cabinet above the sink. And just like that, she left me sitting in that room, processing the fact that this human who'd faced down 4 armed warriors with nothing but a marker and sheer determination had her own battles that had nothing to do with alien invasions. Dinner was surprisingly normal. We ate, we talked about mundane things like weather and the structural integrity of her roof, and we carefully avoided discussing anything too heavy. It was comfortable in the way that fragile things are comfortable, requiring gentle handling and careful words. Afterward, while washing dishes, I asked the question that had been bothering me since the classroom. The gold star. Why did you give it to me? Parker dried a plate thoughtfully. Because you made a choice. You could have reacted with violence when you crashed. You were armed, trained, and probably terrified. But you assessed the situation, recognized you weren't in immediate danger, and chose cooperation. That's not instinct. That's character. Or self-preservation. Maybe, but I prefer to think it was decency. She put the plate away. The universe you've described sounds brutal, Krell. Empires destroying each other, endless war, survival at any cost. But you sat in my classroom and learned about plants because I asked you to. That tells me something important. What? That maybe there's hope for all of us, after all. The weeks that followed established a routine. Mornings involved language lessons and cultural studies. Parker was a demanding teacher, correcting pronunciation and challenging assumptions with the same energy she brought to her regular students. Afternoons were for errands, community integration, and what she called exposure therapy, which mostly meant going places until people stopped treating me like an exhibit. The other warriors were placed with different liaisons, but we met regularly to compare experiences. Torv was living with a retired military officer and seemed perpetually confused by human dining etiquette. Mikex had been placed with a scientist who kept asking uncomfortable questions about our biology. Lieutenant Shekar was staying with a diplomat's family and looked more exhausted than when we'd been fighting for our lives. "How's Parker?" Shekar asked during one of our meetings. "Relentless. She treats cultural integration like a military campaign." "Lucky you. My host family keeps trying to set me up on dates. Apparently, I'm exotic." Torv snorted. "At least they're not studying you. My liaison made me participate in a physical fitness assessment. For science," he said. "I think he just wanted to see if I could beat his bench press record." "Could you?" "Obviously. But he made me do it 3 times to verify the results." We laughed, and for a moment, it felt like the before times. Back when we were soldiers with a mission instead of refugees with ankle monitors. But the moment passed, as moments do. 2 months after the crash, Parker brought me back to the school. The classroom had been fully repaired, the ceiling replaced, new desks installed. Her students were there, waiting with the kind of excited energy that suggested they'd been preparing for this. "Class," Parker announced, "Mr. Krell has agreed to be our guest speaker today. He'll be talking about his homeworld and answering your questions. Please be respectful and remember, we don't ask about weapons or invasions. Those topics are off limits." Hands shot up immediately. I spent the next hour describing Kethvar, my planet's twin suns, the floating cities built into the mountain ranges, the bioluminescent forests that glowed at night. I talked about our food, our festivals, our traditions of storytelling around the fire. I carefully avoided mentioning the war, the loss, the reason I could never go home. When the lesson ended, Jamie approached with a drawing. "I made this for you." It showed me standing next to Miss Parker, in front of the rebuilt classroom. Both of us were smiling. Above us, written in careful letters, were the words, "Friends from far away." "It's perfect," I said, and meant it. Parker walked me out afterward, and we stood in the parking lot watching students board buses. "You're good at this," she said. "Teaching, I mean. You should consider it as a career option." "I'm a soldier." "You were a soldier. Now you're something else. Something you get to choose." I thought about that gold star, still tucked away in my belongings, about the weeks of learning and adapting and slowly becoming something other than what I'd always been. What if I choose wrong? Then you choose again. That's the thing about survival, Krell. It gives you the chance to keep choosing until you find something that fits. 6 months after crashing through her ceiling, I stood in that same classroom as an official teaching assistant. Parker had filed the paperwork, fought the bureaucracy, and made it happen through sheer stubborn determination. The students were working on a project about cultural diversity. Some were researching Earth's different countries. Others were creating presentations about newly discovered alien civilizations. A few were building models of my homeworld based on my descriptions. "Mr. Krell," Rebecca called out, "how do you spell Kethvar?" I spelled it out, watching as she carefully wrote each letter. Parker caught my eye from across the room and smiled. Not the tired smile I'd first seen, but something genuine and warm. And I realized that I'd found it, the thing that fit. Not soldier, not warrior, not refugee, teacher. The Zalgorath were still out there. The war continued. My people were still fighting and dying among the stars. But here, in this classroom, in this small corner of a planet I'd crashed into by accident, I was building something instead of destroying it. The bell rang. Students packed up, chattering about homework and weekend plans. Parker started erasing the board, preparing for the next class. "Same time tomorrow?" I asked. "Same time tomorrow," she confirmed. "And Krell? Thank you." "For what?" "For being late to your last lesson. If you'd been on time, I'd have missed all of this." She had a point. Sometimes the best things in life come from the worst crashes. You just have to be willing to sit down, learn something new, and accept a gold star for participation. Even if you're a warrior who fell from the stars into a 7th grade science class.
The Galactic Council made exactly one mistake in their request to humanity for military advisors. They forgot to specify which military advisors they wanted. This oversight would prove to be either the greatest diplomatic accident in galactic history or the most brilliant thing that ever happened to the Council's defense initiative. The jury was still out, mostly because the jury had gotten drunk with the advisors and were now 3 hours into an argument about whether hover tanks counted as real tanks. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Council's request arrived on a Tuesday morning at the United Nations Extraterrestrial Affairs Office, which was actually just a repurposed broom closet on the 3rd floor, with a desk, a coffee maker that had achieved sentience sometime in 2031, and a very tired diplomat named Patricia Holbrook, who had stopped questioning her life choices around the same time the coffee maker started making passive-aggressive comments about her outfit selections. The message itself was transmitted through what the aliens called a quantum fold communicator, which translated roughly into a really expensive fax machine that worked across dimensions. Patricia stared at the holographic document hovering above her desk, watching the alien script slowly morph into English through whatever technological wizardry made such things possible. The esteemed Council of Unified Galactic Territories requests the immediate deployment of experienced human military consultants to provide tactical advisement for our peacekeeping forces. Patricia read aloud, because talking to yourself was only crazy if someone caught you doing it. Experienced consultants with real combat knowledge, not theoretical strategists. Individuals who have survived actual warfare and can teach our forces the practical applications of conflict resolution? She blinked at that last part. That's the most diplomatically convoluted way of saying, "We don't know how to actually fight," that I've ever seen, she muttered. The coffee maker burbled in agreement. Now, here's where things got interesting. The request specified veterans with combat experience, preferably from asymmetric warfare scenarios. Someone in the translation department, probably an intern, who was definitely not paid enough for this, decided that asymmetric warfare was code for guerrilla tactics. And what was the first major guerrilla conflict that popped into the historical database? Vietnam. By Thursday, Patricia had assembled a list of volunteers. By Friday, she was questioning every decision that led to this moment. "Let me get this straight," she said, looking at the roster on her tablet. "When I put out the call for volunteers, these are the people who responded." "Yes, ma'am," said her assistant, a young man named Derek, who had the perpetually startled expression of someone who had just realized they'd chosen the wrong career path. 17 volunteers, average age 73, all Vietnam veterans, all, very enthusiastic about the opportunity. Enthusiastic. One of them asked if the aliens had beer. Another wanted to know if space had better fishing than Earth. A third asked if his VA benefits would cover intergalactic travel insurance. Patricia rubbed her temples. And why didn't any younger veterans volunteer? "They're busy, ma'am. Actual jobs, families, responsibilities. The Vietnam vets, well," Derek trailed off diplomatically. "They have time," Patricia finished, "and probably think this is hilarious." One of them called it the best punchline to a really long joke, ma'am. Patricia looked at the list again. Names like Hank Kowalski, Jimmy Nguyen, Robert Bulldog Morrison, and Eddie Ramirez stared back at her. These were men who had seen real combat 50-some years ago, who had survived a war that America would rather forget, who had come home to a country that didn't want to acknowledge them. Men who had spent decades dealing with memories that didn't fade and wounds that still ached when it rained. And now they were volunteering to go to space to teach aliens how to fight. "You know what?" Patricia said finally. "Screw it, send them." "Ma'am?" The council asked for experienced combat veterans. They didn't specify age. They wanted people who survived asymmetric warfare. Well, these guys invented half the tactics in the modern guerrilla warfare handbook. If the council wants advisors, they're getting advisors. Derek hesitated. The council is I think they're expecting military officers, professionals, people in uniform who salute and follow protocols. Patricia smiled for the first time that week. Then they're in for a hell of a surprise, aren't they? 3 weeks later, transport vessel K-77 docked at the Council's primary military station, a structure so impossibly large that calling it a station was like calling the Pacific Ocean damp. The thing was the size of a small moon, bristling with enough defensive weaponry to sterilize a solar system, and had a bureaucratic infrastructure that would make the IRS weep with envy. Commander Thel Nox of the Vertalian Empire stood at the docking bay, all 7 feet of crystalline blue authority, flanked by an honor guard of the Council's finest soldiers. These were beings from 100 different worlds, each representing the pinnacle of their species' military prowess. They stood at perfect attention, their ceremonial armor gleaming, their faces set in expressions of stoic professionalism. Thel Nox had prepared a speech. It was a good speech. He'd worked on it for 3 days, carefully balancing diplomatic courtesy with military authority. It acknowledged humanity's recent entry into galactic society while emphasizing the honor and responsibility of this assignment. It was exactly 17 minutes long, which was considered appropriately respectful without being tediously excessive. The airlock hissed open. 17 humans shuffled out, and Thel Nox's speech died somewhere between his primary consciousness and his secondary vocal chamber. These were not what he expected. These humans were old, not elderly in the refined, dignified sense that Vortalian elders carried themselves. These humans looked like they'd been through a war, then a few more wars, then maybe a particularly aggressive divorce, and then decided to say fuck it and show up anyway. They wore mismatched clothing. One had a cap that said, "I survived the shit," in garish yellow letters. Another had sunglasses that were definitely not standard military issue. A third was eating something from a crinkly bag and getting crumbs on the pristine docking bay floor. The one in front, a stocky human with graying hair and a face that suggested he'd seen things that would make a void dweller reconsider their life choices, stepped forward and looked around the docking bay with the expression of someone evaluating a used car. "Huh," he said, "fancier than Da Nang." Thel Nox's translator implant worked overtime on that reference and came up with nothing useful. "I am Commander Thel Nox of the..." he began. Yeah, we got the briefing," the human interrupted, which was already a breach of 17 different protocols. "I'm Hank Kowalski. That's Jimmy, that's Bulldog, that's Eddie, that's Ray, that's Pete, and honestly, I'm gonna forget everyone's name in about 5 minutes, so let's just use nicknames. You got coffee here?" Thel Nox's honor guard exchanged glances. This was not going according to the ceremonial welcome protocols. "Coffee?" Thel Nox repeated, his translator double-checking that it had processed the word correctly. "Yeah, you know, coffee. Brown liquid, tastes like ambition and bad decisions, keeps you functional when everything's going to hell. Please tell me you guys have coffee. We have nutritional beverages that provide..." "So that's a no," Hank said, turning to the others. "Boys, we're gonna have to fix that first." One of the other humans, a tall, lean man with eyes that had seen too much and forgiven too little, spoke up. "Hank, maybe we should let the nice alien finish his speech before we critique the amenities. Eddie, we flew 3 weeks through space in a tin can that smelled like recycled farts. I think I've earned the right to ask about coffee." Thel Nox tried again. "Honored human consultants on behalf of the Galactic Council, I welcome you to..." "Question," another human interrupted. This one had a scar across his cheek and the kind of grin that suggested he found chaos amusing. "You guys ever actually been in a fight? Like, a real one, not a simulation?" The silence that followed could have frozen hydrogen. "The Council's peacekeeping forces are trained in..." Thel Nox began stiffly. "That's a no," the scarred human, apparently named Bulldog, said to the others. "They've never been in a real fight." "How can you possibly know that?" demanded one of Thel Nox's officers, a Zenthorian whose scales were flushing an indignant purple. Bulldog gestured vaguely at the assembled honor guard. "You're all standing at attention like you're on parade. Nobody who's actually been shot at stands that straight. You keep your knees bent, stay loose, always ready to move. You stand like that in the field. You're a sniper's wet dream." The honor guard, despite themselves, shifted slightly. Several pairs of knees bent almost imperceptibly. Hank nodded approvingly. "See, they're learning already." Now about that coffee situation. The first meeting took place in conference room Theta 9, which was designed to accommodate 50 different species with vastly different atmospheric, gravitational, and spatial requirements. It was a marvel of engineering and diplomatic architecture. The humans took one look at it and immediately dragged all the chairs into a circle. "What are you doing?" demanded Thelnox, watching in horror as the humans completely ignored the carefully arranged seating hierarchy that had taken the protocol office 3 hours to organize. "Making it so we can actually talk to each other," Hank said, settling into a chair with a grunt. "All that formal stuff with the ranks and the tiers, that's great for making people feel important, but it's shit for actual communication. The seating arrangement reflects the command structure and creates artificial barriers between people who need to share information," interrupted Jimmy, the one Hank had pointed out earlier. He had the quiet authority of someone who didn't need to raise his voice to make people listen. "You want us to teach your people, or you want us to participate in a bureaucratic circle jerk?" Thelnox's translator flagged that last term as potentially obscene, but couldn't quite pin down the exact meaning. He decided to ignore it. "Very well," he said, settling into the circle with as much dignity as he could muster, which was considerable. Vortalians were good at dignity. "Let us begin. The Council has brought you here to provide tactical advisement for our military forces. We have reviewed your species' military history and believe that your unconventional approaches to warfare could provide valuable insights." "Unconventional," Hank repeated, grinning. "That's a nice way of saying we made it up as we went along. Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in combat situations," Thelnox continued, determined to maintain some semblance of formality. "The Council's forces are highly trained in conventional warfare, but we lack practical experience in field conditions." "How long's it been since you guys had a real war?" asked Ray, another veteran who'd been quietly observing until now. Thelnox consulted his datapad. The last significant military conflict concluded approximately 473 years ago. The humans exchanged looks. 400 years of peace, Eddie said slowly. "And you still have a military?" "Of course. The preservation of peace requires bureaucratic justification and budget allocation," Hank finished. "Yeah, we know how that works. So you've got all these soldiers who've never actually fought, and now something's got you worried enough to call in outside help. What happened?" Thelnox hesitated. This was the part he'd been dreading. "There was an incident. 6 months ago, one of our patrol vessels encountered a hostile entity. A single small craft, probably pirates or raiders, nothing our forces hadn't handled 1,000 times in simulations. And, Bulldog prompted, and the patrol vessel, crewed by 15 of our best-trained soldiers, equipped with weapon systems capable of vaporizing a small asteroid. They panicked. They followed every protocol, executed every maneuver exactly as trained, and still they froze when actual weapons fire started. 3 soldiers suffered psychological breakdowns. The rest were too paralyzed by analysis to respond effectively. The hostile craft escaped. The silence that followed was different from the earlier ones. The humans weren't smirking now. "Nobody got hurt?" Jimmy asked quietly. "No. The hostile craft's weapons were inadequate. They caused minimal damage, but the incident revealed a fundamental problem. Our soldiers train endlessly, but they've never faced a situation where the stakes are real, where the enemy doesn't follow the simulation parameters, where things go wrong in ways they weren't trained for." Hank leaned back in his chair. "You need your people to learn how to handle the fear. We need them to function despite the fear," Thelnox corrected. "Same thing," Hank said. "And you think 17 old guys who can't run 3 miles without needing a bathroom break are gonna fix this problem?" "I think," Thelnox said carefully, "that 17 old guys who survived a war they weren't prepared for in conditions that would break most beings might know something about functioning when everything goes to hell. The question is whether you can teach it." Bulldog laughed, sharp and short. "You can't teach people not to be afraid. Fear's not the problem. Fear keeps you alive. You teach them to make decisions while afraid. You teach them that plans fall apart, equipment fails, and the enemy's going to do something completely insane at the worst possible moment. You teach them to adapt. And how do you propose to teach that? Asked one of Thelnox's advisors, a female Quentarian whose 4 eyes blinked in skeptical succession. By doing exactly what's making you uncomfortable right now, Jimmy said. We stop following the protocol. We stop pretending war is predictable. We start making them think instead of just following the manual. Thelnox felt something he hadn't experienced in decades, something that his species had evolved past centuries ago, but still lurked in the genetic memory of every sentient being. Apprehension. When do we begin? He asked. Hank grinned. Soon as somebody points us to the cafeteria. I haven't had a decent meal since we left Earth, and I'm not teaching anyone anything until I've got some real food in me. Your nutritional paste tastes like sadness and recycling. The first training session was scheduled for 0600 hours the following morning. The Council's elite training battalion, consisting of 200 of the finest soldiers from 50 different worlds, assembled in Formation Yard 7 with the kind of precision that came from 10,000 hours of drill. At 0630, the humans finally showed up. At 0700, they were still showing up, drifting in with paper cups of something they'd managed to brew in their quarters that smelled like burned ambition and tasted like punishment. The Council soldiers stood in perfect formation, watching in confusion as the humans wandered around, chatting, pointing at things, completely ignoring the fact that this was supposed to be a formal training commencement. Major Klex Nor, the battalion commander, approached Hank with barely contained irritation. You are 47 minutes late. In the Council military, punctuality is a way to make people stand around and waste time. Hank finished his coffee, which he'd acquired through means he refused to explain, involving a maintenance closet, some spare parts, and what he described as good old-fashioned American ingenuity. Look, Major, we're gonna need to establish something right now. You want us to teach your people. We do it our way. That means we show up when we're ready, not when some arbitrary schedule says we should. Klexner's facial tendrils quivered with indignation. The schedule ensures order and conditions people to wait for orders instead of taking initiative, Jimmy said, walking up beside Hank. Tell me, Major, if your enemy attacks at 0600 and your soldiers are trained to always start at 0600, what happens when the attack comes at 0400? They would adapt and... Would they? Bulldog interjected. Or would they hesitate because it's not the right time? Because that's not what the schedule says. You're training them to be predictable, and predictable soldiers are dead soldiers. Klexnor looked at Thelnox, who had observed the exchange with interest. Commander, this is highly irregular. Yes, Thelnox said. That is precisely why we hired them. Proceed, Major. Klexnor turned back to the assembled battalion. Attention! Today we begin advanced tactical training under the supervision of human consultants. You will... Yes, stop that, Hank interrupted. Everybody relax. Come on, break formation. Stand normal. Jesus, you all look like you're about to get a rectal probe. The translator struggled with that last reference, while the battalion soldiers looked at each other uncertainly. That's an order, Hank added. Break formation. Stand however you want. Slowly, uncertainly, the soldiers broke ranks. Some remained standing straight. Others shifted weight. A few looked genuinely confused about what standing normal even meant. Eddie walked through the groups, hands in his pockets, looking utterly non-military. Okay, so here's the first lesson. You ready? This is important. He paused for effect. Everything you've learned is wrong. You could have heard a molecule drop. Not useless, Eddie clarified. Wrong. There's a difference. All that tactical training, all those simulations, all those perfect maneuvers, they're based on the assumption that war follows rules, that the enemy will do what you expect, that equipment works when you need it, that plans survive contact with reality. He pulled out a small object from his pocket. It looked like a rock. This is a rock, Eddie said. Basic, stupid, been around since planets formed. Now, in all your fancy training, did anybody teach you how to use a rock as a weapon? The soldiers exchanged glances. One, a brave Hydraxian, spoke up. We have energy weapons, kinetic accelerators, plasma rifles. Why would we need a rock? Because your energy weapon's battery died. Because your kinetic accelerator jammed. Because your plasma rifle overheated and you're stuck in a building with enemies coming through the door. What do? Silence. You use the rock, Eddie said, or a chair, or a piece of pipe, or your teeth if that's all you've got. The weapon doesn't matter. Your brain matters. Your willingness to adapt matters. Your ability to look at what you have instead of what you should have. That's what keeps you alive. Ray stepped forward. We're going to teach you the most important military tactics that no training manual will ever include. Tactics like how to sleep anywhere because you might not get another chance. Like how to tell which officer's orders are going to get you killed. Like how to make decisions with incomplete information because you'll never have complete information. Like how to keep going when you're tired and scared and everything hurts and you just want to go home. Pete, who'd been quiet until now, added, and we're going to teach you the most important thing of all, how to survive not just the enemy, but your own command structure. That got everyone's attention. Klexnor stepped forward, tendrils quivering dangerously. Are you suggesting that I'm suggesting that more soldiers die from bad orders than enemy fire? Pete said flatly. I'm suggesting that knowing when to follow the plan and when to say, screw this, I'm doing something different, is the difference between coming home and coming home in a box. I'm suggesting that blind obedience is a great way to get your people killed. The training yard had gone completely silent. Thel Knox, watching from the observation deck, felt that apprehension again. These humans weren't just teaching different tactics. They were questioning the fundamental structure of military authority that the Council had maintained for millennia. He should stop this. He should reassert proper protocol. He should remind everyone that the Council's military traditions were based on centuries of proven success. But they hadn't been proven, had they? Not in actual combat, not where it mattered. He tapped his communicator. Let them continue. Down in the yard, Hank was addressing the battalion. Okay, here's how this works. For the next 6 weeks, you're gonna unlearn everything that makes you comfortable. We're gonna run drills where the equipment fails, where the plan falls apart, where your officers give contradictory orders, where everything that can go wrong does go wrong. We're gonna make you miserable, confused, and frustrated. Why? Asked a young Plenthian soldier. Hank smiled grimly. Because that's what real combat is. And if you can learn to function in that chaos, if you can learn to make decisions when nothing makes sense, if you can learn to trust your instincts over your training manual, then maybe, just maybe, when the real thing happens, you won't freeze up and wait for someone to tell you what to do. Jimmy walked forward. First exercise. Right now, this minute, there's an enemy force attacking the station's eastern docking bay. You need to organize a response. Go. The soldiers stood there waiting. I said go! Jimmy shouted. Still nothing. The soldiers looked at Klexnor, waiting for orders. That's the problem, Bulldog said, disgusted. You're waiting for someone to tell you what to do. The enemy's not waiting, they're already shooting. People are dying while you stand here with your thumbs up your asses, waiting for permission to do your jobs. One soldier, a Quentarian female, suddenly broke from the group and started running toward the eastern sector. Then another followed. Then 3 more. That's what we're looking for, Hank called after them. Initiative. The rest of you just failed the first test. You're dead. The enemy's already taken the docking bay while you waited for orders that aren't coming. The remaining soldiers looked stricken. Don't feel bad, Eddie said. You just learned the first real lesson. In combat, the person who acts first usually wins. The person who waits for perfect information or perfect orders usually dies. Now let's try it again, and again, and again, until you stop thinking and start doing. The training continued for hours. The humans ran the soldiers through scenario after scenario, each one designed to be confusing, contradictory, and frustrating. Equipment failed at critical moments, orders contradicted each other, objectives changed mid-mission. The rule was simple. There were no rules. Adapt or fail. By midday, the elite battalion looked less like a military unit and more like a group of college students after finals week. Exhausted, confused, and questioning everything they thought they knew. "This is chaos," Klexenor complained to Thelnox during a break. "They're destroying unit cohesion, undermining authority, teaching our soldiers to disobey orders." "Are they?" Thelnox watched as Hank demonstrated something to a group of soldiers, using hand gestures and what appeared to be a hastily drawn diagram on the ground. "Or are they teaching our soldiers to think? There's a difference between thinking and—" "Major, when that hostile craft attacked our patrol, do you know what the crew did? They sent a request for instructions up the chain of command. They waited for authorization to return fire. They followed every protocol. And while they did that, the enemy escaped, not because our soldiers weren't trained, because they were trained too well. They knew exactly what to do in a simulation, but reality doesn't wait for authorization." Klexenor watched as one of the human instructors, a quiet man named Ray, sat down with a Vortalian soldier who looked on the verge of tears. Ray said something too quiet to hear, and the soldier nodded, wiping at his crystalline eyes. "They're breaking them," Klexenor said. "No," Thelnox corrected. "They're showing them that it's okay to be broken and that you can still function anyway. That might be the most important lesson of all." The weeks that followed were unlike anything the Council's military had ever experienced. The humans didn't teach tactics in the traditional sense. They taught survival. Not just physical survival, but psychological survival. How to deal with fear, exhaustion, frustration, and the terrible uncertainty that came with real combat. They taught the soldiers how to make coffee from ration packs and rainwater, how to sleep with one eye open, how to tell which sounds meant danger and which were just the station settling, how to read people, because sometimes knowing if someone was lying was more important than knowing which end of the weapon pointed at the enemy. They taught them card games, which seemed ridiculous until the soldiers realized they were learning probability assessment and reading opponents' tells. They taught them how to barter, trade, and negotiate, skills that military training had deemed unnecessary. They taught them how to complain effectively without undermining morale, which was apparently an art form. And slowly, gradually, the soldiers began to change. They stopped moving in perfect formation. They started questioning orders, not in a rebellious way, but in a "why are we doing this, and is there a better approach" way. They began making decisions without waiting for authorization. They started looking relaxed, which paradoxically made them more ready for action, not less. The humans rarely did formal instruction. Instead, they told stories. Long, rambling stories about things that went wrong in Vietnam, about decisions made in seconds that meant life or death, about the absurdity and terror and boredom and chaos of war. Stories that had no clear moral or lesson, but somehow taught more than any tactical manual. One evening, Jimmy sat with a group of soldiers in what the humans had christened the break room, which was really just an abandoned storage bay they'd filled with salvaged furniture and a coffee maker that Hank had built from spare parts and sheer determination. "So there we were," Jimmy said, and the soldiers leaned in because they'd learned that "so there we were" always preceded a good story. 3 days into the jungle, completely lost because the map was wrong, which happened about every third mission. Radio's dead. We've got maybe 2 days of rations left. And Peterson, our squad leader, is insisting we need to proceed to the objective. "What was the objective?" asked a young Quentarian. "Hell if I knew. Some village that may or may not have existed. Command had gotten intelligence from somewhere, and we were supposed to investigate, which meant walk into the jungle and see what happened. That's not a plan," the Quentarian said. "Welcome to war, kid. Anyway, Peterson wants to keep going. The rest of us want to head back, get resupplied, figure out where we actually are before we keep wandering around. And we're sitting there arguing about it when Johnson, the quietest guy in the squad, just stands up and starts walking. Where was he going? North, just north. Peterson asks what he's doing, and Johnson says, following the birds. We all think he's lost his mind, but Johnson explains that he's been watching the birds fly over every morning at dawn, always heading the same direction, and birds generally fly toward water and food. So if we're lost, we follow the birds. Did it work? Jimmy smiled. We found a river 2 hours later, followed it downstream, found a village, got resupplied, completed the mission. All because Johnson ignored the plan, ignored the orders, and trusted his eyes over the map. He looked around at the assembled soldiers. That's the lesson. Trust your senses. Trust your instincts. Trust what you can see over what you're told. The map's going to be wrong. The plan's going to fall apart. The orders are going to be based on information that's outdated before you even hear them. But your eyes, your ears, your gut telling you something's not right? Those don't lie. Another soldier spoke up. But we're trained to trust our equipment. Our senses are far more accurate than... Your senses can be jammed, hacked, or just plain wrong, Bulldog interjected, walking over with 2 cups of coffee. Here's a question for you all. How many of you have had your sensor systems fail during training? A few hands went up. How many of you still trusted the sensors over your own observations? The hands stayed up. That's gonna get you killed. Equipment fails. It's not if, it's when. You need to be able to function without it. You need to trust yourself more than you trust your tools. Ray, who'd been quietly listening, added, but here's the flip side. Sometimes your instincts are wrong. Sometimes the fear's lying to you. Sometimes you need to do the thing that terrifies you because it's the right tactical choice. Knowing the difference, that's the hard part. That's what keeps you alive. So which is it? The Quintarian asked, frustrated. Trust our instincts or ignore them? Yes, all 3 humans said simultaneously. The soldiers groaned. Welcome to combat, Hank said, appearing with a plate of something he'd convinced the station's food synthesizer to create, which looked like it might have been food in a past life. Nothing's ever clear. You're gonna have to make decisions with incomplete information, trust your gut while knowing it might be wrong, and somehow survive anyway. Anybody who tells you they've got a formula for this is lying. You just do the best you can and hope it's enough. The conversation continued late into the night. The humans told more stories, answered questions, and occasionally lapsed into arguments among themselves about what had actually happened during various missions, which the soldiers found both entertaining and educational. This became the pattern. Official training during the day, which was structured chaos, and unofficial gatherings at night, where the real teaching happened, where soldiers could ask questions they'd never ask a superior officer, where they could admit fears and doubts, where they could learn that even these experienced warriors had been terrified, had made mistakes, had questioned everything. It was working, slowly, but working. Then came week 4, and everything went to hell. The Council's Executive Committee, the governing body that oversaw all military operations, decided they wanted a demonstration. They wanted to see what their considerable investment in human consultants had produced. They wanted quantifiable results, measurable improvements, and most importantly, they wanted to be impressed. The humans were told about this on a Tuesday. The demonstration was scheduled for Friday. The committee would observe a combat readiness exercise showcasing the battalion's improved capabilities. Hank's response was concise. Absolutely not. Thelnox, delivering this news in person, had expected resistance. He had not expected flat refusal. This is not a request, Consultant Kowalski. The committee has the authority to... I don't care if they have the authority to rename Jupiter. We're not doing a dog and pony show for a bunch of bureaucrats who want to feel important. The committee needs to see results. They need to justify the expenditure of... They need to get their heads out of their collective asses, Bulldog snapped. You can't measure this. You can't put ability to function under stress into a nice, neat graph. You can't demonstrate learning to trust your instincts in a staged exercise. This isn't a performance. Eddie, usually the most diplomatic of the group, looked genuinely angry. You bring in observers. You turn this into theater. The soldiers will perform for the committee instead of learning. They'll do what looks good instead of what's effective. You'll undo 4 weeks of work in one afternoon. I understand your concerns, Thelnox said carefully, but the committee has questions. They see the training methods as unorthodox. They're concerned about unit cohesion, respect for authority, and they're concerned we're teaching soldiers to think, Jimmy finished, because thinking soldiers are harder to control. Soldiers who question orders are less predictable. Soldiers who trust themselves over the system are a threat to people who like the system the way it is. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. That's not, Thelnox began. It's exactly that, Hank said, but not unkindly. Look, Commander, we get it. You've got a power structure. People in charge who want to stay in charge. Change threatens that. But you asked us here to fix a problem. You can't fix the problem and keep everyone comfortable. Pick one. Thelnox's crystalline features didn't show emotion the way human faces did, but something in his posture suggested frustration. The committee will not accept a refusal. If you don't provide a demonstration, they'll terminate the program. Then terminate it, Bulldog said. We're not compromising the training for politics. If they terminate the program, you'll be sent back to Earth. We're old, Commander. We've been sent to worse places. Thelnox looked at each of them in turn. These stubborn, infuriating humans who had somehow managed to change his perspective on everything he thought he knew about military training, who had taken his soldiers and turned them into something different, not worse, not better, just different in a way he couldn't quite quantify. What if, he said slowly, what if I could arrange for the committee to observe without the soldiers knowing? Would that be acceptable? The humans exchanged glances. Hidden observation, Jimmy asked. They watch but don't interfere. The soldiers wouldn't know they were being evaluated. It would be a normal training exercise. Hank considered this. What kind of exercise? That would be up to you. Whatever you deem appropriate. More glances between the humans. Some kind of silent communication happened, the kind that came from decades of reading each other in situations where words could get you killed. All right, Hank said finally, but we do this our way. No scripts, no staged scenarios. We're going to run them through something real, something messy, and the committee's going to see exactly what we've been teaching, including the parts they're not going to like. Thelnox felt that apprehension again. What do you have in mind? Hank's grin was absolutely predatory. You'll see, just make sure your committee members have strong constitutions. Friday arrived with the kind of ominous inevitability usually reserved for tax audits and dental appointments. The executive committee assembled in the observation deck overlooking Training Complex Delta, which was essentially a small city designed for urban combat exercises. 17 committee members, representing the major factions of the council, settled into their comfortable viewing stations with the air of people preparing to judge a performance. They had expectations. They expected to see disciplined formations, coordinated tactics, and impressive displays of the advanced weaponry the council had spent centuries developing. They expected to see results that justified the considerable expense of bringing these primitive humans aboard. They expected a show. What they got was considerably different. The exercise began normally enough. The battalion was divided into two forces, attackers and defenders. The defenders were tasked with holding a fortified position in the complex. The attackers needed to breach the defenses and secure 3 objectives. Standard military exercise, the kind they'd run 10,000 times. Then Hank's voice crackled over the comm system, transmitted to both forces simultaneously. Okay, here's the situation. All your commanding officers just got killed by a surprise attack. No chain of command, no clear leadership. Figure it out yourselves. And by the way, half your communication systems just failed. Oh, and your primary weapons are jammed. Go! The committee members looked at each other in confusion. What is the purpose of this? Demanded Committee Chair Velsoran, a Hydraxian whose tentacles were already twitching with irritation. This violates every principle of command structure. Just watch, Thelnox said quietly. He'd been briefed on the exercise exactly 30 seconds before it started, which had been the humans' entire plan. Even he didn't know what was coming. Down in the complex, chaos erupted. The soldiers, suddenly leaderless and without reliable communication, did exactly what they'd been trained not to do for centuries. They adapted. The attacking force, instead of waiting for new orders, immediately broke into small groups. A Zenthorian soldier grabbed the nearest 3 others and pointed toward a side entrance. They moved. A Quentarian started organizing ammunition redistribution, sharing working weapons with those whose had failed. Someone started using hand signals, something the humans had taught them during Week 2. The defending force was equally chaotic, but equally effective. Without officers to coordinate the defense, the soldiers started making decisions on the fly. A Plenthian engineer immediately began rigging improvised barriers from available materials. 2 soldiers abandoned their assigned positions entirely, moving to what they identified as more tactically sound locations. This is anarchy, Velsoran declared. Where is the organization? Watch, Thelnox repeated. 20 minutes into the exercise, the attacking force had breached the first defensive line using tactics that weren't in any manual. They'd created a distraction by deliberately triggering alarm systems in the wrong sector, drawing defenders away from their actual entry point. They'd used ration packs and spare equipment to create false sensor signatures. They'd moved in completely unpredictable patterns because there was no pattern, no plan, just constant adaptation to changing circumstances. The defending force, equally creative, had turned the complex's environmental systems against the attackers, flooding certain corridors with harmless but obscuring vapor. They'd relocated their defense points 3 times, refusing to hold positions that became tactically unsound. They'd even started negotiating with some of the attackers, attempting psychological warfare that no simulation had ever included. It was messy. It was chaotic. It was absolutely nothing like proper military operations. It was also completely effective. I don't understand, complained another committee member. They're ignoring protocols. They're abandoning assigned positions. They're making independent decisions without authorization. Eddie's voice came over the committee's private comm channel. The humans had somehow hacked it, because of course they had. That's the point. War doesn't wait for authorization. The enemy doesn't care about your protocols. You wanted to see what we taught them. This is it. The ability to function when everything goes to hell. The exercise continued for 2 hours. The humans kept introducing new complications. Supply lines were cut, reinforcements were delayed, intelligence was wrong. The weather simulation system created a localized storm that made sensors useless. And through it all, the soldiers adapted. They complained, they argued, they made mistakes, but they kept moving. They didn't freeze. They didn't wait for orders that weren't coming. They looked at the situation, made decisions, and acted. It wasn't pretty, but it was real. Finally, the attacking force secured the objectives. Not through superior firepower or brilliant strategy, but through sheer stubborn persistence and constant adaptation. They'd taken longer than a properly coordinated assault would have. They'd wasted resources. They'd violated approximately 400 protocols. They'd also succeeded, despite every possible thing going wrong. The committee was silent for a long moment after the exercise concluded. Then Velsoran spoke, his voice very quiet. Those were not the soldiers we sent to training 4 weeks ago. No, Thelnox agreed. They're better. They're undisciplined. They questioned every parameter of the exercise. They abandoned their assignments. They demonstrated complete disregard for command authority. They succeeded, Thelnox countered. Against impossible odds, with every advantage stripped away, they still completed the mission. Isn't that what we need? Another committee member, an elderly Vortalian named Shentok, spoke up. I've been on this committee for 90 years. I've observed thousands of training exercises. I've never seen anything like that. It was disturbing and magnificent. And I'm not certain which disturbs me more. Hank's voice came over the comm again. You want the Truth Committee? Your soldiers were excellent at following orders, perfect at executing plans, brilliant at doing exactly what they were told. But they were helpless the moment something unexpected happened, because you trained them to be tools, not thinkers. You made them dependent on a system that works great until it doesn't. And what have you made them? Velsoran demanded. Survivors, Bulldog answered. People who can function when the system fails, when the plan falls apart, when nobody's telling them what to do. You might not like it, but when the real shooting starts, you're going to be real glad they know how to think for themselves. The committee chambers erupted in argument. Half the members were appalled at the breakdown of military discipline. The other half were quietly reconsidering everything they thought they knew about combat readiness. Shentok raised a hand for silence. As the senior member, his word carried weight. I believe, he said slowly, that we are asking the wrong questions. The question is not whether these methods are proper. The question is whether they are effective. And I believe we have our answer. You cannot seriously be suggesting we adopt these, Velsoran struggled for words, chaotic, undisciplined, authority-questioning methods. Jimmy supplied helpfully over the comm. Yeah, that's exactly what he's suggesting. Because when that next hostile craft shows up, when your soldiers are facing a real enemy who doesn't care about your protocols, they're gonna need to be chaotic, undisciplined, and willing to question authority, or they're gonna die waiting for orders. The debate continued for hours. The committee was deeply divided. Some saw the value in what the humans taught. Others saw only the threat to the established order. Military tradition versus practical necessity. Control versus effectiveness. Finally, Thelnox made a decision that would later be considered either brilliant or catastrophic, depending on who you asked. The program continues, he announced. Committee approval is noted but not required. I have operational authority over military training, and I'm exercising it. The humans stay. Velsoran's tentacles went rigid. Commander, you are overstepping your... I'm doing my job, Thelnox said, which is to prepare our forces for actual combat, not to make the committee comfortable. You wanted advisors who could teach our soldiers to handle real threats. We have those advisors. Whether you like their methods is irrelevant. The silence that followed was the kind that preceded either violent agreement or violent disagreement. In galactic politics, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference. Shentok broke it with a laugh that sounded like wind chimes in a hurricane. Well, it seems the humans aren't the only ones who've learned to question authority. Very well, Commander. The program continues. But understand this. You're betting your career on these primitive warriors and their chaotic philosophy. I'm betting on effectiveness, Thelnox corrected, and I'll take effective chaos over organized helplessness any day. The committee adjourned. Some members were furious, some were thoughtful. All were disturbed by what they'd witnessed, though for different reasons. Down in the training complex, the humans were debriefing the soldiers. You all did good, Hank told the assembled battalion. Not perfect. You made mistakes. You hesitated sometimes. You second-guessed yourselves. But you moved, you adapted, you kept going. That's what matters. A Vortalian soldier raised a crystalline hand. Consultant Kowalski, the observers seemed displeased. Fuck the observers, Bulldog said cheerfully. They're comfortable bureaucrats who haven't seen real action in centuries. They wanted a nice, clean demonstration that made them feel good about their budget allocation. Instead, they saw what combat actually looks like. Messy, confused, and nothing like the simulations. Of course they're displeased. But will they terminate the program? Another soldier asked. Jimmy shook his head. Probably not, because despite everything, you succeeded. And success is hard to argue with. They might not like how you did it, but they can't deny that you did it. Ray stepped forward. Here's what you need to understand. There will always be people who value order over effectiveness, who care more about following the rules than winning, who'd rather lose properly than win messily. You can't change those people, but you can prove them wrong by staying alive when everyone said you couldn't. The debriefing continued. The humans went through the exercise, pointing out what worked and what didn't. They praised initiative and criticized hesitation. They emphasized that perfection wasn't the goal. Survival was. As the soldiers dispersed, Thelnox approached the humans. That was educational, he said carefully. You're welcome, Hank replied, and I'm guessing we just made you very unpopular with your bosses. I've been unpopular before. It builds character. Thelnox paused. Thank you. For showing them the truth, even though it was uncomfortable. Truth usually is, Eddie said. Comfortable lies are easier, but they get people killed. Indeed. Thelnox looked at the complex, where soldiers were still milling around discussing the exercise. They've changed, not just in capability, but in attitude. They question things now. They argue. They make suggestions. 6 weeks ago, they would never have dared. Is that a problem? Jimmy asked. I don't know, Thelnox admitted. It's certainly different. Whether it's a problem or an improvement, I suppose we'll find out when the shooting starts. If it helps, Hank said. Back home, the soldiers who questioned things, who argued with bad orders, who trusted themselves over the system, those were the ones who came home. The ones who blindly followed orders? A lot of them didn't. Thelnox nodded slowly. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Why did you volunteer for this? You've been not exactly forthcoming about your reasons. The humans exchanged glances again, that silent communication thing. You want to take this one? Hank asked Eddie. Eddie shrugged. Sure. Commander, when we came home from Vietnam, nobody wanted to hear what we'd learned. Nobody wanted our advice. Nobody wanted to acknowledge that we'd survived something that broke a lot of people. We were inconvenient, reminders of an unpopular war. So we got ignored, dismissed, forgotten. Then you came along, Ray continued, asking for exactly what we had to offer. Experience, survival skills, the ability to function when everything goes to hell. You wanted what everyone else had rejected. That's something we couldn't pass up. Bulldog grinned. Plus, it's hilarious watching you fancy aliens deal with a bunch of old guys who don't give a shit about your protocols. That's worth the trip right there. And the fishing's terrible here, Pete added, so we might as well do something useful. Thelnox's translator struggled with the mixture of sincerity and sarcasm, ultimately giving up and just flagging the entire conversation as emotionally complex. Well, he said finally, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, even if you are the most difficult advisors the Council has ever employed. We'll take that as a compliment, Hank said. The following week saw a shift in the training. The humans, having proven their methods worked, were given more autonomy. They started bringing in soldiers from other battalions, spreading the knowledge wider. They trained instructors who could carry on their methods after they left. But they also started teaching something else, something harder to quantify. They taught the soldiers about the cost of war, about what it did to you, even when you survived, about the weight of decisions made in seconds that haunted you for years, about the friends you lost and the scars that didn't heal. One evening, Jimmy sat with a group of younger soldiers in the break room. They just completed a particularly brutal exercise, one designed to simulate what happened when you had to choose between two bad options, when someone was going to die, no matter what you decided. The soldiers were quiet, processing what they'd experienced even in simulation. Does it get easier? One asked finally, a young Quentarian whose 4 eyes were dim with exhaustion. Jimmy considered the question for a long moment. No, it doesn't. You get better at making the decisions. You get faster, but it never gets easy. And if it does get easy, if you stop feeling the weight of it, That's when you need to worry. How do you live with it? Another asked. With the decisions you made? Badly sometimes, Jimmy admitted. You carry it. You talk about it with people who understand. You try to find meaning in it, some way to make it worth something. And you hope that the people you saved outnumber the people you couldn't. Ray spoke up from across the room. And you remember that freezing up, making no decision, that also has a cost. Sometimes the best you can do is choose the least terrible option and live with it. Nobody said survival was clean. The conversation drifted into darker territory after that. The soldiers asked questions they'd never asked their regular officers. Questions about fear, doubt, guilt. Questions about what combat actually did to you. Questions about whether you could ever really go back to normal afterward. The humans answered honestly, sometimes brutally so. They didn't sugarcoat it. They didn't pretend it was noble or glorious. They described war as what it was, necessary sometimes, terrible always, and something that changed you in ways that never fully healed. Why are you telling us this? The Quintarian asked. The regular instructors always talk about honor and duty and they're not wrong, Bulldog interrupted. Honor matters, duty matters, but they're not enough. You need to know what you're actually signing up for. You need to understand that combat isn't what it looks like in simulations. It's not clean, it's not heroic. It's chaos and terror and making impossible choices and living with the consequences. Ooh, so why do it? Another soldier asked. Why fight at all? Hank had been listening quietly. Now he spoke. Because sometimes the alternative is worse. Because sometimes people need defending. Because sometimes you're the only one who can. Not because it's glorious, not because you want to, but because it's necessary, and you're the poor bastard who happened to be there. Eddie nodded. And because if you don't know what you're getting into, if you go in thinking it's going to be like the simulations, thinking you're going to be a hero, thinking it's going to mean something, that's when it breaks you. But if you go in knowing it's going to be hell, knowing you're going to make mistakes, knowing you're going to carry it forever, then at least you're prepared. The soldiers absorbed this in silence. It wasn't the inspiring speech they'd expected. It wasn't the patriotic rhetoric they'd been raised on. It was just truth, uncomfortable and cold. But it was also oddly comforting, because it meant they weren't crazy for being scared. They weren't weak for having doubts. They were just human, or alien, or whatever. They were just people facing something terrible and trying to survive it. This became another pattern. The official training taught them how to fight. These evening conversations taught them why to fight, and more importantly, what fighting cost. Week 7 brought an unexpected development. The Council received intelligence about potential hostile activity in a border system, not confirmed, just concerning. The kind of situation that might be nothing or might be the beginning of something bad. They wanted to send a reconnaissance team, and they wanted some of the newly trained soldiers to go. Thelnox called the humans to his office to discuss it. Absolutely not, was Hank's immediate response. They're ready, Thelnox insisted. They've trained for... Training isn't the same as real, Eddie snapped. You send them out there. They might freeze up. They might panic. They might get themselves killed because simulation stress isn't real stress. Then they'll never be ready, Thelnox said. If we never give them real missions because they might fail, what's the point of training them at all? The humans looked at each other. He's got a point, Bulldog admitted reluctantly. Still don't like it, Ray muttered. Jimmy rubbed his face tiredly. How many soldiers? What's the mission profile? Who's in command? 6 soldiers, reconnaissance only, no engagement. They're just observing and reporting. And the command is, well, that's complicated. Normally it would be an experienced officer, but you want them to function without an experienced officer, Hank finished. You want to see if they can handle a real situation with the independence we've been teaching them. Yes, that's either the smartest or stupidest idea you've had, Bulldog said. Possibly both. We're sending a support ship, Thelnox added. If things go wrong, we can extract them immediately. Things always go wrong, Pete said. That's Murphy's Law. And Murphy was an optimist. More silence as the humans considered. Okay, Hank said finally. But we picked the soldiers, we picked the team composition, and we briefed them ourselves. No interference from the regular command structure. Agreed. And if this goes sideways, if they get hurt because you pushed them too fast, then I'll take full responsibility, Thelnox said. But we need to know if the training works. In real conditions, not simulations. Nah, the humans spent 2 days selecting the team. They chose carefully, balancing skills and personalities. They picked soldiers who'd shown initiative, adaptability, and the ability to handle stress. They also picked soldiers who'd shown the most improvement, who'd gone from rigid protocol followers to flexible thinkers. The 6 soldiers were assembled in a briefing room. They looked nervous, which was actually a good sign. Soldiers who weren't nervous before a real mission were either foolish or lying. All right, Hank began. Here's the situation. Border system, possible hostile activity, need eyes on the ground. This is real, not a simulation, not a test. If you screw up, the consequences are real. If you get hurt, you actually get hurt. Everyone clear on that? Nods all around. Good. Now forget everything I just said. You treat this exactly like a training exercise. Same adaptation, same flexibility, same willingness to improvise. The only difference is the stakes, but the approach, identical. You encounter something unexpected, deal with it. Your equipment fails, adapt. The mission parameters change, adjust. You do not freeze, you do not panic. You keep your heads and you keep moving. Questions? A Plenthian soldier raised a hand. What if we encounter actual hostiles? Then you run, Eddie said bluntly. This is reconnaissance, not combat. Your job is to observe and report, not engage. You see an enemy, you avoid them. They see you, you evade them. They engage you, you retreat. Your ego is not worth your life. Clear, clear. Jimmy stepped forward. One more thing. You're going to be scared out there. That's normal. That's good. Fear keeps you alert, but don't let it paralyze you. Remember your training. Remember that you can handle the unexpected. Remember that the plan will fall apart, and that's okay, because you know how to adapt. Ray added, and remember that making a decision and being wrong is better than not making a decision at all. You might make mistakes. That's fine. Learn from them. But do not freeze up waiting for perfect information or perfect orders. Move, act, survive. Bulldog grinned. And if everything goes to hell, remember, we taught you how to handle hell. You've got this. The soldiers deployed the next day. The humans watched from the command center alongside Thelnox, monitoring communications and sensor data. For the first 3 hours, everything went smoothly. The team inserted into the system, established the observation post, began monitoring the suspected activity. They worked well together, communicating efficiently, adapting to minor complications without hesitation. Then, inevitably, things went wrong. Their sensor suite malfunctioned. Not catastrophically, just enough to make their data unreliable. The kind of thing that happened all the time. But never in simulations, because simulations assumed equipment worked. The humans watched as the soldiers dealt with it. There was a brief moment of confusion, then adaptation. They switched to visual observation, using their own senses instead of technology. They adjusted their position to get a better vantage point. They divided responsibilities, having different soldiers watch different areas. They're doing well, Thelnox observed. Don't jinx it, Hank muttered. Hour 5 brought the bigger problem. The suspected activity turned out to be very real. 3 hostile vessels, small raiders probably, entered the system and began operating near the soldiers' position. The command center erupted in controlled chaos. Multiple voices suggested immediate extraction. Thelnox ordered the support ship to prepare for emergency retrieval. On the ground, the soldiers did exactly what they'd been trained to do. They didn't panic. They assessed the threat, determined the best course of action, and moved. No waiting for orders, no committee discussion. They identified an escape route, covered each other's movement, and began tactical withdrawal. They're doing exactly what we taught them, Eddie said, something like pride in his voice. Then the situation got worse. The hostile vessels detected something, though it wasn't clear if they'd spotted the soldiers or just noticed anomalous readings. They began an active search pattern. The soldiers adapted again. Instead of running, which would have created movement that sensors could detect, they went to ground. They found cover, minimized their signatures, and waited. Patient, calm, doing the thing that scared them because it was tactically sound. The humans watched tensely as the hostile vessels swept closer to the soldiers' position. "They need to extract now," Thelnox said, reaching for the communication controls. Hank grabbed his hand. "Wait! They're in danger! And they're handling it. Give them credit for their training. Let them do their jobs." The hostile vessels passed within 100 meters of the soldiers' position. Close enough that the soldiers could have hit them with thrown rocks if thrown rocks worked in vacuum. Which they didn't. The soldiers stayed hidden, stayed calm, stayed smart. The vessels moved on, sweeping further into the system, missing the soldiers entirely. After 20 agonizing minutes, the hostiles concluded their sweep and departed the system. The soldiers waited another 30 minutes, making absolutely sure the threat was gone, before moving to the extraction point. The command center was silent as the support ship picked them up and began the journey back to the station. Then Bulldog started laughing. "That's what I'm talking about. They didn't freeze, they didn't panic. They made decisions and survived." The tension broke. Even Thelnox's rigid posture relaxed slightly. "They performed admirably," he said. "Better than I expected. Better than we expected too," Jimmy admitted. "We were about 50-50 on whether they'd keep their heads under real pressure." "You sent them anyway?" Thelnox asked incredulously. "Had to find out sometime," Hank said with a shrug. "Better to find out on a low-risk reconnaissance mission than during actual combat." When the soldiers returned to the station, they were quiet. The adrenaline had worn off, replaced by exhaustion and the shaky relief that came after surviving something genuinely dangerous. The humans met them in the docking bay. "How do you feel?" Eddie asked. The Plenthian soldier who'd asked about hostiles spoke first. "Terrified, exhausted, proud, confused, all of it at once." "Good," Ray said. "That's normal. That's what coming back from a real mission feels like. The fear doesn't go away just because you survived. Sometimes it hits harder after." "We almost ran," another soldier admitted. "When we saw those vessels, every instinct said to just get out of there." "But you didn't," Bulldog pointed out. "You assessed the situation, made a tactical decision, and executed it." "That's exactly right. It didn't feel right," the soldier said. "It felt like hiding while we should have been doing something. Sometimes hiding is doing something," Hank said. "Sometimes the smart move feels like cowardice, but you're alive. You gathered intelligence and you completed the mission. That's what matters." Jimmy looked at all 6 soldiers. "You just learned something you can't learn in simulation. You learned that you can handle the real thing, that the training works, that you can make decisions under pressure and survive. That's worth more than 1,000 training exercises." The soldiers dispersed eventually, heading to debriefing and then rest. But they carried with them something new. Confidence, maybe. Or just the knowledge that they'd faced something real and survived it. "That went better than I expected," Thelnox said to the humans after the soldiers left. "Yeah," Hank agreed. "Almost too well. Made me nervous." "Why?" "Because nothing ever goes that smoothly in the real world. We got lucky this time. Next time we might not." "I take your point, but surely that proves the training is effective." Eddie shook his head. "It proves they can handle a simple, real situation. What happens when the situation's not simple? When the enemy's actively trying to kill them? When they can't just hide and wait? We've taught them to adapt, but adaptation has limits." "What are you suggesting?" Thelnox asked. "I'm suggesting," Jimmy said carefully, that we've done what we can. We've changed how they think, given them tools to survive. But there's only so much you can teach. The rest they have to learn themselves. In situations we can't simulate or control. We can make them better, but we can't make them perfect. Thelnox nodded slowly. The program ends in 1 week. What should we focus on in that final week? The humans looked at each other. The truth, Ray said finally. The final week of training was different from everything that came before. No exercises. No simulations, no tactical drills, just conversation. The humans gathered all the soldiers they'd trained, several hundred by now, in the station's largest assembly area. They sat in a rough circle, the kind of informal arrangement that made military protocol officers twitch. "We're leaving in a week," Hank began without preamble. "Going back to Earth. Before we go, we need to tell you some things. Things that don't fit in tactical manuals. Things nobody talks about, but everybody needs to know." The assembled soldiers were silent, attentive. "First thing," Eddie said, "everything we taught you, it's not enough. It'll help. It'll keep you alive longer. But it's not enough, because war's not something you can prepare for, not really. You can train for it, study it, simulate it, but until you're actually in it, until you're making life and death decisions with incomplete information and no time to think, you don't know how you'll react. Some of you will discover you're brave," Jimmy continued. "Some will discover you're not as brave as you thought. Some will surprise yourselves. Some will disappoint yourselves. And all of that is normal. There's no shame in being scared. There's no shame in finding out you can't handle it. The only shame is in pretending you're something you're not." Bulldog stood up, pacing slowly. "Second thing, the enemy is people. I know that sounds obvious, but it's easy to forget. They're not targets. They're not obstacles. They're people with families and fears and reasons for fighting. That doesn't mean you don't kill them when you have to, but it means you don't enjoy it. You don't dehumanize them. You don't turn them into monsters so you can feel good about killing them. Because if you do that, if you make it easy, you lose something you can't get back." Ray spoke next, his voice quiet but carrying across the space. "Third thing, you're gonna lose people. Friends, maybe people you love. It's gonna hurt in ways you can't imagine. And you're gonna blame yourselves, wonder if you could have done something different. That's normal too, but you can't let it paralyze you. You grieve, you remember them, and then you keep going. Because the people who are still alive need you." Pete stood, his weathered face serious. "Fourth thing, when you come back, assuming you do, you're gonna be different. Things that used to matter won't. Things you never thought about will keep you up at night. Food will taste different. Jokes won't be funny. You'll find yourself getting angry at stupid things and feeling nothing about things that should matter. That's not weakness. That's what combat does to you. Give yourself time. Talk to people who understand. Don't expect to be who you were before." Hank took over again. "Fifth thing, and this is important, your command structure doesn't always know what they're doing. Sometimes they'll give you orders that are stupid. Sometimes they'll make decisions that get people killed for no good reason. Sometimes they'll care more about looking good or following protocol than about your lives. You can't just blindly obey. You need to think. You need to question. You need to be smart enough to know when following orders will get you killed, and brave enough to do something different." The assembly was utterly silent now. "But," Jimmy added, "you also can't just ignore authority entirely. Sometimes the officers know things you don't. Sometimes the big picture matters more than your individual situation. Sometimes you have to follow orders you don't agree with, because that's how military organization works. Knowing when to obey and when to question. That's the hardest part. We can't teach you that. You have to figure it out yourselves." Eddie looked around at all the assembled soldiers. "We've been hard on you these past 2 months. We've questioned everything, challenged everything, made you uncomfortable. That was deliberate, because comfortable soldiers are dead soldiers. We needed to shake you out of the assumption that training and reality are the same thing. We needed to teach you to think, not just obey. And I hope we've done that. We're not perfect, Bulldog said with a laugh. Hell, we're pretty far from perfect. We've made mistakes. We've survived things that luck had more to do with than skill. We've got no right to be teaching anybody anything. But we've been there, we've survived, and we wanted to share that, help you survive too. Ray stood again. Last thing, and this is the most important thing. You're gonna ask yourselves, at some point, whether it was worth it. Whether what you did mattered. Whether the sacrifice, yours and others, meant anything. And the answer's complicated. Sometimes it does matter. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you won't know for years, maybe decades. But you can't let that uncertainty destroy you. You did what you thought was right at the time, with the information you had. That's all anyone can do. Hank finished. We're just old soldiers. We survived a war, came home, tried to make sense of it. Now we're leaving, going back to our quiet lives. But we're leaving you with everything we know, everything we learned. Use it, adapt it, make it your own. And if you survive, if you make it through whatever's coming, pass it on. Teach the next group of scared soldiers how to survive. That's how knowledge continues. That's how we honor the ones who didn't make it. The assembly sat in that for a long time. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They just absorbed it, all of it, the truth that nobody had ever told them before. Finally, the Quentarian soldier who'd asked so many questions spoke up. What do we owe you for teaching us all this? Hank smiled. Stay alive. That's what you owe us. Stay alive, keep thinking, and don't become the kind of officer who sends soldiers into danger without understanding the cost. Do that, and we're even. The final days passed quickly. The humans finished last-minute training points, answered final questions, said their goodbyes to soldiers who'd become something more than students. Not friends, exactly, but something harder to define. People who'd shared uncomfortable truths with each other. On the last evening, Thelnox found the humans in their usual spot, the makeshift break room they'd created. They were drinking coffee from the machine Hank had built, playing cards, and arguing about something that had happened 30 years ago. Typical. I wanted to thank you, Thelnox said, interrupting an increasingly heated debate about whether Peterson had actually seen a tiger in the jungle or was just hallucinating from heat exhaustion. Don't thank us yet, Hank said, dealing another hand. We might have completely screwed up your military. Won't know for years. You changed it, certainly. Whether that's good or bad, Thelnox trailed off. Depends on what happens next, Eddie finished. If you face a real threat and they handle it, we're geniuses. If they fall apart, we're the idiots who broke your perfectly good system. There's another possibility, Thelnox said quietly. They might never face a real threat. We might have another 400 years of peace, in which case all this training is theoretical. Would that be so bad? Jimmy asked. I don't know. Is it better to be prepared for something that never comes, or unprepared for something that does? Bulldog laughed. That's the eternal military question right there. You're learning. Thelnox settled into a chair, abandoning formality entirely. Can I ask you something? Personal. Shoot, Hank said. Was it worth it? For you. Vietnam. Everything you went through. Was it worth it? The humans exchanged glances. The question hung in the air like smoke. That's a hell of a question for the last night, Ray said finally. I know, but I need to understand. I'm sending soldiers into potential danger based on your teachings. I need to know if you believe in what you're teaching. Eddie put down his cards. Honest answer, I don't know. Some days I think we prevented something worse. Some days I think we accomplished nothing except getting a lot of people killed. Most days I try not to think about it at all. But you volunteered for this, Thelnox pressed. To teach others. If you don't believe it was worth it... That's not what I said, Eddie interrupted. I said I don't know if the war was worth it. But teaching? Helping people survive? That's different. That has value, whether the war does or not. Jimmy nodded. We can't change the past. Can't make our war mean something it didn't. But we can help other people learn from it. Give them tools to survive. That's worth something. Maybe not worth everything we went through, but something. And honestly, Bulldog added, sitting around feeling sorry for ourselves wasn't accomplishing anything. This, teaching you guys, making a difference, even a small one, that's better than watching daytime television and waiting to die. Pete spoke up, surprising everyone since he'd been quiet most of the evening. You asked if it was worth it. Wrong question. Better question is, what are you gonna do with what you learned? We survived. We got knowledge, paid for in blood and nightmares. Now we've given that knowledge to you. What you do with it, that's what determines if it was worth it. Thelnox absorbed this. No pressure then. Welcome to command, Hank said with a grin. Every decision matters. Nothing's ever certain, and you won't know if you made the right choice until it's too late to change it. Fun, isn't it? Absolutely terrible, Thelnox agreed. I can see why you all turned to coffee. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, drinking terrible coffee and watching the stars through the viewport. 17 humans who'd survived one war and one alien trying to prevent the next one. One more question, Thelnox said eventually. What should I do when we face a real threat? When the shooting actually starts? Ray answered, trust your people. We've given them tools. We've changed how they think. But ultimately, they're going to be the ones making decisions in the moment. You can't control that. You can't predict it. All you can do is trust that the training will hold. And if it doesn't, then you adapt, Hank said simply. Like we've been teaching, the plan fails, you make a new plan. That strategy doesn't work, you try something else. People are going to die, that's unavoidable. But if you taught them to think, to adapt, to survive, some of them will make it. That's the best you can hope for. Thelnox stood. I should let you finish your evening. You have an early departure tomorrow. Commander, Jimmy said, as Thelnox turned to leave. One last piece of advice. Free of charge. Yes? Don't let them forget this. Don't let the next generation of officers smooth over the rough edges. Put the protocols back in place. Return to comfortable tradition. Change is uncomfortable. People will want to undo it. You need to fight that. Keep the chaos. Keep the questioning. Keep the independence. It's messy and difficult and nobody's gonna like it, but it works. I'll try, Thelnox said. That's all any of us can do, Eddie replied. The next morning, transport vessel K-77 prepared for departure. The same ship that had brought the humans to the station 2 months ago, looking considerably more worn now because the humans had borrowed various parts for their coffee maker and other projects. A crowd assembled at the docking bay. Not officially, nobody had organized it, but word had spread and soldiers came. Hundreds of them. The ones who'd been trained directly, and others who'd heard stories, and still others who just wanted to see the humans one last time. They didn't stand at attention, they didn't form ranks, they just gathered watching as 17 old men prepared to leave. Hank looked at the crowd and laughed. Well, that's not regulation. Ah, nothing about this has been regulation, Klexnor said, approaching the group. The major who'd been so resistant at first now looked almost sad. That's what made it effective. You're gonna do fine, Major, Bulldog said, clapping him on the shoulder hard enough to make the crystalline being stagger slightly. You learned. You adapted. You stopped being a rigid ass. Well, mostly stopped. You're still kind of an ass. Klexnor's facial tendrils twitched in what might have been amusement. I learned from the best. The humans made their way through the crowd, exchanging words with various soldiers. Handshakes, which was a human gesture that had caught on despite being awkward for species with different appendage configurations. Promises to stay in contact, though everyone knew that was unlikely across interstellar distances. The Quentarian soldier who'd asked so many questions pushed through the crowd. Consultant Kowalski, one more question. Hank turned, grinning. Hit me, kid. What's the most important thing you taught us? If you had to pick just one lesson? Hank considered this, looking at Eddie, Jimmy, Bulldog, Ray, Pete, and the others. They nodded. The most important thing? Hank said loudly enough for the crowd to hear. Fear is a liar. It tells you you can't. It tells you you're not ready. It tells you to freeze, to wait, to let someone else decide. And sometimes fear is right. But most of the time you can handle it. You are ready enough, and waiting for perfect conditions just means you'll die unprepared. So you feel the fear, acknowledge it, and then you tell it to shut up and move anyway. The crowd was silent. That's it? The Quentarian asked. After 8 weeks, that's the lesson. That's the lesson, Eddie confirmed. Everything else was just different ways of teaching that same thing. Move despite the fear. Decide despite the uncertainty. Act despite the risk. That's survival, Jimmy added. And remember, none of us was special. We weren't heroes. We weren't exceptional soldiers. We were just people who kept moving when everything said to stop. If we could do it, you can too. Now get out of here, Bulldog said, waving at the crowd. Go practice. Go question your officers. Go make your commanders uncomfortable. Go be the chaos we taught you to be. The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctantly. The humans boarded the transport vessel, waving from the airlock one last time before it sealed shut. Thelnox watched the ship detach from the station, its engines flaring as it began the long journey back to Earth. He felt something unfamiliar, something his species had evolved past, but apparently could still experience under the right circumstances. Loss. They were remarkable, Klexnor said, standing beside him. They were a nightmare, Thelnox corrected. Disrespectful, undisciplined, contemptuous of authority, and utterly impossible to control. Yes, Klexnor agreed. Remarkable. The weeks that followed were interesting. The soldiers trained differently now. Officers found themselves being questioned, not rudely, but persistently. Training exercises became unpredictable as soldiers started deviating from plans, improvising, testing boundaries. The rigid order that had defined Council military operations for centuries began showing cracks. Some commanders hated it. They filed complaints. They demanded a return to proper protocol. They insisted that discipline was breaking down. Other commanders, the ones who'd actually paid attention, encouraged it. They let their soldiers think. They created chaotic training scenarios. They rewarded initiative over obedience. The Council's military began splitting into two factions, those who wanted to preserve tradition and those who embraced the new approach. Thelnox found himself caught in the middle, defending decisions that made him deeply uncomfortable, supporting methods that violated everything he'd been taught. It was exhausting. It was also working. 3 months after the humans departed, the Council detected a legitimate threat, not pirates or raiders this time, an actual hostile force, well-armed, well-organized, probing the Council's border defenses. The kind of threat that the Council's 400-year peace had made theoretical. It wasn't theoretical anymore. The Council mobilized response forces, among them several ships crewed by soldiers who'd trained under the humans. Thelnox, now promoted to fleet commander because someone needed to take responsibility for this mess, watched nervously as the forces deployed. The engagement happened quickly. The hostile force attacked a border station, testing the Council's response time and capabilities. It should have been a disaster. The Council's soldiers had never faced real combat, never experienced actual weapons fire, never had to make life or death decisions under pressure. But the soldiers who trained with the humans did something unexpected. They adapted. When the plan fell apart immediately, as plans always do, they didn't freeze. When equipment failed, which it did, they improvised. When officers gave contradictory orders, which happened, they made their own decisions. When the situation became chaotic and terrifying, which was inevitable, they kept moving. It wasn't perfect. People made mistakes. Some soldiers panicked. There were casualties, which was unavoidable, but the overall response was functional, messy, unorthodox, nothing like the simulations, but functional. The hostile force, expecting easy targets, found themselves facing opponents who didn't behave predictably, who adapted faster than expected, who made decisions that didn't match tactical projections. The engagement lasted 4 hours. The hostile force withdrew, having achieved none of their objectives and suffering unexpected losses. The Council's forces held. Thelnox received the after-action reports with shaking hands. Multiple officers reported unorthodox tactics. Soldiers had deviated from assigned positions, ignored standard protocols, made independent decisions. It should have been chaos. It had been chaos. But it had worked. One report in particular caught his attention. A young Quentarian soldier, part of the defense force, had apparently organized an improvised ambush using salvaged equipment and creative positioning when her assigned weapon station was destroyed. She'd acted without orders, without authorization, completely contrary to her training. She'd also saved 17 lives. Her name was Quentalis. Thelnox recognized her. She'd been one of the soldiers in the 1st Training Battalion, the one who'd asked Hank for one more question. He pulled up the interview footage from the battle debrief. "Soldier Quentalis, your actions were highly irregular. Can you explain your reasoning?" The soldier looked exhausted, scared, but also defiant. "Sir, the enemy was advancing on our position. The standard response would have been to retreat and request support. But support wasn't coming fast enough, and retreat would have exposed the command center. So I looked at what I had instead of what I should have. I had 3 working rifles, some spare power cells, and 2 soldiers who could shoot. I remembered what Consultant Kowalski said, that the weapon doesn't matter, your brain matters, so we used our brains. You violated protocol." "Yes, sir. The protocol would have gotten people killed. The humans taught us that sometimes you have to choose between following rules and staying alive. I chose staying alive. And if your improvised ambush had failed, then I'd be dead, sir. But at least I'd have tried something instead of just following orders into a meat grinder." The interviewing officer looked uncomfortable. "You understand, this creates problems for the command structure." "Respectfully, sir, I think the command structure's problems are less important than whether we survive. The humans taught us that too." Thelnox watched that footage 3 times. Then he sent a message to Earth. He didn't know if it would reach the humans, didn't know if they'd even care, but he needed to tell them. The message was simple. It worked. They survived because they thought instead of obeyed. We're facing significant resistance from traditional command structures. They want to reinstate the old protocols, eliminate the independence you taught. I'm fighting them. It's difficult, but I wanted you to know it worked. Thank you, and I hope you're enjoying your fishing." He never received a response. The message took weeks to reach Earth, and there was no way to know if it found the right people. The humans had returned to their lives, probably. Back to retirement, normalcy, the quiet existence of old soldiers. But 6 weeks later, a package arrived at the station. No return address, no explanation. Just a box addressed to Fleet Commander Thelnox, Council Military Headquarters. Inside was a battered military cap with faded yellow letters reading, "I survived the shit," a bag of coffee beans with a note saying, "Your synthesizer coffee tastes like sadness, try this," and a photograph. The photograph showed 17 old men standing in front of a lake, holding fishing rods, grinning at the camera. On the back, in handwriting that looked like it came from someone who'd forgotten how to write neatly, was a message. "Glad they're thinking. Keep fighting the bureaucrats. Stay chaotic. And remember, fear's a liar. You got this. P.S. The fishing's better on Earth." Thelnox put the photograph on his desk, where it stayed for the rest of his career. A reminder of the time his civilization asked for military advisors and got 17 old men who taught an entire military to question everything. The Council's forces continued evolving. Some commanders embraced the new approach enthusiastically. Others resisted, clinging to tradition and protocol. The debates raged in council chambers and military academies. Philosophers wrote treatises on the balance between discipline and independence. Tactical manuals were rewritten again, then abandoned entirely in favor of principles rather than rules. It was messy, it was controversial. It created division and argument and uncertainty. It also saved lives when the real threats emerged, because fear was a liar, and waiting for perfect conditions meant dying unprepared. And sometimes the most effective soldiers were the ones who told their commanders that the plan was stupid and did something different instead. The humans never knew the full impact of their 8 weeks on the station, never knew about the philosophical debates they sparked, the military doctrine they revolutionized, the lives saved by soldiers who'd learned to think rather than obey. They were just old men who'd survived a war and wanted to help others survive theirs. They went fishing, drank coffee that actually tasted good, told stories about the time they taught aliens how to make coffee makers from spare parts, and generally lived quiet lives that suggested they'd never left Earth at all. Except sometimes, late at night when the nightmares came, they'd look at the stars and wonder if those soldiers were okay, if the training held, if the chaos they'd created survived the bureaucracy, if anyone remembered that fear was a liar. And on a military station thousands of light years away, a Quentarian soldier looked at a photograph of 17 old men with fishing rods and smiled, remembering the most important lesson. Fear was a liar. You could handle it. You were ready enough, and waiting for permission just meant you'd die unprepared. So you felt the fear, acknowledged it, and told it to shut up. Then you moved anyway. Because that's what the humans taught them in 8 weeks of chaos and coffee and uncomfortable truths. And sometimes, when you're facing impossible odds with incomplete information and no clear answers, that's the only lesson that matters. Years later, the Galactic Council would commission a formal study on the effectiveness of the Human Training Initiative. The study would fill 12 volumes, involve testimony from hundreds of soldiers and commanders, and conclude with the bureaucratically safe assessment that results were mixed and further research is recommended. But buried in Volume 8, in a footnote that almost nobody read, was a single statistic: survival rates for soldiers who trained under the humans versus those who hadn't during combat situations. The difference was 43%. 43% more soldiers came home because 17 old men had taught them that following the manual was a great way to die, that improvisation beat perfection, that fear was a liar, and that sometimes you had to tell your commanding officer that their plan was stupid and you were doing something else instead. The Council never sent another request for military advisors to Earth. They didn't need to. The lesson had been learned, passed down, adapted, changed, and integrated into a new generation of soldiers who knew that survival mattered more than protocol. Somewhere on Earth, in a small town nobody's heard of, an old man sat by a lake with a fishing rod and terrible coffee, watching the sunset and remembering a time when aliens asked for help and got exactly what they needed, even if it wasn't what they wanted. He didn't know about the 43%, didn't know about the lives saved, or the military doctrine revolutionized, or the ongoing debates about independence versus discipline. He just knew that somewhere out there, soldiers were thinking for themselves. And maybe, just maybe, that meant something.
The Galactic Station hummed with its usual symphony of alien life, clicks, whistles, and harmonics that would drive most humans mad. But Lisa had grown accustomed to it during her 3 years as the sole human maintenance technician on Outpost Kepler 9. Her quarters were cramped, a modest cube tucked between the waste recycling sector and the botanical gardens. The station administrators had offered her larger accommodations in the diplomatic wing, but Lisa preferred the isolation. Fewer questions, fewer stares. Today had been brutal. 12 hours crawling through ventilation shafts, repairing oxidation damage that the station's Velkari engineers couldn't reach with their bulky exoskeletons. Her muscles ached, her coveralls were stained with coolant, and her stomach growled with a ferocity that echoed through her small habitat. She pulled out her precious cargo, ingredients smuggled aboard over months of supply runs. Real garlic, actual butter, fresh basil from the hydroponics bay where she'd secretly planted earth seeds. The station's protein dispensers provided nutritionally complete sustenance, but they couldn't replicate the soul-satisfying comfort of real cooking. Lisa set her portable heating element to medium and began her ritual. Olive oil shimmered in the pan. Garlic sizzled, releasing its unmistakable aroma. She added cherry tomatoes, watching them blister and burst. Fresh pasta, painstakingly made by hand last weekend, went into boiling water. The scent bloomed through her quarters, earthy and rich and utterly, perfectly human. She didn't notice her door's proximity sensor activating. The first she knew of her visitors was a soft, chittering sound. Lisa turned to find 3 Quarksian cubs pressed against her doorway, their crystalline eyes wide, their fur-covered snouts twitching frantically. The species stood barely 3 feet tall, with 6 limbs and bodies covered in dense, silvery fur that shifted colors with their emotions. Currently, all 3 glowed a curious amber. "Oh, hello?" Lisa said, startled. She recognized them from the station's residential sector. Quarksians were a species in recovery, their homeworld still rebuilding after a devastating plague. These cubs and their family were refugees, granted sanctuary aboard Kepler 9. The smallest one, Rex, she remembered his name from station logs, stepped forward. In his 4 upper limbs he clutched a bowl, not a standard-issue station bowl, but something clearly homemade, carved from compressed plant fibers and decorated with careful, childish etchings. "Please," Rex said in halting universal standard. His translator implant struggled with the language, designed for adult Quarksian physiology. "Food? Smells like..." He trailed off, but his fur rippled through shades of gold and green, hope and longing. Lisa had learned. The other 2 cubs raised their own bowls, hand-carved, hopeful. Lisa's heart clenched. She glanced at her pan. Enough pasta for 1 hungry human. Certainly not enough for 3 alien children whose dietary needs she didn't fully understand. But those eyes, those trembling whiskers, those carefully crafted bowls brought with such tentative courage. "I don't know if you can eat this," she said gently. "Human food might make you sick." Rex's fur dimmed to gray, disappointment. "We eat many things," he said. "On homeworld, before plague, we eat grandmother-made food. Hot food smells like yours, not dispenser food. Real food." Understanding crashed over Lisa like a wave. They weren't just hungry. They were homesick. She made her decision in an instant. "Come in, sit." The cubs scrambled inside, clutching their bowls. Lisa checked her tablet, pulling up Quarksian dietary restrictions. Compatible proteins, check. No toxic alkaloids in tomatoes or basil for their species, check. Garlic might be intense but not harmful. She portioned out her dinner into their 3 bowls, then the remaining into her own. What was meant to be a generous meal became 4 modest servings. She added a sprinkle of the precious Parmesan she'd been hoarding, then drizzled each bowl with herb-infused olive oil. The cubs stared at their portions with reverence. "Blow on it," Lisa demonstrated. "It's hot." They mimicked her, their small breaths creating ripples across the pasta. Rex took the first careful bite. His fur exploded into brilliant gold, then shifted rapidly through every color Lisa had ever seen. Joy, surprise, nostalgia, gratitude, all cascading across his small body like living art. The other cubs dove in, the small quarters filled with chittering appreciation and the comfortable sounds of eating. Lisa took her own bite, savoring the taste but finding more satisfaction in watching her unexpected guests. "Your grandmother?" Lisa asked Rex between bites. "What did she make?" Rex's translator struggled, but his gestures were universal. Stirring, seasoning, serving with love. "Warm grain," he managed. "From our fields. With..." he gestured at the tomatoes. "Sweet pods from vine." She sang while cooking. "Made food, special, made it love." "Yeah," Lisa whispered. "Food can be love." They ate in comfortable silence. When the bowls were empty, the cubs cleaned them with their dexterous tongues, then clutched them close again. "Thank you, Lisa Human," Rex said formally. His fur settled into a deep, peaceful blue. Was not just food. Was memory. Was home. After they left, Lisa sat in her quiet quarters, her own stomach only half full but her chest somehow warm and full simultaneously. Her tablet pinged, a message in the station's common channel. Then another. Then 5 more, cubs from other species. Adolescent Velocari. Even a juvenile Methrix, a species she'd never seen interact with others, all asking the same thing. Could the human cook again? Could they bring their bowls? Lisa looked at her meager supplies, did quick mental calculations, and smiled. She began a message to the station's quartermaster, requesting ingredients. Real ones, the expensive ones. She'd use her entire month's bonus pay if necessary. Tomorrow, she'd cook for 20. Next week, maybe 40. She'd teach them too, anyone who wanted to learn. Because she finally understood something profound. Humanity's greatest export wasn't technology or diplomacy, or even their stubborn resilience. It was the simple, revolutionary act of turning sustenance into communion, of making food that remembered home, of cooking with love. Rex returned twice more that week, bowl in hand, and each time his fur glowed a little brighter.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short-cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout? From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this. He paused, muttering to himself, of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket. Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover? Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra. Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again. Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, Medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the med bay. Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch. She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard. Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. All right, team, hold tight, entering Atmo now. The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, Scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape. A dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home. Leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. This'll buy us time, he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble. He thought aloud, funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line. Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. These trees are incredible, she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated. Her monologue drifted. If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive. Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. Useful for us? We need shelter. The ship's exposed. Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? Definitely. We could fell a few, use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any. Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, let's fortify. Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, and medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings. Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, where did it go? Can't treat without it. Calder grunted agreement. Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built. What made those? Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. Look at this, Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. Holy stars, Malik breathed. That's no bug. That's a tank. Irony. We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons. Calder raised his rifle slowly. Hostile? Tension thick. Not yet, Lena said. Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger. Alara held up a hand. Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns. As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. We cut the trees, Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. Build a dome. Malik, rig the laser cutters. Calder, security detail. Lena, monitor for ecological backlash. Tara, keep us patched. The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. Timber. Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. Comedy. If only my ex could see me now. Lumberjack in space. This dome's gonna be solid, Calder said, hauling logs into place. Interlock 'em like this. Natural camouflage. His monologue. Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will. Lena paused, scanner beeping. Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds. Tara perked up. Sample it. We're low on meds long term. Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. There you are. Mundane miracle. By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. Remember that run on Vega Prime? Malik asked. Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm. Alara chuckled. This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy. Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. Earthquake? Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. What now? Lena checked her scanner. No. Energy spike. Atmospheric? Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. Ah, my eyes, Malik shouted, shielding his face. Comedy irony, great, now we're moles in a spotlight. Alara blinked tears away. Everyone inside the ship, now. Her monologue. If this is the end, At least we tried. They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. What is this? Tara gasped. It's like the planet's lit from within. Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. It's not hurting us, Lena said, peering at readings. No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way. Structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life? Calder lowered his hands. Tactical advantage? Or allure? Irony? We came to see, and now we see too much. The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. Records caught it, Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. First time since crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it? Alara nodded. Use it. Next time, we scout deeper. The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. Look at this frame, he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console. Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely? Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone. He glanced at Calder. You good for point? Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound. He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us. Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer. She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. Don't think about it, just move. Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you. She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, and you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar. Alara gave her a half smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. Noted, Doc. They geared up. Lightweight enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tears that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, feels like we're ants poking around a picnic. And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray. Power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clawed, deep, not beetle, something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena, predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Tara, or scavenger, waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara, we double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways. Snapped replies, longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Tara sat alone, the only light from the console's standby glow. Tara, you okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to, if we don't fix the ship. Tara, we'll get home. But you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara, Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Tara squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday. 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight-ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warp lane congestion, then maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. "Come on, girl, just a little more juice," he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. "We're so close. Don't quit on me now." He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. "Something's circling wider every night," he told Alara during a quiet handoff. "Not attacking, just measuring us." Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. "Or waiting for us to make a mistake." Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall: 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. "We're getting there," she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, "Captain, everyone, get out here, now." They poured out in various states of readiness, Alara still buckling her utility belt, Tara with a med kit half-zipped, Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead, Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. "What the hell is that?" Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface. Cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. "This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. "Gift? From who?" Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. "Or bait. A long beat. But we need this. Calder, Lena, cover the tree line. Malik, Tara, help me see if we can open it." The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew, yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. "Use me." Malik let out a shaky laugh. "Okay, that's new." Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less. Lena ran her scanner over another crate. But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect. Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. "Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. Questions later." His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. "And we stay vigilant. Double watches. Triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting." Alara nodded once. Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet. That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals, Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. Terra, maybe intelligent life here. Watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass, sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Terra, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. Wait, down there, on the ridge, they all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair, red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones. All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard. Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. And we thought we were the explorers. Terra's hand found Alara's shoulder. Size does matter. We were never in control. Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. Relay 1, Vanguard here, she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief. The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box. All of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns. Terra smiled faintly, or just stay home. Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. Let's get home, she said. And next time, maybe we knock first. The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small.
The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 6 months, Chen said, his voice steady but firm. They have ignored every treaty. They have dismissed every warning. If the Council does not act, more innocent lives will be lost. A sound like bubbling water came from the Aquelian delegate's tank. It translated through the universal communicator as laughter. The human speaks of action, the Aquelian said. But what can humanity offer? Your species has been part of this council for 200 years, yet you maintain barely 300 ships. Your military spending is less than most pleasure cruise corporations. More laughter rippled through the chamber. Chen felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his face neutral. This was not the first time his people had been mocked here. The Vrex delegate rose from his seat. Commander Thrax stood nearly 3 meters tall. His 4 arms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. The Dominion takes what is owed to us, Thrax hissed. We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law. Natural law? Chen replied. Or tyranny dressed in philosophy. Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this. Chen looked directly at the Vrex commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Something old and terrible. But it passed quickly, and he simply said, We choose peace because we understand war. You choose peace because you are weak, Thrax replied. This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us. The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Xanthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelion students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. They laughed at me again today, Chen said. Good, Torres replied. Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target. Torres nodded slowly. Our intelligence confirms it. Vrex fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less. Torres leaned forward, her face grave. Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next. Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocol sealed. We made a choice as a species, Torres said. After the final war, after we almost destroyed ourselves, we decided to be better. We hid what we were capable of. We showed the galaxy only peace and art and culture. We gave ourselves time to heal. But the scars are still there, Chen whispered. They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned. Torres's voice softened slightly. The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before. Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely 1 billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. I hope it doesn't come to that, Chen said. So do I, Torres replied. But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready. The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. They have no idea what we survived, he said to the empty room. What we learned, what we became. Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. They're here, Chen said unnecessarily. We see them, Torres replied. Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them? Torres looked at someone off screen, then back at Chen. The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war. Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. God help us all. God help them, Torres corrected. They have no idea what they've done. The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks, staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience. Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. "What do you think?" Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want." Dr. Tanaka was more direct. "The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. They're framing the conversation before it begins." Sarah nodded slowly. "Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby." "Quiet, standby." "Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either." The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. "People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy." He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. "The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species." Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. "These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war." The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind him. "We offer Earth this same security. In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection." Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. What level of autonomy would Earth retain? She asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer? The smile faded slightly. That would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle. It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor, she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer. Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel. The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. Thoughts? Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted Concordat protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordat ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordat had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple. Appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital weapons platforms and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordat had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. "Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel," Marcus explained. "Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history." He paused, looking around the room. "Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary." Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. "Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars," Sarah said quietly. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." She turned to face the group. "Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it." Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive, but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. "Perhaps they are simply peaceful," suggested Kira Nell, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. "Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition." Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. "In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature." "Then where are their weapons?" Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. "Perhaps their weapons are primitive," suggested Kira Nell. "They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize." Velthor considered this. It made sense. Humans had only recently developed faster-than-light travel. Their weapons technology might lag behind their propulsion systems. It had happened before with other species. "Continue scanning," he ordered. "I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled." The drones launched silently, small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. "Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel," she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. "Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan." Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. "Let them look," he said quietly. "They're seeing exactly what we want them to see." On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture: mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, all perfectly legitimate civilian activities, all completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the Concordat vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see: a species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. "Prepare annexation protocols," he ordered. "Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing Concordat protection." Kiranel's 4 hands moved across her console. "I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles." "Make it so," Velthor said. "A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection." It was a script the Concordat had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordat communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. "They think we're defenseless," she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of Concordat records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the Concordat economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordat? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordat has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years, telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood, pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets, make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordat's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the intelligence division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordat protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year. Technology sharing that only flowed one direction. Populations that became dependent on Concordat trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordat was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordat fleet in Earth's system, but what about the larger Concordat military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordat has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordat in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets, unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordat vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordat a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. "Madam President," Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. "Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordat's generous offer?" Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. "We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal." She paused, letting the moment stretch. Earth respectfully declines the Concordat's offer of protection. The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. "I apologize," Velthor said carefully. "Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection?" "That's correct," Sarah confirmed. "We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence." Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. "Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without Concordat protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand." "We understand more than you think," Sarah replied calmly. "Do you?" Velthor's voice hardened. "Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse Concordat protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes." Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. "Ambassador," Sarah said quietly, "are you threatening us?" Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. "I am explaining reality. The Concordat maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not." He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. "I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation?" Velthor's face darkened. You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it. Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. I fail to see what is amusing, he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening. We know exactly who you are, Velthor snapped. A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster-than-light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves. Is that what your scans showed? Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated showing Earth's solar system. Let me show you what your scans missed. The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. What is this? These are Earth's actual defenses, Sarah explained calmly. Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation, or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. Ambassador Velthor, Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that. On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. This is Copernicus Station, Marcus continued. Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface. Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid, except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. This is Ceres Mining Complex, Marcus said. Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack. Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare. Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition. Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared, these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels, Sarah said quietly. They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship. Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. This is... You cannot what? Sarah asked. Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system? She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake, Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order. Really? Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a peer military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket. Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. Your accusations are baseless, are they? Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors, you're predators. Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. You will regret this, he said, trying to recover some dignity. The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance. Will you? Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to. But we don't want to, Sarah interjected. Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your Concordat that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to Concordat intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The Concordat will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great Concordat vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit. and surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new: pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. "Well," she said quietly, "that could have gone worse." Marcus laughed. "Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back?" Yuki asked. "Oh, they'll come back," Marcus said. "The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready." Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. "We stood up to a galactic empire today," she said. "Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand." The Concordat vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. "Status report," he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. "We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels. Possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them?" "No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move." Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. "Send a priority message to Concordat High Command," he ordered. "Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response." Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All 4 of her arms were tense. "Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned." Velthor rounded on her. "Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of Concordat authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order." He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. "They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise." What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordat communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordat secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordat survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordat protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said. "And humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordat was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordat leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 High Counselors, 1 from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkan, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordat grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson. We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist. Agreed, said High Counselor Telvash, but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly. Costly? Sharkin's voice rose. What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force, said another counselor. Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember. The vote was unanimous. The Concordat would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordat, will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command, watching the plot of approaching Concordat forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. ETA on the Concordat fleet? He asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force, Marcus nodded. Good, let them feel confident. Confidence makes people careless. He turned to his communication officer. Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast? Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed. Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordat's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. Options? She asked Marcus. We can destroy them, Marcus said bluntly. The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realized they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordat has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost? Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Explain. Velthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have, Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can. 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Velthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the view screen. Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness. The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Velthor more than he wanted to admit. Ambassador, she said pleasantly, welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity, Velthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance. I see a lot of ships, Sarah agreed. But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes, Sarah interrupted. And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this. Before Velthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved, a challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to Concordat operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the Concordat relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the Concordat had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the Concordat saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the Concordat flagship, Velthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. "This cannot be accurate," Velthor said. "No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history," Tarkin replied quietly, "and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years." "They are barbaric," Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the Concordat sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single, overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The Concordat had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Velthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. "Sir," Kiranel said quietly, "I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Velthor laughed bitterly. "Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. This is," he struggled to find words, "this is a fundamental miscalculation." A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. "Ambassador," she said, "I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars. Students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation. She leaned forward slightly. But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting. Belthor found his voice. You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons? No, Sarah said. I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The Concordat has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now. What choice? Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your Concordat and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect. She paused, her expression hardening. Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this. Belthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them, human vessels that had been waiting, hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. You would really destroy us? He asked quietly. If you force us to, Sarah replied. But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordat that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters. The channel closed. Belthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordat personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. Set course for home, he ordered quietly. Full retreat. The Concordat fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordat's retreat spread through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordat fleet but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordat's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordat for 300 years. The Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordat had been lying to them for centuries. We have been fools, said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordat for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now? Asked another council member. We stop paying, Renval said simply, and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordat, perhaps they can teach us to do the same. Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordat? What gave the Concordat the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordat's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordat capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. This is the humans' fault, High Counselor Sharken said angrily. They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war. Against whom? Asked High Counselor Telvash. The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators. We could offer the humans membership in the Concordat, suggested another counselor. Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position. They would never accept, Telvash said. Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered: genuine cooperation without domination. The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordat leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem: success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordat, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordat had falsely offered. We cannot become the new Concordat, Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right. But we cannot ignore them either, argued her foreign minister. These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordat control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats. General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes. Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. Exactly, Marcus said. We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to. The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple: mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species' standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. For 300 years we lived in fear, he told Sarah during the signing ceremony, fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordat took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both. Other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordat protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23. The Concordat's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the Concordat species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. 2 attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. 2 isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The 2 factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent now coordinated responses. Weapons that had been primitive were now modern and effective. The Concordat ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the 3rd failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow, less imposing. Ambassador, Marcus said carefully, I did not know you were on Luna. I requested asylum 6 months ago, Velthor replied. President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore, just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong. They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. I was taught that power meant control, Velthor said quietly. The Concordate's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. You are learning faster than we did. Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordate's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today you represent something new, a galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear. The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. The greatest victory, Sarah continued, is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the Academy, studying human history and military theory. He had become an advocate for Concordate reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. Your speech was powerful, he told Sarah. Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them? I do, Sarah said. But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails. Humanity learned that balance through painful experience. The Concordate never learned it at all, Velthor said. We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever. What will you do now? Sarah asked. Continue teaching, Velthor said. I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordate as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can, Sarah smiled. That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation. 5 years after the Concordate's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordate protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordate itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordat, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her second term, presided over the ceremony where the Reformed Concordat joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice: accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. Do you remember when we first detected the Concordat vessel? Yuki asked. I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom. Instead, we met our future, Sarah said. A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars. Do you think it will last? Yuki asked. Peace is fragile. It is, Sarah agreed. But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty. On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Telos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. General, she asked one day after class, why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly. Marcus smiled. We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances. Is that wisdom or paranoia? Both, Marcus admitted. And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails. Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. I will remember that. Good, Marcus said. Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down student to student again, each generation learning from the mistakes of the last. 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy, another graduating class, the largest yet, representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that power without restraint is cruelty, and that the greatest victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordate's empire of fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's alliance of choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. Madam President, her assistant knocked on the door. "Your car is ready." Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the Mutual Defense Network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort, but that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone.
Sam came in all excited and set his discovery on the table. "Dad, come and check this out." Sam was careful. He had found other things before and brought them home, but this was special, and he didn't know why. He just knew it, and to be careful about bumping it around too much. His father looked up from the water ledger and pushed his spectacles higher on his nose. "If it's another shell from the East Gardens, your mother's not letting you keep it in the house this time." "It's not a shell." Sam unwrapped the object from a square of old field cloth and set it in the center of the table between the lamp and the bread knife. It was a ring, no bigger around than the mouth of a jam jar, thin as a willow switch, silvery and smooth, with little ridges running all the way around its inside. It looked too exact to be natural, too clean to have come from the marsh flats or the hunting grounds. It gleamed in the lamplight with a strange, hard shine that reminded Sam of winter stars. His father's chair scraped against the floor. "Where did you get that?" "In the dry run near the western wall," Sam said, "where the stream used to split around the stones. I was looking for crawlbacks. The stream hasn't reached the western run in 6 days." "I know, that's why I could get farther down." It was half buried in the silt. His father did not touch it right away. He had the rough, dark hands of a ditchkeeper, hands shaped by shovels and sluice gates and frozen pumps, and those hands hovered over the object as if it might be hot. "That's a retention collar," his father whispered. "It's from the systems." "The systems?" Sam's eyes widened. "Like the deep water pumps?" "No. Bigger. Much bigger." His father picked it up, and the metal pinged with a clear, bell-like tone as his fingernail brushed it. "This is from the old city. The one we're not supposed to go near. This belonged to the giants." Sam's breath hitched. He had seen the giants, of course, everyone in the settlement of Glassdown had. They moved through the high mist like slow, silent mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their steps making the ground tremble for miles. They didn't seem to notice the people of Glassdown at all, any more than a farmer might notice the ants under his boots. Is it dangerous?" Sam asked. "It's dead," his father said. "Anything this small that came off a giant has been dead for a long time. They don't build like we do. They don't repair. They just exist. But if this came down the Western Run, it means something's breaking up in the high country. The conversation stopped as the door creaked open. Sam's mother entered, her apron dusted with flour, her face tired but alert. She saw the object immediately. Eli, what is that? System scrap, Martha, from the Giants. Sam found it in the dry run. Martha walked to the table and stared at the silvery ring. The water's been failing for weeks, and now this shows up? It's an omen. We shouldn't have built in the bowl. We should have stayed in the lowlands. The bowl is the only place the reservoir reaches, Eli said firmly. If the Giants are breaking, the reservoir might be the next thing to go. We need to know what's happening up there. That night, Sam couldn't sleep. He lay in his small bed, listening to the wind howl against the stone walls of their house. He thought about the ring, the silvery collar, and the Giants. To the Giants, that ring was probably a tiny screw or a washer, something so insignificant it wouldn't even be missed. But to Sam, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He thought about the scale of things. A giant's hand was larger than the town square. Their voices, when they did speak, which was rare, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates, a low-frequency rumble that made people's teeth ache and the water in their jars ripple. 2 days later, the water in the reservoir dropped another foot. The ditch keepers were frantic. Without the water, the gardens would dry up, and Glassdown would starve. I'm going up, Eli announced at the town meeting. A murmur of fear went through the crowd. You can't go to the museum annex, the elder said, leaning on his staff. No one goes to the city of the Giants. It's a graveyard of things too large to understand. I'm not going to the city, Eli said. I'm going to the reservoir spine. If the Giants' systems are failing, maybe I can find the blockage. Maybe I can find a way to keep our water flowing. I'm coming with you, Sam said, standing up beside his father. Eli looked at his son. He saw the ring hanging from a cord around Sam's neck, a reminder of the world beyond the bowl. He saw the determination in the boy's eyes. All right, Eli said. You're fast, and you can see in the dark better than I can. But we stay quiet. We don't touch anything we don't have to. The climb was long and brutal. They left the bowl behind, ascending the steep, rocky slopes that led to the high country. As they climbed, the landscape changed. The trees became smaller, twisted by the high winds, until finally, they disappeared altogether. Then, they saw the wall. It was a sheet of metal that stretched up into the clouds, hundreds of feet high, curved like the hull of a ship but vast enough to be a mountain range. This was the reservoir spine, the outer casing of the Giants' water system. Look, Sam whispered, pointing. A giant was there. It wasn't moving. It was sitting against the metal wall, its legs stretched out across the valley. Its head was bowed, chin resting on its chest. It looked like a man, but its skin was the color of weathered stone, and its clothes, if that's what they were, looked like sheets of overlapping titanium. Is it sleeping? Sam asked. No, Eli said, his voice trembling. It's dead. Look at the eyes. The giant's eyes were open,